Section 45 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 45, Part 3, France. The royal domain of the Capetians was at first limited to the Duchy of France, Île-de-France, and Orléans. The great vassals, who were, in the beginning, almost independent, were gradually reduced to submission in this and the following period. 1060 to 1108. Philippe I. Quarrel with Gregory VII. First Crusade. A long reign in which the king accomplished nothing. 1108 to 1137. Louis V, the Fat, an able and good king, who had, moreover, the good sense to avail himself of the talents of Sshoger, abbot of St. Denis, whom he made minister. Perceptible growth of the royal power. Marriage of the king's son Louis VII with Eleanor, daughter of William of Aquitaine, heiress of Poitou, Guyenne, and Gascony. 1137 to 1180. Louis VII, Second Crusade. Louis was a weak king, a favorite with the clergy, whose reign was less disastrous than might have been expected because of the influence of Sshoger, who administered the kingdom during Louis's absence in the East. After his return, Louis obtained a divorce from Eleanor, who married Henry of Anjou, conveying to this prince, who soon became King of England, Poitou, Guyenne, and Gascony, for which Henry did homage to Louis. In this transfer lay one germ of the 100 Years' War. 1180 to 1223. Philippe II, Augustus, one of the ablest of the kings of France, unscrupulous, cold, but of great political sagacity. Third Crusade with Richard Coeur de Lion. After Philippe's return in 1190, he attacked Normandy, but made little headway during the lifetime of Richard. Erection of the Château Gouillard by Richard on the Seine above Rouen. After Richard's death in 1199, Philippe took up the claims of Arthur, son of Richard's brother Geoffrey, who had been passed over in Normandy in favor of Richard's younger brother John, but he was hindered from prosecuting them by his quarrel with Innocent III, in relation to the divorce which Philippe had secured from his wife Ingeborg of Denmark in order that he might marry Agnes of Meran, submission of Philippe, in 1200. After the death of Arthur in 1203, Philippe moved upon Normandy anew. Rejection of the Pope's claim to arbitrate between the kings. The fall of the Château Gouillard was followed by the submission of Normandy in 1204. John having refused to obey the summons of Philippe to appear for trial on account of the murder of Arthur, Philippe declared his fiefs forfeited. Crusade against the Albigenses, Waldenses, and Cathari, rationalist sects protected by Raymond, Count of Toulouse, and the Viscount of Béziers and Carcassonne from 1207 to 1244. Storm of Béziers in 1207. Slay all, God will know his own. Conquest of the country of Toulouse by Simon of Montfort from 1211 to 1215. Death of Simon at the siege of revolted Toulouse in 1218. War in Flanders with the feudal lords, supported by John of England and Otto of Germany. Philippe, assisted by the cities, victorious in the Battle of Bovines in 1214. August 29. Unsuccessful expedition of Philippe's son Louis to England in 1216. 1223 to 1226. Louis VIII. New crusade against the Count of Toulouse, whose lands had been declared forfeit. 1229. Establishment of the Inquisition as a regular tribunal by Pope Gregory IX, inquisitors having existed since 1203 under Innocent III. 1226 to 1270. Louis IX, Saint Louis. During the king's minority regency of his mother Blanche, who represented a revolt of the barons. The war with the Albigenses ended by the extermination of the sect in 1244. Sixth Crusade of St. Louis, Blanche, regent during his absence. After the king's return in 1254, wise government. Surrender of the Périgord, the Limousin, and southern Centenage to Henry of England, whereupon Henry renounced his claim to Normandy, Anjou, Maine, Touraine, Poitou, northern Centenage. Prohibition of wager of battle, limitation of feudal jurisdiction, establishment of right of appeal to the king from the feudal courts in all cases. The pragmatic sanction attributed to St. Louis is probably a forgery, but Louis's attitude toward Rome was one of assertion of all regal rights. During this reign, the domain of the crown received the following additions: the part of the county of Toulouse between the Rhône, the sea, and the Pyrenees in 1229, Chartres, Blois, Sancerre, ceded by Theobald of Champagne and Navarre in 1234. Mâcon by purchase in 1239, Perche in 1257, Arles, Forcalquier, Faux, and Cahors in 1262. Second, Seventh Crusade and death of St. Louis in 1270. End of section 45.
Section 46 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History, by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 46. Part 4, England, 1066 to 1154, Norman Kings. See Genealogical Table, page 228. 1066 to 1087, William I, the Conqueror, completed the subjection of the Anglo-Saxons, who were robbed of their estates and terribly ill-treated. 2 nationalities and 2 languages existed for a long time side by side in England: English, or Anglo-Saxon, and French. The king and the nobility were French Normans, or Frenchmen. The submission of 1066 was partial, Mercia and Northumbria remaining aloof. 1068, revolt in the north, incited and aided by a Danish fleet under Sweyn. Returning from Normandy, William bought off the Danes and crushed the insurgents by a masterly winter campaign. Northumberland ravaged with fire and sword. 1071, revolt of the English under Adrian and Morkere, which ended with the defeat and death of Adrian, and the capture of Ely in the fens where Morkere had taken refuge with the outlaw Hereward. 1075 to 76, rebellion of the Norman barons in England easily crushed. Revolt of the conqueror's son Robert in Normandy, 1077 to 1080. Imprisonment of William's brother Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, for troublesome and intriguing conduct. A threatened invasion from Norway and Denmark averted, 1085. William met his death by accident while engaged in a struggle with Philip of France about the Vexin, September 9, 1087. After the revolt of 1071, the 4 large earldoms were abolished, and the shire became the largest political division. Sheriffs appointed by the king in each shire. William introduced feudalism in its continental form, placing Norman barons over the lands of the English nobility, who gradually sank to the position of a middle class. In 1086, the power of the barons was weakened by the exaction of an oath of fealty from all undertenants to the king direct. The same year saw the completion of the Great Survey, whose results were inscribed in the Doomsday Book, an inventory of all lands burthened with special dues to the crown. The lower local courts were preserved, but their subordination to the king's court was strongly insisted on. William reformed and reorganized the English Church, assisted by Lanfranc, abbot of St. Stephen at Caen, whom he appointed Archbishop of Canterbury. Homage to the Pope, however, William expressly refused to render. He kept the appointment of bishops in his own hands. No papal letter could be received, no papal synod held in England. No English bishop appealed to Rome without the king's consent. 1087 to 1100, William II, the Red, second son of William I, obtained the English crown while Robert, the eldest son, succeeded in Normandy. A revolt of Norman barons in favor of Robert was suppressed by the help of the English in 1090. Death of Lanfranc, 1089. Ascendancy of Ranulph Flambard. Extortions of William. Formation of the New Forest. 1093. Anselm, Abbot of Bec, appointed Archbishop of Canterbury. He was soon involved in a quarrel with the king on the question of investitures and on other matters. In 1097, Anselm appealed to Rome and left England. 1097. Edgar, son of Margaret, sister of Edgar Atheling, obtained the Scottish crown, thus closing the civil war in Scotland between the Celtic and English parties. William was found dead in the New Forest, August 2, 1100. Murdered? 1100 to 1135. Henry I, Beauclerc, on learning of the death of William II, hastened to England and secured the crown, in spite of the opposition of those barons who pressed the claim of Robert of Normandy, then returning from the Crusade. Issue of a charter wherein the exactions and abuses of William the Red were prohibited, and the law of Edward the Confessor restored. Henry married Matilda, daughter of Malcolm of Scotland, and Margaret, sister of Edgar Atheling. Recall of Anselm. 1101. Invasion of Robert of Normandy, with the connivance of many of the Norman barons on both sides of the Channel. Ended by treaty, without a battle. Punishment of the rebel barons. Robert of Baleam, Earl of Shrewsbury, driven from England. In 1104, Henry invaded Normandy. Robert was defeated at the Battle of Tinchebray, 1106, and kept in captivity until his death, 1134. Henry took possession of Normandy. Quarrel with Anselm in regard to investitures, ending after the exile and return of Anselm in a compromise, 1106. Introduction of the Cistercians in England. Suppression of the great feudatories and substitution of a class of lesser nobles. Death of Henry's son William by the sinking of the White Ship in the Channel, 1120. Marriage of Henry's daughter Matilda to Geoffrey, son of Fulk the Black, Count of Anjou, 1128. Normandy and Maine definitely secured by Henry. Henry died 1135. 1135 to 1154. Stephen of Blois, son of Adela, daughter of William I, and the Count of Blois, seized the crown in defiance of the rights of Matilda and her son Henry, and was elected at London principally by the citizens. Charter of Oxford, 1136. Second invasion of the Scots repulsed in the Battle of the Standard, 1138, at Cowton Moor in Yorkshire. Arrest of Roger of Salisbury and the Bishop of Lincoln, 1139. In the same year, Matilda landed in England. Stephen defeated and captured at the Battle of Lincoln, 1141. Matilda was elected Lady of England by the clergy. Her severe and impolitic government soon alienated her followers. Finally, Stephen, having been exchanged, took up the war again, which went on with varying success until 1147, when Robert of Gloucester died and Matilda left England. In 1153, Henry of Anjou landed in England to make good his claim. Without a battle, an understanding was reached, and Henry was recognized as the heir of the crown. Treaty of Wallingford, 1153. The reign of Stephen was one of the darkest periods in English history. His weakness and the confusion of civil war had given the feudal nobles full liberty. Castles were erected in great numbers throughout England, and each was the home of oppression and cruelty. Stephen died in 1154. 1154 to 1399. House of Anjou, Plantagenet. Footnote. So called from the bit of broom, genet, which Geoffrey of Anjou, son of King Fulk of Jerusalem, was wont to wear in his helm. End of footnote. In the direct line. 1154 to 1189. Henry II. Outside of England, Henry possessed 1. Normandy and the suzerainty over Brittany as the heir of the Norman kings. 2. Anjou and Maine, inherited from his father. 3. Poitou, Guyenne, and Gascony, acquired by marriage with Eleanor of Aquitaine, 1152. In all, more than half of France. The reign of Henry is the period of full amalgamation of the English and the Normans. The accession of Henry at 21 years of age was welcomed as the beginning of a better time. Banishment of the mercenaries maintained by Stephen. Demolition of the castles. Resumption and restoration of estates, which was attended with difficulty, some of the new nobles requiring to be dislodged by force. 1158. First Welsh War, not successful. 1162. Thomas Becket, the Chancellor, made Archbishop of Canterbury. Re-establishment of the Exchequer, a bureau for assessing and collecting the taxes. Introduction of scutage, a commutation in money for personal service in the army, permitted to the lower tenants. 1163. Second Welsh War. As Chancellor, Becket had been the king's servant and friend. As Archbishop, he became at once his opponent, resisting his wishes even in financial matters, an opposition which seems to have led to the abolition of Danegeld. Becket bitterly opposed the king's reform of ecclesiastical law relating to the punishment of ecclesiastics for criminal offenses. Henry demanded that after ecclesiastical punishment had been administered, the offender should be handed over to receive the punishment of the civil law. The wishes of the king in this respect, and on other points involving church and state, were formulated in the Constitutions of Clarendon, 1164. The jurisdiction of secular courts over clerical offenders was affirmed. Appeal to Rome in such cases was prohibited. The election of bishops in the presence of royal officers, and with the king's consent, was insisted on, as was the investiture of the bishop or abbot-elect with his secular lands by the king. At first, Becket accepted the constitutions, but afterwards he withdrew his acceptance and appealed to Rome. Brought to trial and condemned on some matters connected with his chancellorship, Becket fled to France. 1165. Third Welsh War. 1166. Assize of Clarendon. Re-establishment of frank pledge, or mutual responsibility of the inhabitants of a village. In each shire, criminals were to be presented by 12 men from the shire and 4 from each town. Grand jury. Abolition of compurgation, proof of innocence by oath of neighbors, for which the ordeal, or judgment of God, was substituted. 1170. Henry, under threat of interdict, was reconciled with Becket, who returned to England. He soon became embroiled with the king, and was murdered by 4 knights of Henry's court, in consequence of Henry's passionate outbreak against him. December 29, 1170. Establishment of itinerant or circuit judges. Court of Appeal, afterwards the Great and Privy Council. 1171. Expedition of Henry to Ireland. A bull of Adrian IV in 1157 had given this country to Henry, but no use had been made of the authority until Dermid, King of Leinster, fled to Henry, did him homage, and sought aid in his wars. Aid was sent in 1169, and in 1171 Henry went in person. Richard of Clare, Strongbow, son-in-law of Dermid, made Earl of Leinster. The southeastern part of Ireland submitted to Henry. 1172. Absolution of Henry. Penance at Becket's tomb, 1174. 1173. Rebellion of Henry's eldest son, Henry, and General League of French and English lords, Louis VII and William the Lion of Scotland, against the king. Defeat of Louis. Capture of William, who was released only after acknowledging Henry as his suzerain, 1175. Death of Henry the Younger, 1183. 1181. Assize of Arms. Restoration of militia service. 1189. Conspiracy of Henry's sons Richard and John with Philip of France. Humiliation and death of Henry II. 1189 to 1199. Richard I, Coeur de Lion. His reign was passed almost entirely away from England. Crusade. On his return, Richard was captured by Leopold of Austria, delivered to the emperor, and detained 13 months in captivity, being released at last for a heavy ransom. During his absence, Eleanor, his mother, was regent. Persecution of the Jews. The intrigues of Philip of France and the king's brother John resulted in war in England, which was quickly suppressed after the return of Richard, 1194. For the rest of his reign, Richard was in France at war with Philip. Erection of the Château Gaillard on the Seine. Death of Richard before the castle Châlus-Chabrol, 1199. During his absence, England was governed by Hubert Walter, and after his resignation in consequence of a refusal of money by the Great Council, by Geoffrey Fitzpeter. 1199 to 1216. John Lackland. John was recognized in England without opposition and secured Normandy, but Anjou, Maine, and Touraine acknowledged the claim of Arthur, son of Geoffrey. 1203. Death of Arthur while in John's power. Philip at once secured the sentence of John and the forfeiture of his fiefs. Normandy, Anjou, Maine, Touraine, and a part of Aquitaine were at once lost to John. Henceforward, John was restricted to his English kingdom. The death of Hubert Walter, Archbishop of Canterbury, 1205, was followed by a disputed election. A reference to Rome resulted in the election of Stephen Langton by command of Innocent III, 1207. John refused to receive him, and the kingdom was visited with an interdict, 1208. Moved by fear of deposition, John finally yielded, received Langton, and accepted his kingdom as a fief of the papacy, 1213. John's exactions and misgovernment had embroiled him with the barons since 1199. Refusal of the barons to follow John to France, 1213. 1214. Defeat of John at Bouvines in Flanders. On John's return, negotiations were opened with the barons, but failed, and the confederated lords occupied London. 1215. Magna Carta granted by John at Runnymede, June 15 to 23. The provisions of this charter applied to the commons as well as to the nobles and clergy, and directed that its benefits should reach the lower tenants. Principal provisions: 1. Ratification of Henry's charter. 2. Security for personal freedom. No freeman should be taken, imprisoned, or damaged in person or estate, but by the judgment of his peers, or by the law of the land. Article 39. Footnote. Nullus liber homo capiatur, vel imprisonatur, aut desaesiatur, aut ut legiatur, aut exulitur, aut aliquomodo destruatur, nec super iam ibimus, nec super iam mitemus, nisi per legale judicium perium suorum vel per legem terre. End of footnote. 3. Regulation of feudal dues and obligations. 4. Regulation of national taxation. Limitation of the aid, auxilium, which could be collected without the consent of the Great Council, to the 3 ancient and well-known cases: ransom of the Lord, knighting of his eldest son, marriage of his eldest daughter. 5. Specification of members of the Great Council, and of the cases for which, and manner in which, it should be convened. The charter declared null and void by the Pope. Suspension of Langton. War soon broke out. The French party among the barons, declaring the crown forfeited, bestowed it upon Louis, son of Philip of France, who, in 1216, came to England. Death of John, October 19, 1216. 1216 to 1272. Henry III of Winchester, son of John. The death of John was fatal to the hopes of Louis. The English party, which secured the coronation of the 9-year-old Henry, though small at first, soon outnumbered the French. The defeat of the French fleet off Thanay determined Louis to give up the contest and return to France. Regency of William Marshal, 1216 to 1219. The Magna Carta was twice reissued in a modified form. After the death of William Marshal, England was governed by Peter de Roche, Pandulf the papal legate, Hubert de Burgh the justiciary, and Archbishop Langton, who had returned and soon superseded Pandulf as legate. 1221. Second coronation, 1220. Third reissue of the charter, 1223. Henry's personal government began in 1227 and soon involved the country in difficulties. Heavy taxation necessitated by the demands of the Pope and by the foreign policy of the king. Fall of Hubert de Burgh, 1232. Of Peter de Roche, 1234. Marriage of Henry to Eleanor of Provence, 1236. Struggle over the money grants in the Great Council, which henceforward was called Parliament. Papal exactions of enormous sums of money. Of the French possessions of the Angevines, Henry had retained only Aquitaine and Gascony. 1253. Return of Simon of Montfort, Earl of Leicester, son of Simon of Montfort, who had led the crusade against the Albigenses, to England from the government of Gascony. Simon soon took a prominent part in the parliamentary struggle, which now assumed formidable proportions. 1258. Parliament of Oxford. The barons presented a list of grievances, the provisions of Oxford, the reforms demanded in which were to be carried out under a commission of 24 barons. Permanent council of 15 barons to meet 3 times a year. 1263. Outbreak of war between the king and the barons. Arbitration of Louis IX of France. 1264. Provisions of Oxford annulled. This decision resulted in a renewal of the war. The king and his son Edward were defeated in the Battle of Lewes, 1264. May 14, Treaty, Mise of Lewes, between the parties. Native councillors presented and a new council arranged by a parliament in which 4 knights from each shire were added to the clergy and nobility. Council of 9. January 20th, 1265. Parliament of Simon of Montfort, the first parliament to which representatives of the boroughs were called, yet this did not become a legal custom until the next reign. Edward released. Arms were again taken up. In the August 4th, 1265 Battle of Evesham, Earl Simon was defeated and fell on the field. Death of Henry, November 16, 1272. In this reign, the begging friars came to England. Revival of scholasticism. Fame of Oxford. Roger Bacon, author of Opus Magnum, the Encyclopedia of the 13th century. Matthew Paris. Revival of Welsh literature. Mabinogion. Geoffrey of Monmouth. Romances of Arthur. End of section 46. Recording by Matthew McClallen.
Section 47 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14. An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 47. Part 5. The North. See Genealogical Table, page 239. Denmark, 1134 to 1397. The extinction of the direct line of Estridsson was followed by a period of confusion and wars over the succession. Erik Emund, 1134-1137, Erik Lamb, 1137-1147, until Valdemar I the Great, 1157 to 1182, was elected to the throne. Subjugation of the Wends, who had long harassed Denmark. Capture of Ancona on the island of Rügen. Suppression of a revolt in Scania caused by the severity of Bishop Absalon. Valdemar's son Knut VI, 1182 to 1202, was even more successful than his father and refused to acknowledge the suzerainty of the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, as Waldemar had done. Defeat of a naval expedition of the Wends, who received aid from the Emperor by Bishop Absalon 1184, and hither Pomerania submitted, as did a part of Mecklenburg. Knut, king of the Slavs, expedition to Estonia, war with the Count of Holstein and other German princes, conquest of Lübeck and Hamburg, capture of Adolf of Holstein, quarrel with Philip Augustus of France over his treatment of Ingeborg. Knut was succeeded by his brother, Waldemar II the Conqueror, 1202 to 1241, the first portion of whose reign forms one of the most brilliant epochs of Danish history. Adolf of Holstein released on condition of ceding all Holstein to Waldemar, who granted it as a fief to his nephew Albert of Orlamund. Unsuccessful interference in Norway and Sweden, conquest of Ösel and of a large part of Prussia. In return for his recognition of Frederick II over his rivals as emperor, Waldemar obtained a cession of all his conquests in Germany, north of the Elbe and the Elbe, Holstein, Lauenburg, part of Mecklenburg, expedition to Estonia, the Danneborg or national standard, 1219. Waldemar's power fell more rapidly than it was acquired. In 1223, the king and his son were treacherously captured by Henry, Count of Schwerin, and imprisoned in the castle of Danneborg in Hanover for 3 years. Waldemar obtained his release by the payment of a heavy ransom and the renunciation of all his conquests south of the Elbe and in the Slavic countries. Holstein ceded to Adolf the Young, 1225. This renunciation was annulled by the Pope, and Waldemar tried to regain Holstein, but was defeated in the Battle of Bornhöved, 1227. The rest of his reign was passed for the most part in peace. He died in 1241. Of all his conquests, only Rügen, some places in Mecklenburg, Prussia, Estonia remained to Denmark. Waldemar's code of laws. Waldemar was twice married. First, Marguerite of Bohemia, a well-beloved princess, Dagmar. Second, Berengaria of Portugal, by whom he had 3 sons, who mounted the throne in succession. Waldemar committed the political blunder of dividing the kingdom among his sons, so that the nominal king possessed only a small part of the monarchy. Schleswig was conferred on Availle. This led to disputes, so that the following period was one of civil strife, wars of succession, murder, and exile of kings. Eric, 1241 to 1250. Abel, 1250 to 1252. In this reign, the towns began to send representatives to the council, Danehof. Christopher, 1252 to 1259. War about Schleswig, the king claiming that it had been granted to Abel as a personal fief, while the descendants of Abel declared that it was an hereditary fief. Conflict with the Archbishop Jacob Erlandsen. Eric Glipping, 1259-1286. Occupation of Schleswig. Eric Menved, 1286 to 1319. Regency of the Queen Mother. Miserable condition of Denmark. The larger part of the kingdom granted out to Danish and German nobles. Christopher II, 1320 to 1334. The nobles and clergy extorted from the king certain capitulations, which materially weakened the power of the crown for 340 years. Confirmation of privileges of the clergy. No ecclesiastic could be tried in a secular court, neither could the tenants of ecclesiastical foundations. No bishop could be imprisoned without the consent of the Pope. The property and persons of the clergy were free from all taxation. The nobles could not be compelled to follow the king beyond the limits of the kingdom. If they were captured in war, the crown was obliged to ransom them within a year, or lose the right of holding them to military service. The king could declare war only with the consent of the nobles and clergy. No person could be imprisoned without having been tried and condemned in a local court and in the king's court, whence an appeal laid to the national diet. Laws could be made, repealed, and amended only upon the motion of the nobles in the annual diet and with the consent of the whole nation. Peasants must not be unjustly treated by the king's agents, nor compelled to carry the king's baggage beyond their own township. Commerce should be free and not burdened with extraordinary dues. War with Geert, Count of Holstein, who invaded the kingdom and with the aid of discontented nobles drove Christopher from the kingdom. Election of Waldemar, Duke of Schleswig, soon after Christopher, by great concessions acquired the crown again. 8 years of anarchy, 1332 to 1340. Scania, Halland, Bleking attached themselves to Sweden. After the death of Geert, the youngest son of Christopher, Waldemar III, Atterdag, 1340 to 1375, was made king, and devoted himself to acquiring, by purchase or by force, the alienated crown lands, in which he met with success. In 1359, Waldemar regained Scania, Halland, and Bleking from the Swedish king, Magnus Smek, and affianced his daughter Margaret to Hakon, son of the Swedish king. Denmark restored to her boundaries as they had been under Waldemar I. This success was followed by a general war with Sweden, Mecklenburg, the Hanseatic League, etc., which, in spite of the sack of Copenhagen, ended disadvantageously for the Hanse towns, 1363. In 1368, however, the Hansa, in alliance with Holstein, Mecklenburg, and Sweden, began war again, and in 1370 obtained from the Danish estates a treaty which secured for them the most extensive commercial privileges. In 1372, Waldemar accepted this peace of Stralsund. In 1375, Waldemar died. Passing over the claim of Albert, Duke of Mecklenburg, the son of Waldemar's eldest daughter, the estates elected the son of his youngest daughter Olaf, 1376 to 1387, then 6 years of age. In 1380, Olaf succeeded his father Hakon as king of Norway, and both lands were well governed by his mother Margaret, the regent, who, after Olaf's death, 1387, was elected queen in both countries. In 1388, Sweden revolted against the king Albert, and Margaret accepted an offer of the crown. In the Battle of Falköping, 1389, Albert was defeated and captured. In 1397, the three kingdoms were united by the Union of Kalmar. Sweden, 1066 to 1397. After the death of Stenkil, the country was distracted by wars between the Svea and the Gotha, which lasted with slight interruptions for 200 years. Whereby the people suffered greatly, the free peasants disappeared, and a nobility of warriors arose, which was exempt from taxation and possessed its own jurisdiction. These nobles acquired supremacy in the Diet and reduced the power of the king to a shadow. Under Eric IX, the Saint, 1150 to 1162, Christianity was introduced throughout the kingdom. Establishment of the Archbishopric of Uppsala, 1163. The family of the Bonder, which began with Eric the Saint, became extinct with Erik Eriksson Lespe, 1223 to 1250. Under this family, the power of the clergy had so increased that in 1248 they were forbidden to take the oath of allegiance to the king. At the same time, celibacy was introduced. The Bonder dynasty was succeeded by that of the Folkunger, which came to the throne with Waldemar, 1250 to 1275, son of Birger Jarl, who continued until his death, 1266, the actual ruler of Sweden, as he had been under Erik Lesby. Foundation of Stockholm, 1255. Birger assigned his other sons large duchies in Sweden, thereby planting the seeds of future discord. In 1275, Waldemar was imprisoned by his brother Magnus, Duke of Södermanland, and remained a captive until his death, 1302. Magnus, 1279–1219, proved a good ruler and left a prosperous kingdom to his son Birger, 1290–1319. The regent Torkel governed wisely until his fall in 1306, when war broke out between Birger and his brothers Eric and Waldemar. In 1317, Birger made his brothers prisoners and starved them to death. This caused a popular revolt which expelled Birger and placed on the throne the son of Eric, Magnus Smek, 1320–1363. During the regency, Norway fell to Magnus through his maternal grandfather Haakon and Scania, Halland, and Bleking, which belonged to Denmark but had been pawned to Holstein, submitted to Magnus, who paid the mortgage. Magnus, after he became of age, 1333, made a poor ruler. In 1360, he surrendered Scania, Halland, Bleking to Waldemar, Atterdag of Denmark, and betrothed his son Haakon to Waldemar's daughter Margaret. In 1365, Albert of Mecklenburg was proclaimed king, and in the Battle of Enkoping, 1365, captured Magnus, who was released in 1371 upon making renunciation of the crown of Sweden. Albert, 1365–1388, was king in name only, the power being in the hands of the nobles. In 1388, the nobles deposed the king and offered the crown to Margaret of Norway and Denmark, by whom it was accepted. At the Battle of Falköping, Albert was made prisoner, and after an imprisonment of 6 years, renounced the crown. In 1397, Sweden joined Norway and Denmark in the Union of Kalmar. Norway, 1103–1397. After the death of Magnus Barfod in Ireland, his 3 sons, Eystein, Sigurd, and Olaf, reigned in conjunction until the death of Eystein and Olaf left Sigurd sole ruler. Sigurd made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. He was followed by his son Magnus the Blind, who in 1134 was obliged to cede half of the kingdom to Harald Gill, who came from Ireland and claimed to be a son of Magnus Barfod. There followed a wretched period of civil war, strife between the Birkebenere, or National Party, and the Baglerne, or Clerical Party, in which the former finally got the upper hand. Magnus V, 1161–1184, Sverre, 1177–1202, Haakon III, 1202–1204, Guttorm the Child, 1204, Ingebardsen, 1204–1217, Haakon IV, 1217–1223–1262, son of Haakon III, grandson of Sverre. He crushed his rivals, weakened the power of the clergy, restored quiet to the country, and raised Norway once more to an influential position among European nations. Conquest of Iceland, 1260, and submission of Greenland. Haakon died in 1262 after suffering a defeat at the hands of the Scots in an expedition which he had undertaken against Scotland. He was followed by his son Magnus Lagabøter, 1262–1280, who ceded the Isle of Man and the Hebrides to Scotland. Collection and publication of the New Code of Laws, 1264–1279. Eric Priesthater, 1280–1299. War with Denmark over the dowry of his mother Ingeborg. War with the Hanse towns, wherein the king was worsted and obliged to grant the towns full privileges in Norway and to join the league. Death of Margaret, the Maid of Norway, daughter of Eric, and granddaughter on her mother's side of Alexander III of Scotland, while on her way to claim that crown after the latter's death. Haakon V, 1299 to 1319. War with Sweden and Denmark. Dying without male issue, he left the crown to his daughter's son, Magnus, King of Sweden, who ascended the throne in 1320. In 1350, Magnus bestowed the crown of Norway on his son Haakon VI, 1350 to 1380, who in 1362 became co-regent for Sweden. In 1363, Haakon married Margaret, the heiress of Denmark. Haakon was succeeded by his minor son Olaf, 1380 to 1387, whose mother Margaret administered the Kingdom of Norway as she had done that of Denmark, which Olaf had inherited in 1376. After Olaf's death in 1387, Margaret, 1387 to 1412, was recognized as queen of both Norway and Denmark. The union of the two monarchies was completed by the Union of Kalmar and endured until 1814. At the Union of Kalmar, 1397, Sweden was united with the two kingdoms. End of section 47.
Section 48 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 48, Part 6, Spanish Peninsula. Arabic Spain was conquered from the Morabeths or Almoravides by the Almohades about the middle of the 12th century. Since the defeat at Tolosa, 1212, steady decline of the power of the Arabians, who, since the reign of Alfonso X of Castile, were confined to the kingdom of Granada. 1095. County of Portugal, between the Douro and the Minho, granted a Castilian fief to the Burgundian Count Henry, whose son liberated himself from the overlordship of Castile and called himself King of Portugal, 1140. Aragon and Catalonia, County of Barcelona, united, 1137. Leon and Castile separated again, 1157. Finally definitely united, 1230. About 1150, origin of the three orders of knighthood which took their names from the cities guarded by them. 1. Santiago de Compostela, Galicia. 2. Alcantara on the Tajo. 3. Calatrava on the Guadiana. End of section 48. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 49 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 49, Part 7, The East. Eastern Empire, 1057 to 1185. Eastern Emperors of the Houses of the Ducas and the Comnenys, 1185 to 1204. Dynasty of Angelus, 1204 to 1261. Latin Empire. The Mongols, 1206. The Mongols elected on the Amur Temujin their chief. He took the honorary title Genghis Khan, under which, rather than under his true name, he is known in history. The Mongols conquered a part of China, destroyed the empire of the Khwarezmians, which reached from India to the Caspian Sea, and subjugated southern Russia. Temujin's grandson Batu made plundering expeditions through Russia, defeated the Poles, and fought the Battle of Wahlstatt 1241 against the Germans under Henry the Pious, Duke of Liegnitz. The Mongols, although victorious, retired to the east and ravaged Hungary. A Christian army under Wenzel, King of Bohemia, cut them off from Austria. The greater part of the Mongols went back to Asia, but Russia was under their sway till 1480. 1258, the Mongols conquered Baghdad and destroyed the Caliphate. Their immense empire separated into Khanates, China, Khanata of Kapchak on the Volga, Jagatai in Turkestan, Iran, etc. India, 1206 to 1500. The Afghan Empire broke up after the death of Muhammad Ghori, and the vicegerency of the Punjab and Hindustan became an independent sultanate under Qutb-ud-Din, Sultan of Delhi, 1206 to 1210, who was originally a slave and founded the slave dynasty, 1206 to 1288. He extended the Mohammedan rule as far as the Brahmaputra. Under his successors, the Sultanate suffered from Mongol invasions. Ala-ud-Din, viceroy of Oud, who had made daring expeditions into the Deccan, murdered the Sultan Jalal-ud-Din, his uncle, and made himself sultan. Conquest of Gujarat, capture of Chittor in Rajputana, 1300. Conquest of portions of the Deccan. After the death of Ala-ud-Din, 1316, revolts occurred, which were suppressed by the Turkish governor of the Punjab, Tughlaq, who mounted the throne of Delhi and founded a new line of sultans who transferred their residence to Tughlaqabad. Tughlaq was succeeded by his son Muhammad Tughlaq, 1325 to 1351, who was obliged to purchase the retreat of the Mongols from the Punjab. A terrible famine induced him to remove the population of Delhi to Deoghur, and the misery of those who survived the journey of 700 miles induced him to send them back again. Large issue of copper coinage, followed by financial panic. Rebellions broke out everywhere, and the Mohammedan Empire separated into numerous small states. Firuz Shah, 1350 to 1388. 1398, invasion of Hindustan by Timur Shah. Ala-ud-Din had extended his power over a large part of the south, but the Hindu revolt of 1316 had shattered it. The southern part of the peninsula was comprised in the Hindu Empire of Vijayanagar, Narsingha, about 1300. In 1350, on the death of Muhammad Tughlaq, the Mohammedan army in the Deccan had set up a sultan of its own, whose capital was at Gulbarga. These Bahmani sultans were soon involved in a series of horrible wars with the empire of Vijayanagar. The Bahmani empire endured until 1500, when it was broken up into 5 kingdoms. China, 1101 to 1398. The Khitan Tatars, having established themselves firmly in Liaotsung, Huaizong, 1101 to 1126, conceived the idea of inviting the new Tatars to take the field against them. They did so and expelled the Khitan, but occupied the province themselves and thence spread over Chili, Shensi, Shense, and Honan. Under Cao Tsung, 1127 to 1163, the new Tatars, or as they now call themselves, the Khins, reached to the Yangtze Kiang. The new empire of the Khins invited attack from the Mongol Tatars, who experienced at this period a wonderful development of power. In 1213, Genghis Khan invaded the Khin province of Liao Tsung. 90 cities were razed to the ground. After the death of Genghis, 1227, his son Agdai, 1227 to 1241, continued the work of conquest. 1232, fall of the Qin dynasty brought about by an alliance of the Mongols with the independent kingdom of Sung in the south. Mangu, 1248 to 1259, son of the warrior Tu Li, was succeeded by his brother Kublai Khan, 1259 to 1294. Mongol emperor. The complete fall of Sung in 1280 left Kublai lord over all China, as well as ruler of almost all the rest of Asia, excepting Hindustan and Arabia. China was never more illustrious or powerful. Visit of Marco Polo, the Venetian, to the court of Kublai. Unsuccessful attack upon Japan, 1281. The immediate successors of Kublai were men of little note. Yang Qing, 1294 to 1307. Wu Tung, 1307 to 1311. Jin Sung, 1311 to 1320. Endeavored to blend the two races and admitted many Chinese to official positions. After his death, matters went from bad to worse until Shanti, 1333 to 1368, was driven from the empire by Chu Yen Chang, the son of a Chinese laborer, who in 1368 proclaimed himself emperor under the name of Hung Wu, 1368 to 1398, the founder of the Ming dynasty. Subjugation of Tatary. Japan, 1156 to 1392. 1156, the wars of Jen and Hai, which began in this year, are very famous in Japanese annals. In the first battle, 1156, the Taira Haisha were victorious under Kayomori and obtained control of the royal palace. Exiled from Kyoto, the Minamoto Genji, under the enterprising brothers Yoritomo and Yoshitsune, founded a power in the plain of the Koanto, with Kamakura as their capital. The death of Kiyomori, 1181, was the signal for the downfall of the House of Hai. Kyoto was captured by the Minamoto. The final struggle occurred in the naval battle of Dan no Ura, 1185. Near Shimonoseki, the Taira were utterly defeated. Many perished in the fight, and the family was exterminated throughout the islands, save a few who, escaping to Kyushu, transmitted their name to the present day. Secure in victory, Yoritomo left the Mikado and the Kuge in Kyoto undisturbed, while he strengthened his power in Kamakura. 5 men of his family were appointed governors of provinces, an office previously filled only by civilians. A special tax was levied throughout the empire for the support of standing garrisons in all the provinces, and these troops were under military rulers of his own race, who shared the government of the province with the civil governor and were subordinate to Yoritomo himself. In 1192, Yoritomo was appointed Sai Tai Shogun, or Generalissimo. He was henceforward known as the Shogun. With the death of Yoritomo, 1199, fell the power of the Minamoto. 1200 to 1333, supremacy of the family of Hojo. The founder of the Hojo ascendancy was Tokimasa, father-in-law of Yoritomo, who exercised absolute control over the degenerate descendants of that able shogun. None of the Hojo ever held the office of shogun, but vassals of a vassal. They ruled the shogun and the Mikado, as Yoritomo had ruled the Mikado alone. The line of Yoritomo ended in 1219, when the shogunate was transferred to the Fujiwara, who held it until 1251, when their vassal masters handed it over to one of the sons of the reigning Mikado, in whose family it remained until 1333. Since the conquest of China by the Mongol Tatars, the victors had kept the subjugation of Japan steadily in view. Embassy after embassy had demanded submission and been repulsed. The last, in 1279, was beheaded. 1281, invasion of Japan by the Mongol Tatars, destruction of the Armada by a typhoon, defeat and massacre of the survivors upon the island of Taka. By this repulse, Hojo Tokimune won great praise. He was indeed a man of great capacity and good sense. After him, however, the Hojo grew more and more outrageous in their treatment of the Mikado, until a revolt broke out, headed by Kusunoki, Masashige, and Nita Yoshisada, which ended in the capture and destruction of Kamakura and the extermination of the Hojo family 1333. For a time, 1333 to 1336, the Mikado Go-Daigo, 1319 to 1338, was monarch in fact as in name, but his weakness cost him his newly found authority. Ashikaga Takagi, one of the leaders in the revolt against the Hojo, revolted against his new master, seized Kyoto, and set up a rival Mikado who appointed him Tai Shogun. 1336 to 1392, War of the Chrysanthemums, between the false Mikado at Kyoto and the true Mikado at Yoshino, each displaying the imperial emblem, the chrysanthemum. Peace was concluded in 1392 under the condition that the imperial throne should be occupied by Mikados taken alternately from the rival houses. The northern branch died out after a few generations. During this period, since the establishment of the shogun at Kyoto, feudalism reached its full development. The country was divided among the soldiers of the shogun, who held their estates as fiefs from the shogun, to whom they owed service. Gradually, the agricultural and other classes became attached to certain of these military lords, daimios, and received their lands from them as fiefs. The taxes which supported the Mikado and the court were absorbed by the daimios, and the kuge was left to abject poverty. End of section 49. Section 50 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 50, Fourth Period, from the conclusion of the Crusades to the discovery of America, 1270 to 1492, Part 1, Germany, 1273 to 1347, Kings and Emperors of various houses, 1273 to 1291. Rudolph I, Count of Habsburg and Kyburg, Landgrave in Alsace, the most powerful prince in Helvetia, was elected by the three archbishops of Mainz, Cologne, and Trier, and the Count Palatine of the Rhine, through the influence of his cousin, the Burgrave Frederick of Hohenzollern. Strict enforcement of the public peace. War with Ottokar, King of Bohemia, who had taken possession of Austria after the extinction of the Babenberg line. 1246 had reconquered Styria from the Hungarians and had inherited Carinthia and Carniola. Ottokar was put under the ban, and his fiefs proclaimed forfeited. Rudolf took Vienna and was on the point of crossing the Danube when Ottokar agreed to a treaty, November 1276, whereby he abandoned Austria, Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola, but received Bohemia and Moravia again as fiefs of the empire. Ottokar, however, soon renewed the war. 1278, victory of Rudolf on the Marchfeld near Vienna, death of Ottokar, peace with the guardian of his son Wenzel, who received Bohemia and later Moravia, development of the family power of the Habsburgs, Austria, Styria, Carinthia given as imperial fiefs to Rudolf's sons, Albert and Rudolf. Carinthia was given to Meinhard, Count of Tyrol, Rudolf's brother-in-law. Campaigns of Rudolf in Burgundy and Swabia, particularly against Eberhard the Württemberg. In Swabia, since the fall of the Hohenstaufens, the most powerful princes were the Counts of Württemberg and the Margraves of Baden. The ducal title in Swabia descended to Rudolph's son Rudolph, and from him to his son John Parasita, but this title designated only authority over the Habsburg estates in Swabia. Formation of a great number of fiefs held immediately of the empire in Swabia. Through the exertions of the Archbishop of Mainz, Rudolph's son Albert was not elected his successor, but the choice fell on a relative of the Archbishop, Adolf of Nassau, 1292 to 1298, whose reign was devoted to the attempt to establish a dynastic power by the acquisition of Thuringia and Meissen in opposition to the brothers Frederick and Deitzmann. Footnote: the title, "with the bidden cheek," appears to have been a later invention. His contemporaries called this Frederick, son of Margaret, daughter of Frederick II, by the surname the Cheerful. End of footnote. Adolf was deposed at the Diet of Mainz by the influence of his former patron, the Archbishop of Mainz, without the approval of the Archbishops of Cologne and Trier and the Count Palatine. He fell at Gerlheim in personal conflict with Albert I of Austria, son of Rudolph I, 1298 to 1308, who had been elected king by the opposing party. Alliance with Philip the Fair, King of France, against the Pope. Albert tried in vain to recover Holland as a vacant fief of the empire. Alliance of the three ecclesiastical electors and the Count Palatine against the king, who was victorious, 1301, and reduced the princes to obedience. Siege of the castle of Bingen. Unsuccessful wars with Bohemia and with Frederick and Deitzmann of Meissen, who defeated the imperial army under the Burgrave of Nuremberg at Lucca, not far from Altenburg, 1307. Albert was murdered by his nephew John Parasita between the Aar and Reuss, near the Habsburg. His widow Elizabeth and his daughter Agnes took terrible vengeance for this murder. Through the influence of the Archbishop of Trier, the princes elected as king his brother Henry VII, Count of Lutzelnenburg, or Luxembourg, a half-Frenchman, 1308 to 1313. 1309, June 3, the Swiss cantons received from Henry VII documentary confirmation of their immediate feudal relation to the empire. Origin of the Swiss Confederacy. Of the inhabitants of the cantons, those dwelling in Schweiz seem to have been, for the most part, free peasants, while in Uri and Unterwalden the majority were in a condition of servitude as regarded either their persons or their estates. The most extensive landowners were monasteries, for example, the Frauenmünster in Zurich, and nobles residing out of the country, like the Counts of Lenzburg and those of Habsburg. After the extinction of the former, 1172, at any rate since the 13th century, the Counts of Habsburg exercised under various legal titles, as landgraves or advocates, full jurisdiction, and presided in the assemblies. Under the imperfectly developed administration of that time, the holder of these privileges was considered the actual ruler of the country. As early as the first half of the 13th century, the cantons had resisted the efforts of the Habsburgers to develop their stewardship into an actual sovereignty over them. Indeed, they had even attempted in part to withdraw themselves from the stewardship of the Habsburgers. In 1231, Henry, regent for his father Frederick II in Germany, granted the people of Uri a charter which removed them from under the protection of the Habsburgers and replaced them under that of the empire. In 1240, Frederick II gave the people of Schweiz a charter which promised them an immediate tenure from the empire. After the middle of the 13th century, the Habsburgers were nevertheless still in possession of their office of steward or advocate, vote, for the cantons. Rudolph I seems to have recognized the chart of Uri, but not that of Schweitz. Immediately upon his death on August 1, 1291, the cantons Uri, Schweitz, and Nidwalden, which was afterwards united with the towns of Obwalden under the name of Unterwalden, concluded a perpetual league. Although intended only to ensure the maintenance of existing conditions, this league is to be regarded as the beginning of the Confederacy. By making shrewd use of the confusion that followed in Germany, but not without many changes of fortune after the Battle of Gerlheim, the cantons were obliged to recognize the supremacy of the Habsburgers. The Confederates in 1309 attained the object for which their ancestors had striven. The Swiss narrative, to which the popular poetry has added many ornaments, and which condenses the facts of the gradual acquirement of an immediate relation to the empire into a short space of time, and exaggerates their effects, can no longer be regarded as historical in view of the results of modern investigation. It is first found in chronicles which were written between 200 and 300 years after the events, and is often contradicted by the documents. Footnote: the honor of having first used this fact after a true scientific fashion to disprove the tradition belongs to the Swiss historian Kopp. End of footnote. Neither the oath on the Rudli, 1307, Werner Stauffacher, Walter Fürst, Arnold Melchthal, nor the expulsion of the bailiffs on the 1st of January, 1308, is historically authenticated. The Swiss Confederacy was not formed by the exertions of 3 or of 30 individuals, but was the result of many historical events which united in powerfully assisting the energetic and enduring efforts of the inhabitants of the cantons to free themselves from all foreign supremacy. As regards the story of Tell, it is now established that neither the shooting of the apple from the head of his son, nor the murder of the bailiff Gessler in the hollow way at Küsnacht can be in any way regarded as an historical event. It has been proved that among the Küsnacht bailiffs of that time there was no Gessler. The legend of the shooting of the apple occurs 5 times outside of the cantons, agreeing almost to the wording of the answer which the archer gives the tyrant. In Norway, in Iceland, in Denmark, in Holstein, and on the Middle Rhine, and with an altered motive a 6th time in England. Hence it is tolerably certain that we have here to do with a common Germanic tradition. Moreover, the resemblance of the Swiss version to the elder narrative of Saxo Grammaticus, 12th century, of the shot of Tocco the Dane, who is said to have lived in the 10th century, is so striking as to render it probable that the Swiss chroniclers had that historian before them. Whether a man of the name of Tell ever lived in Uri is a question which cannot be answered with certainty either in the affirmative or the negative. Footnote: according to the investigations of Kopp, who examined all the archives in Uri and Rockholz, the latter is almost certainly the case. End of footnote. It is one, moreover, which has but little interest when it is admitted that the main features of the legend are unhistorical. It is noteworthy that Tell, even in the legend, plays no part at all in the common insurrection after the murder of the bailiff. It was not until later, when the Swiss had actually worked out their freedom, that his deed was invented, and surrounded by the halo of popular belief, his name made a symbol of Swiss energy and love of freedom. The Tell chapels and the memorial festivals are no proof that Tell was an historical personage, since the erection of the former and the establishment of the latter can be shown to date from a time when the tradition was already fully developed. The document concerning a public meeting of 1388, when more than 100 people are said to have declared that they knew Tell, is evidently a later interpolation. 1310, Henry's son, John, was placed on the throne of Bohemia by the National Assembly, in spite of the claims of the Habsburgers, whereby the Lützellenbergers acquired a family power. 1310 to 1313, Henry's Roman expedition. He was crowned king of Italy in Pavia and emperor in Rome. 1312. 1314 to 1347, Ludwig of Upper Bavaria at war with Frederick of Austria, son of Albert. 1314 to 1330. 1315, November 15, victory of the Swiss Confederates in the pass between Lake Ageri and the mountain Morgarten over Leopold of Austria, Frederick's brother. The flower of the Austrian chivalry, 1,500 in number, slaughtered. December 9, renewal of the league between Uri, Schweitz, and Unterwalden at Brunnen. 1316, recognition of the immediate dependence of the cantons upon the empire by King Ludwig. During the 14th and 15th centuries, the people generally bought off the ever-diminishing rights of the landed monasteries. Rapid growth of the League of the Confederates, which was joined by one after another of the remaining districts, who thus withdrew themselves from the control of the territorial lords. At the close of the 15th century, Austria had been entirely driven out of the lands south of the Rhine. After 1340, no imperial bailiff is mentioned in the cantons, which, in consequence of the weakness of the imperial power, soon became republics, so that the proclamation of the independence of Switzerland in the Peace of Westphalia, 1648, was only the legal recognition of a state of things which had long existed in fact. 1322, battle at Ampfing near Mühldorf, Frederick of Austria defeated and captured. Schweppermann, the story is probably unhistoric. 1324, Ludwig gave the mark Brandenburg, which had reverted by the extinction of the Ascanian line, to his son Ludwig, whom he afterwards married with Margaret Maltasch, the heiress of Tyrol and Carinthia. 1325, Frederick set at liberty upon renouncing his claim to the throne. He surrendered himself again as prisoner, was made co-regent by Ludwig, died 1330. 1327 to 1330, Ludwig's Roman expedition, crowned emperor in Rome, anti-pope, Nicholas V. The electoral meeting at Reims, 1338, declared every legally elected German king to be thereby constituted Roman emperor, even without papal coronation. The violent means adopted by Ludwig to increase his domestic power led a year before his death to the election of Charles, son of John, King of Bohemia, died 1346 in the Battle of Crécy. Charles was not universally recognized until after Ludwig's death. 1347 to 1437, emperors of the Luxembourg Bohemian line. 1347 to 1378, Charles IV, a prince with nothing knightly in his character, but wise in statecraft and shrewd in calculation. A scholar, he studied at Paris and Bologna, spoke and wrote Bohemian, German, Latin, French, Italian. War with the Bavarian party. In opposition to Ludwig, there appeared in Brandenburg the false Waldemar, 1348 to 1350, who was assisted by Charles. The emperor's first care was his hereditary kingdom, Bohemia, whence he was styled by Maximilian I, Bohemia's father, the Holy Roman Empire's arch-stepfather. The emperor in 1348 founded a university after the pattern of that in Paris, at Prague, the first in Germany. The Bavarian party elected in opposition. 1349 January, Gunther of Schwarzburg, king of Germany, but he died in June of the same year, poisoned. Plague, Black Death in Germany and throughout nearly all Europe. Persecutions of the Jews, flagellants. 1353, Bern joined the Swiss Confederacy, which now included Uri, Schweitz, Unterwalden, Lucerne, Zurich, Glarus, Zug, and Bern, the so-called 8 old cantons. 1354 to 1355, Charles's first expedition to Rome. He was crowned emperor at Rome with a humiliating ceremony. Silesia and Lower Lusatia, Niederlausitz, united with Bohemia. 1356, Golden Bull. Footnote, so called from the gold case, which contained the seal. End of footnote. Fundamental law of the empire. The election of the emperor was definitively entrusted to the 7 electors who had practically exercised this right for a long time. Footnote, electoral vote had been disputed between the 2 Saxon lines and the 2 lines of Wittelsbach. It was now assigned to Saxon Wittenberg and the County Palatine, but refused to Saxon Lauenburg and Bavaria. End of footnote. Archbishop of Trier, Arch-Chancellor of Burgundy, 3 Archbishop of Cologne, Arch-Chancellor of Italy, 4 Secular, 4 King of Bohemia, Arch-Seneschal, 5 Count Palatine of the Rhine, Arch-Steward, 6 Duke of Saxon-Wittenberg, Arch-Marshal, 7 Margrave of Brandenburg, Arch-Chamberlain. Establishment of the indivisibility and inalienableness of the electoral states, which were made hereditary in the male line and received certain regalia, privilegium, the non appellando, etc. The electoral vote went with the land. 1363, Austria acquired Tyrol. The heiress of Tyrol, Margaret Maltasch, who outlived her husband, the Bavarian Ludwig, Elector of Brandenburg, and her only son, Meinhard, gave her county after the latter's death to Duke Rudolph of Austria. 1368, second expedition of Charles to Italy in alliance with the Pope against the Visconti. 1373, by the Treaty of Fürstenwalde, Otto the Finn, Lazy, the last Bavarian Margrave of Brandenburg, transferred the mark to Charles IV in return for an annuity. Leagues of the cities. The Hanseatic League, the union of several seaports and trading cities between the Baltic and the Elbe, formed in the 13th century. Between 1255 and 1262 was the beginning of this league. Footnote, unions of German merchants in foreign countries under this name had long existed, the oldest being in London. End of footnote. Separate alliance between Lubeck and Hamburg. In the 14th century, the league attained wide extent and great power. After this time, the name Hansa, that is, trade guild, was commonly applied to the league. Since 1350, over 90 cities extending from the mouth of the Schelde to Esthonia, besides many inland cities, for example, Magdeburg, Berlin-Thorn, belonged to the Hansa. Object of the alliance, common defense, security of sea and land routes, settlement of disputes between members by arbitration, acquirement and maintenance of trading privileges in foreign countries. Capital of the League, Lubeck. Division of the League into 3, afterwards 4 quarters. 1. Prussian and Livonian. Principal town, Danzig. 2. Vendig, including also the cities of Mecklenburg, Pomerania, and the Marches. Chief town, Lubeck. 3. Saxon, chief town, Brunswick. 4. Westphalian, chief town, Cologne. Principal trading ground, all northern Europe. Principal trading stations, Novgorod, Stockholm, Visby in Gothland, Bergen, Bruges, London, ships of war, or Logschiffe. 1361, war with Valdemar IV, King of Denmark, under the conduct of the burgomaster of Lubeck, John Wittenborg, who captured and plundered Copenhagen, but was afterwards defeated before Hellingsborg and in consequence beheaded at Lubeck. 1367 to 1370, second war with Valdemar IV, the king compelled to fly, Copenhagen, Helsingor, and other cities conquered. A glorious and advantageous peace for the Hansa, concluded at Stralsund, ended the war. The League of Rhine cities, founded about the middle of the 13th century, League of Worms and Mites, to ensure stricter enforcement of the public peace, comprised at various times more than 70 cities, not all upon the Rhine. For example, Bremen, Regensburg, Nuremberg, both temporal and spiritual princes, joined the League. The Swabian City League concluded in 1376, particularly as a defense against the Counts of Württemberg, Eberhard, and Greiner, that is, Quarler, also called Rauschebart. Uhland's Ballads. Associations of nobles founded by members of the middle nobility, the imperial knights, particularly in Swabia, Franconia, and on the Rhine, to maintain their independence against the cities on the one hand and against the higher nobility, the princes of the empire, who were everywhere trying to acquire territorial sovereignty, on the other. The princes of the empire were either spiritual archbishops, 3 of whom were electors, bishops, abbots, or secular, dukes, counts, palatine, margraves, burgraves. The following associations of nobles deserve mention: the Martins Vocal, named after the day of their union, the Schlegler, the Lovenbund. 1377, beginning of the wars between the cities and the nobles, Battle of Reutlingen, brilliant victory of the Swabian League, the capital, over Ulrich, son of Eberhard. The Swabian League recognized by the Emperor. 1378, death of Charles IV, after he had so divided his lands among his 3 sons that Wenzel received Bohemia and Silesia. Luxembourg fell to him afterwards also. Sigismund, the Mark of Brandenburg, John, Lusatia. In Moravia, 2 nephews of Charles, Prokop and Jobst, were margraves. The election to the German throne had already fallen upon Wenzel, Charles IV's oldest son, 1378 to 1400. 1381, the Swabian League united with that of the Rhine, and afterwards entered into alliance with a part of the Swiss Confederacy. 1384, Wenzel proclaimed a new public peace, the so-called Heidelberger Stallung. Stallung equals preserve of game, etc., for 4 years, which, however, was broken after the king had returned to Bohemia. Leopold of Austria, who in the division of Habsburg estates had received the western lands, attacked the Swiss Confederacy in alliance with the South German nobility. In the Battle of Sempach, Arnold von Winkelried, 1386, he was defeated and lost his life. His second son Leopold renewed the war and was defeated in the Battle of Nafels, 1388, by the men of Glarus and Schweitz. The war with the cities broke out anew. Eberhard the Greiner defeated the Swabian cities of Derfingen, where his son Ulrich fell. Rupert, Count Palatine, defeated the Rhine towns at Worms. These victories restored the superiority of the princes over the cities. 1389, new public peace for 8 years proclaimed by Wenzel at the council of the princes at Eger. Wenzel, who was hated in Bohemia for his cruelty and indolence, and had been several times made a prisoner in civil quarrels, was deposed by a section of the princes of the empire, 1400. He died 1419 as king of Bohemia. 1400 to 1410, Rupert, Count Palatine, who was barely able to make the royal authority respected within his own party. 1401, unsuccessful expedition to Italy. The German army was defeated at Brescia by John Galezzo Visconti, whom Wenzel had appointed hereditary Duke of Milan, 1395. 1409, in consequence of the Hussite troubles in Prague and a change in the university statutes, all Germans, professors and students alike, 5,000 in number, left the University of Prague and went to Leipzig, where Frederick the Warlike of Meissen founded a university. The Council of Pisa convened to restore papal unity. Pope Gregory XII against Pope Benedict XIII elected Alexander V as a third pope, not having been able to induce the former two to abdicate. 1410 to 1437, Sigismund, brother of Wenzel, in right of his wife, daughter of Ludwig the Great, King of Hungary, Margrave of Brandenburg since the death of Charles IV. Sigismund was at first elected by the votes of Trier, the County Palatine, and Brandenburg, whose vote he himself cast through his plenipotentiary Frederick Burgrave of Nuremberg. The other princes, elected Jobst of Moravia, died 1411. By the skillful management of his plenipotentiary and the recognition of the successor of Alexander V, John XXIII, Sigismund gained the votes of the opposition at a second election, went to Italy, fought unsuccessfully with Venice and Milan, but induced Pope John XXIII, who was hard pressed by Naples, to summon an ecumenical council in German territory. 1414 to 1418, Council of Constance, Kostnitz, at once a council of the empire and in a certain way a European Congress, visited by Italian, German, French, English, and afterwards by Spanish prelates, 5 patriarchs, 33 cardinals, 200 archbishops and bishops, and by numerous princes with imposing trains, so that at times there were as many as 80,000 strangers in the city. The council had 3 objects: 1. Suppression of heresy, causa fidei; 2. Healing of the schism, causa unionis; 3. Reformation of the Church, causa reformationis. The party of reform secured the adoption of the plan of voting by nations, Germans, French, English, Italian, having each 1 common vote. Pope John XXIII, who appeared in person, was first induced to public abdication, but afterwards escaped to Schaffhausen with the help of Frederick, Duke of Austria, who, being put under the ban, was forced to submit. Upon the motion of Gerson, Chancellor of the University of Paris, the council proclaimed its superiority over the Pope, but proceeded to take up the causa fidei next: condemnation of the doctrine of the Englishman Wycliffe, 1327 to 1384, opposition to confession, transubstantiation, and absolution, and the chief missionary and developer of this doctrine, John Hughes, a Bohemian of Czechish descent, born at Husinec, 1369, 1398, professor, 1409, rector of the University of Prague, since of 1412 under the ban, who, relying upon a safe conduct from the emperor, had appeared in Constance. Huss burnt, July 1415, his friend Hieronymus of Prague, 1416. After the execution of Huss, the causa unionis was again taken up. John XXIII was deposed. Gregory XII abdicated voluntarily. Sigismund went to Spain to secure the abdication of Benedict XIII. During the long absence of the emperor, discussion of the causa reformationis. After Sigismund's return, 1417, Benedict XIII was deposed by the council. It was now demanded by the party of reform that a thorough reform of the Church in all its parts should precede the election of a new pope. The Ultramontanes, that is, the Italians, reinforced by the Spaniards as a 5th nation, succeeded in bringing about an immediate election, so that the reform fell through. Martin V elected Pope November 1417, although with the condition defienda reformatione post electionem, dissolved the council 1418, as an agreement could not be reached. The 3 concordats, which were concluded with the Germans, the English, and the Romans, brought about no real abolition of abuses. At Constance in 1415, Sigismund invested Frederick Burgrave of Nuremberg with the mark Brandenburg, the electoral vote, and the office Arch-Chamberlain, as a reward for the important services he had done him, especially at his election and the empire. The ceremony of investiture took place in 1417. Footnote: the mortgaging the mark for a sum of money was only a form. There was no sale, only a remunerative present. End of footnote. 1423. After the extinction of the Ascanian house, Sigismund invested Frederick the Warlike of the House of Wettin, Margrave of Meissen, with the electoral duchy of Saxony, Wittenberg. 1419 to 1436. Hussite War. Terrible indignation of the Bohemians at the execution of Huss. His followers, the Hussites, also called Utraquists, because they demanded communion in both kinds, bread and wine, sub utraque specie, for the laity as well as for the clergy, attempted to spread their doctrine which the council had rejected by force. Revolt in Prague. Žižka, leader of the Hussites. After the death of King Wenzel, 1419, Sigismund was heir to the Bohemian throne. He was crowned in Prague, but was soon obliged to leave the country. The imperial troops were driven back as they entered Bohemia, 1421. Sigismund was disgracefully defeated, 1422, at Deutsch Brod. The Hussites ravaged the neighboring countries. Skillful use of gunpowder and clumsy cannon, ramparts of wagons. The Council of Basel, 1431 to 1449, concluded a treaty with the moderate Hussites. Calixtinians, Compact of Prague, 1433. The Taborites, whose leaders, the two Procops, fell in battle, were defeated and annihilated at Bermisch Brod, 1434. 1420 to 1460, epoch of the greatest power of the secret tribunals of Westphalia, them Gerichte. 1438 to 1740, emperors of the House of Habsburg. 1438 to 1439, Albert II, son-in-law of Sigismund, whom he succeeded in Bohemia and Hungary as well, died after returning from an expedition against the Turks. 1440 to 1493, Frederick III, fourth. Footnote: if Frederick of Austria, opponent and co-regent of Ludwig of Bavaria, be counted, he was Frederick IV. End of footnote. Cousin of Albert, the last emperor, who was crowned in Rome, 1452. He was powerless both in Germany and in his own lands, and involved in war with his brothers. Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, when Pope Pius II, his advisor. Civil war in Switzerland. Zurich allied with Austria, 1440 to 1446. The troops of Zurich defeated by the Confederates. Zurich besieged. At the request of Frederick, Charles VII of France sent the Dauphin, afterwards Louis XI, with the unbridled bands of the Armagnacs against Basel to raise the siege of Zurich. Heroic death of 1600. Confederates at St. Jacob, 1444. Peace with France. Since their victory at Ragas, 1446, over the German troops, the Swiss Confederacy was practically independent. Native kings elected in Hungary and Bohemia, 1457, whom Frederick was obliged to recognize. The reforms resolved upon in the Council of Basel, 1431 to 1449, were abandoned by the Concordat of Vienna, concluded with Pope Eugenius IV, 1446. About 1450, John Gutenberg. Footnote: his family name was Gensfleisch. The name Gutenberg was that of his mother's patrician family. The claim brought forward in the Netherlands that Lorenz Janssen, Coster, and Haarlem was the true inventor of printing, 1423, has been proved by van der Linde to rest upon a forgery. His investigations assign Fust, and especially Schoeffer, a much less important position than has been commonly attributed to them. End of footnote. Practiced at Mainz the art of printing. Johann Fust, Peter Schoeffer. Frederick obliged to give up parts of the Duchy of Austria to his brother and his cousin, besieged by them in Vienna and released by George Podiebrad, King of Bohemia, 1462. The marriage of Frederick's son, Archduke Maximilian, with Mary, daughter and heiress of Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, died 1477, caused several wars with France, and after the death of Mary, 1482, with the revolted Netherlands. Maximilian, however, succeeded in keeping the Burgundian inheritance for his son by Mary, the Archduke Philip. Only the Duchy of Burgundy, La Bourgogne, capital Dijon, fell to France. Frederick III, involved in a war with Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, was driven out of Austria and restored by Maximilian only after the death of Corvinus, 1490. Maximilian, after the extinction of a branch line, received Tyrol, which the House of Habsburg had acquired in 1363, and at Frederick's death was in possession of all the Austrian lands. End of section 50.
Section 51 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 51, Part 2, France. 1270 to 1285, Philip III, Le Hardi, the Rash, a quiet reign whose troubles were mostly from outside. Sicilian Vespers. Philip married his son, Philip IV, Le Bel, the Fair, with Joanna, heiress of Navarre, 1285 to 1314. Systematic introduction and development of the civil Roman law. Increased importance of Parliament, from which ecclesiastics were removed in 1287. In 1302 it was fixed at Paris. The French Parliament was a court, not a legislature. Agreement between Philip and Edward I of England, Edward renouncing his claims upon Normandy, and receiving from Philip 10,000 livres and a guarantee of non-forfeiture for the rest of his French fiefs. 1292 to 1293, conflicts between English and Norman sailors, sack of La Rochelle. Edward I of England, summoned before the court of his suzerain, sent instead his brother, Earl of Lancaster, who surrendered Guyenne to Philip as security for a satisfactory arrangement. Philip hereupon declared Edward's fiefs forfeited by reason of his non-appearance. 1294 to 1297, war between France and England, carried on in Gascony and in Flanders, Philip being successful in both fields. 1299, June 19th, peace was concluded between France and England at Montreuil-sur-Mer, on the basis of present possession as regarded territory, marriage of Edward I and Margaret, sister of Philip IV. 1296 to 1304, quarrel with Pope Boniface VIII. The strife originated in the king's need of money, owing to the growing centralization of government, which led him to tax ecclesiastical property. Bull, Clericis Laicus, forbidding the clergy to pay taxes to the secular government without consent of the Pope, 1296. Philip replied by an ordinance prohibiting the exportation of money or valuables from the kingdom without the king's permission. From these extreme positions, the princes gradually retreated until a reconciliation was patched up. As a private man, the Pope became arbitrator between Philip and Edward, and secured 2/3 of Aquitaine to France, which was, however, again transferred to England by a marriage treaty, wherein Edward was betrothed to Philip's sister Margaret, and his son Edward II to Philip's daughter Isabel. Flanders annexed to France. The quarrel between the king and the Pope broke out afresh in 1301. The bull Ausculta Fili, wherein the Pope asserted his supremacy over all kings, was burned by Philip's order. Remonstrance of the Estates of France with the Pope in 1302. Revolt of Flanders. The French army of feudal barons was totally defeated by Flemish citizens in the Battle of Courtrai, Day of the Spurs, 1302, July 1st. 4,000 gilt spurs were captured by the victors. So many fiefs were vacated that Philip saw the royal power considerably strengthened. Publication of the Decretal Unum Sanctum, November 18, 1302, claiming the supremacy of the spiritual power over the temporal. This was followed by a threat of excommunication. In France, the last bull was seized, and violent measures taken against the Pope. On September 7, 1303, Boniface VIII was seized at Anagni by the king's advisor Nogaret and Characolona, and treated with indignity. He was shortly released by a popular uprising, but finding Rome on his return in French hands, fell ill and died. Philip recognized the independence of Flanders, 1305, June 5th. Benedict XI dying. After 9 months, Philip secured the election of a Frenchman as Clement V. Reconciliation of the Church with the king. 1309. Removal of the papal residence to Avignon, 1309 to 1376. 1307. Arrest of all Knights Templars in France. Trial of the knights on various charges of immorality and heretical doctrines and practices. By the free use of hearsay evidence and of torture, their condemnation was secured, and 54 were burned. Abolition of the order, 1312, by the Pope. Execution of the Grand Master, Jacques de Molay. Confiscation of the lands of the Templars. Annexation of Lyon, hitherto independent through the very number of her claimants, to France, 1312. Death of Philip, November 29, 1314. 1314 to 1316, Louis X, l'Éhoutant, the Quarrelsome, through his mother heir of Navarre. His uncle, Charles of Valois, was the true ruler. Execution of Philip's minister, de Marigny. Serfs permitted to purchase their freedom. Comme selon le droit de nature, chacun doit naître fond. Louis died, June 5, 1316. His brother Philip V, le Long, the Tall, was appointed regent for the queen, who was with child, 1316 to 1322. On the death of the queen's son, soon after birth, Philip proclaimed himself king, and put aside the claims of Jeanne, daughter of Louis X. He decreed that on the basis of ancient Frankish law, no female could succeed to the throne of France, the Salic law. Footnote: Lex Salica, 42.6. De terra vero Salica an mulierum, nulla portio tonsit. Saedac virilis sexus acquerit. This applies strictly to alloidial possessions, and not to fiefs or to the crown. End footnote. Excesses of the Pastoureaux suppressed by force. Attacks upon the lepers and the Jews. Acquisition of Douai, Orchy, Raycel from Flanders. Philip died January 3rd, 1322, and was succeeded by his brother, Charles IV, the Fair, 1322 to 1328. Died January 31st, 1328, without male issue. Jeanne, daughter of Louis X, received Navarre. In France, according to the Salic law, the House of Valois, a younger line of the Capets, succeeded, 1328 to 1498 and 1589.
See family tree on page 257.
1328 to 1350, Philip VI, nephew of Philip IV. Philip was the choice of the feudal barons, who had regained somewhat of their old power since the death of Philip the Fair, but his tyranny alienated his vassals, while his oppressive exactions hampered trade and deprived him of the hearty support of the cities. Quarrel with Edward III of England, springing out of the claim of the English sovereign to the French crown through his mother Isabel, daughter of Philip IV. Alliance with Scotland.
See genealogical table on page 256.
Outbreak of the 100 Years' War between France and England, 1339 to 1453.
Froissart, 1337 to 1410, chronicler of the war.
Naval victory of the English and their allies, the Flemish, Jacob van Artevelde, at Sluis, 1340. Contested succession in Brittany. Jean de Montfort, one claimant, obtained the aid of Edward and recognized him as King of France. Heroism of Marguerite, Countess of Montfort. Landing of Edward in Normandy, 1346. Battle of Crécy in Picardy, 1346. August 26th, victory of the English, use of cannon, death of the blind King John of Bohemia, the father of Charles IV. Footnote: recent investigators reject the story that the 15-year-old Prince of Wales, the Black Prince, took from the helmet of the fallen King John the devise Ich dien. End footnote. 1347, capture of Calais, story of the intercession of Queen Philippa. 1347 to 1349, Black Death in France. Acquisition of Montpellier from James of Aragon, and of the Dauphiné of Vienne from the last Dauphin, Humbert II, who went into a monastery by purchase. Vienne was given to Charles, son of John of Normandy, grandson of Philip. He took the title Dauphin, and on his accession to the throne decreed that the Dauphiné should never be united with the crown. Hence, Dauphin became the title of the heir of the French crown. Origin of the practice of selling offices and titles. First imposition of the gabelle, a tax in the form of control of all salt works by the government. Death of Philip, August 22nd, 1350. He was followed by his son, John II, Le Bon, 1350 to 1364. Feud with Charles the Bad, King of Navarre. Arrest and imprisonment of Charles, 1356. 1356, Battle of Poitiers, properly Maupertuis. September 19th, victory of the Black Prince with 10,000 men over John with 50,000. Capture of John, a prisoner for 4 years. Meanwhile, confusion reigned in France, where the young Dauphin, as regent, was unable to suppress the terrible civil conflicts. 1357 to 1358, insurrection of the bourgeoisie of Paris, led by Etienne Marcel, the provost of the traders, Prévôt de Marchand, who entered into treasonable connection with Charles the Bad, King of Navarre. Meeting of the Estates, abolition of abuses, truce with England for 2 years. Murder of the marshals of Champagne and Normandy in the regent's presence by order of Marcel. The government in the hands of Marcel and a committee of 36. 1358. Peasant war accompanied by horrible cruelties, known as the Jacquerie, under the lead of Guillaume Caillet, called Jacques Bonhomme, which afterwards became the nickname for the lower class in general in France. Murder of Marcel in Paris. 1360. Peace of Bretigny, near Chartres. Edward received Poitou, Guyenne, and Gascony in full sovereignty, but renounced his claim to the French crown, and renounced also all other fiefs in France. Release of John for a ransom. 1363. Burgundy occupied by John on the death of the Queen and her son by her former marriage, Philip, Duke of Burgundy, passing over the claim of Charles of Navarre. The duchy was given to the king's son, Philip the Bold, founder of the Burgundian branch line of Valois. By his marriage with the heiress of Flanders, the new duke laid the foundation of the power of the House of Burgundy in the Netherlands. Return of John to captivity. He died April 8, 1364, and was followed by his son, Charles V, Le Sage, the Wise, 1364 to 1380. In the war between Peter the Cruel of Castile and his brother, Henry of Trastamara, Charles favored the latter, while the former was allied with the Black Prince. Expelled by Bertrand de Giclin, Pedro was restored by the Black Prince. Battle of Nachara, 1367. In 1369, Pedro was killed in personal combat with his brother. Reform of the coinage in France. 1369. Charles declared war on Edward. Du Giclin, 1313 to 1380. Constable of France, 1370. Most of the English possessions in France were again united with the crown of France. Death of the Black Prince, 1376. Death of Charles, September 16, 1380. He was followed by his son, Charles VI, then 11 years old, 1380 to 1422. Quarrels of his uncles, the Dukes of Anjou, of Burgundy, of Bourbon, and of Berry. 1386. Threatened invasion of England comes to naught. Revolt in Ghent under Philip von Artevelde. Crushed by Charles de Clisson, Constable, at the Battle of Rusebeck, 1382. Slaughter of the Flemings. Death of von Artevelde. 1392. Charles being seized with madness, the regency was assumed by the Dukes of Burgundy and Berry, setting aside the Duke of Orléans, the brother of the king. Civil strife between the parties of Burgundy and Orléans. Armagnacs. Footnote. From Bernard, Count of Armagnac, father-in-law of the Duke of Orléans, who became head of the Orléanists about 1410. End footnote. 1407. The Duke of Orléans murdered by order of John, Duke of Burgundy. Cabochian, from one Caboche, a butcher in Paris, overthrown by the Orléanists under the Dauphin. 1415. Henry V of England, landing at Harfleur, captured that city, September 22nd, and, in the Battle of Agincourt, he totally defeated a vastly superior French army, October 15th. Capture of the Dukes of Orléans and Bourbon. Death of the Dauphin, of the king's second son John, and of the Duke of Berry. The Queen Isabeau of Bavaria took refuge with the Duke of Burgundy. Massacre of the Armagnacs at Paris, 1418. Rouen captured by the English. John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, murdered at the bridge of Montereau by the followers of the Dauphin. Tanguy du Châtel. John's son Philip hereupon concluded, with the consent of the Queen, the Treaty of Troyes with the English 1420. Henry V married Catherine, daughter of Charles VI, and became regent and heir of France. Under John the Fearless, 1371 to 1419, and his son Philip the Good, 1396 to 1467, the House of Burgundy reached the summit of its power. Philip made himself master of the inheritance of Jacqueline, daughter of William, Count of Holland, although the Emperor, Sigismund, had declared her lands to be vacant fiefs of the empire. Death of Henry V of England at Vincennes, August 31st, 1422, and of Charles VI of France, October 21st, 1422. The latter was succeeded by his son, Charles VII, who for the present was recognized south of the Loire only, 1422 to 1461. In the north, Henry VI, infant king of England, was acknowledged lord. Duke of Bedford, regent in France, allied with the Duke of Burgundy. Siege of Orleans, 1428. 1429. Jeanne d'Arc, D''Arc, more properly D''Arc, born in Domremy, on the left bank of the Meuse, convinced that she was chosen by heaven to be the deliverer of France, succeeded in obtaining from the king permission to relieve Orleans, the accomplishment of which feat, April 29th to May 8th, earned for her the name Maid of Orleans, La Pucelle. The English driven back, Charles VII crowned at Reims, intrigues against Jeanne at the French court, captured by the Burgundians at Compiègne, 1430, she was delivered to the English, and after a mock trial, condemned for sorcery, and burnt at Rouen, 1431. 1435. The Duke of Burgundy recognized Charles VII, on condition of receiving Auxerre, Mâcon, Péronne, Montdidier, and the towns on the Somme, and being released from feudal homage. Death of the Duke of Bedford. 1436 to 1449. Period of inaction, utilized by Charles VII for the introduction of reforms. Establishment of a permanent tax to be levied by the king without the cooperation of the estates. Abolition of the free companies and institution of regular companies. The beginning of standing armies. Ordinance of Orleans, 1439. 1449 to 1461. Renewal of the war. After some fluctuations of fortune, Talbot in Guyenne, his death 1453, the English lost all their possessions in France, except Calais. 1453. Fall of Constantinople. End of the Eastern Empire. Introduction of Grecian scholars and Grecian writers into Europe. Death of Charles VII, July 22nd, 1461. He was succeeded by his son, Louis XI, who by his shrewdness and perfidy annihilated the power of the great barons and laid the foundation of absolute monarchy, 1461 to 1483. Revocation of the Pragmatic Sanction of Charles VII, issued in 1438 by the Council of Bourges. Declaration of the rights of the Gallican Church, limitation of the power of the papacy in France, appeals to Rome forbidden. 1462. Acquisition of Roussillon and Cerdagne by mortgage. Redemption of Amiens, Availle, and Saint-Quentin from Burgundy. 1464. League of the Public Weal, Ligue du Bien Public. A conspiracy of the Dukes of Brittany, Bourbon, Lorraine, Alençon, Berry, and the Count of Charleroi. Battle of Montlhéry. Louis broke up the League by the concessions of the Treaty of Conflans. Restoration of the towns on the Somme. Normandy granted to the Duke of Berry, the execution of which he evaded. Death of Philip of Burgundy. Accession of his son Charles the Bold, Les Téméraires. Conflict between the Duke and the King. Meeting at Péronne, October 1468. Storm of Liège. 1475. Invasion of France by Edward IV of England in alliance with Burgundy. Meeting at Péquigny, near Amiens, between Louis and Edward. Betrothal of the Dauphin Charles to Edward's eldest daughter. Peace between France and Burgundy. War of Charles the Bold with the Swiss cantons. Defeat of the Duke in the Battle of Grandson. 1476, March 1st. In the Battle of Morton, or Morat, June 22nd. And in the Battle of Nancy, 1477, January 5th,
where Charles was slain.
The Duchy of Burgundy united with the Crown of France, as was likewise Anjou, Provence, and Maine, through the extinction of the House of Anjou, 1480. Annexation of Alençon, Perche, Guyenne during this reign. The king's servants, Olivier le Don, Tristan, l'Hermite. Death of Louis XI, August 30th, 1483. He was succeeded by his son, Charles VIII, 1483 to 1498. Death of the Duke of Brittany, 1488. The coalition of the Emperor, Spain, and England to preserve the independence of the duchy bore no fruit. In 1491, Charles married Anne, daughter of the Duke of Brittany. Peace of Senlis with the Emperor, 1493. Peace of Étampes with England. Cession of Roussillon and Cerdagne to Spain. 1495. Rapid conquest of the Kingdom of Naples, which Charles claimed by inheritance through his father from Charles, Count of Maine and Provence. See family tree, page 261. Which, however, he was soon forced to abandon in consequence of a league between the Pope, the Emperor, the Duke of Milan, Venice, and Spain. End of section 51.
Section 52 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 52, Part 3, Italy. Milan. Since the time of the Emperor Henry VII, 1308 to 1313, under the Visconti as imperial viceroys, since 1395 as dukes. After the extinction of the line of the Visconti, 1447, Milan became for a short time a republic. The condottieri, Francesco Sforza, husband of a daughter of the last Visconti, who served in the pay of Milan, soon seized the power and became Duke of Milan, 1450. Venice. Since 697, one state under a doge, duke. From about 1000 AD, ruler of the Adriatic, increased in power and influence throughout the period of the Crusades. Participation in the so-called Fourth Crusade under the Doge Henry Dandolo, then 94 years of age. After the Crusades and the war with Genoa, which lasted 125 years, Venice was the mistress of the Mediterranean and the trade with the East during the 13th and 14th centuries. Acquisition of Corfu, 1387, of Cyprus by gift of Catherine Cornaro, 1489. The Republic at the height of its power in the first half of the 15th century. Constitution strictly oligarchical. 1172, establishment of the Grand Council with 450 to 500 members, followed by that of the Small Council, Signoria, which limited the power of the doges still more. 1798, closing of the Great Council. Golden Book of the Nobility, 1315. Conspiracies, among others that of the Doge Marino Falerio, executed 1355, led to the creation of the powerful Council of Ten. Since 1439, the three terrible State Inquisitors. Genoa, since the re-establishment of the Greek Empire in the East, a powerful state, especially since the final victory over Pisa in Italy, Sardinia and Corsica. weakened by the war with Venice and by civil disturbances in the second half of the 15th century, subjected now to Milan, now to France. In Florence, after long civil contests, democracy and tyranny having ruled the city in turn since 1282, the family of Medici acquired princely rank about 1400 and brought the city to its highest point of power. Giovanni de' Medici, a rich banker, founder of the power of his family. His son Cosimo, Cosmus, the father of his country, died 1464. Under his grandson Lorenzo, died 1492, development of the arts in Florence. Renovation of the sciences, advanced by Grecian scholars who had fled from the Eastern Empire before the Turks. Dante Alighieri, author of the Divine Comedy, born 1265 at Florence, where he played an important part in the political complications, banished 1302, died at Ravenna, September 14, 1321. Francesco Petrarca, the father of the revival of learning, 1304 to 1374. Giovanni Boccaccio, 1313-1375, author of the Decameron. The Papal States, founded by the presence of Pippin and Charles the Great. In the 12th century, increased by the bequest of the Countess Matilda of Tuscany and other acquisitions. Since Innocent III, completely independent of the empire. Pope Boniface VIII, 1294 to 1303, at variance with Philip IV of France. His successor, Clement V, a Frenchman, transferred the papal residence to Avignon. 1309 to 1376, residence of the popes at Avignon. Babylonish captivity. At Rome, the visionary tribune Cola de Rienzi, 1347, papal senator, 1354. Comtat Venesan in the 13th century, Avignon in the 14th century became the property of the papacy. From 1378 on, there was one pope at Rome, elected by the Italian cardinals, and one at Avignon, elected by the French cardinals, to which number the Council of Pisa, 1409, added a third, until the Council of Constance restored the unity of the Church. Great Schism, 1378 to 1417. At Naples, the House of Anjou. The elder line until 1382, death of Queen Joan I. The younger, Durazzo, until 1435, death of Joan II. See the genealogy, page 261. Sicily, 1282 to 1295, united with Aragon. 1295 to 1409, under a branch of the House of Aragon. After 1409, again united with Aragon, whose king, Alfonso V, 1416 to 1458, conquered Naples in 1435. After his death, 1458, Naples, but not Sicily, descended to his natural son, Ferdinand I, and his successors, until 1501. End of section 52. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 53 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 53, Part 4, England, 1272 to 1307, Edward I, Longshanks. The great events of this reign were the annexation of Wales to England and the introduction of financial, legal, and legislative reforms. Edward was returning from the Seventh Crusade when he heard of his accession at Capua. Devoting a year to Gascony, he reached England and was crowned in 1274. During the Barons' Wars, Wales had become practically independent, and Llewellyn, Prince of North Wales, refused even nominal submission to Edward until 1276-1284, Conquest of Wales. 1277, Edward led an army into Wales and forced the prince to cede the coast district as far as Conway and do homage for the rest. 1282, insurrection of Llewellyn and his brother David. After hard fighting, the death of Llewellyn, December 1282, and the capture of David, hanged, drawn, and quartered, September 1283, led to the complete submission of the country. No massacre of the Bards. 1284, annexation of Wales to England. After this, the title Prince of Wales was generally given to the heir of the crown. 1289, return of the king from a 3 years' absence in Gascony, punishment of the oppressive judges. 1290, expulsion of the Jews from England, over 16,000. 1291, death of the Queen Eleanor, daughter of Ferdinand III of Castile, erection of crosses along the route by which the body was carried from Lincolnshire to London. Those at Northampton and Waltham still exist. 1292, Balliol, whom Edward had decided to be the rightful heir to the Scottish throne, did homage for the fief and became King of Scotland. After the death of Alexander III of Scotland, the crown passed to his granddaughter Margaret, the Maid of Norway, to whom Edward had betrothed his son, but she died on the voyage from Norway, 1290, and 13 claimants for the crown appeared. The Scottish estates being unable to decide between the two strongest claimants, Balliol and Bruce, referred the case to Edward. See the genealogy, page 265. 1293, hostilities between English sailors from the Cinque Ports, Dover, Sandwich, Hastings, Hythe, Romney. Footnote: these towns, to which Winchelsea, Rye, and Seaford were afterwards added, possessed peculiar privileges. They were under the care of the warden of the Cinque Ports. Their representatives in Parliament were known as barons. The towns were fortified under William I. End of footnote. And French mariners resulted in a naval battle. Philip IV of France summoned Edward to Paris to answer for the occurrence. As a step in the negotiations, the fortresses of Guyenne were temporarily placed in Philip's hands, whereupon he declared Edward contumacious and his fiefs forfeited. 1294, rebellion of Maddock in Wales suppressed. 1294, war with France, followed by war with Scotland, which joined France. 1296, capture of Berwick, massacre of the inhabitants, defeat of the Scots at Dunbar. Balliol resigned the crown and was imprisoned. Scotch coronation stone carried to London. Scotland under an English regent. 1297, revolt of the Scots under Sir William Wallace, defeat of the regent. Edward's demands for money from the clergy being refused. Bull Clericus Laicus, 1296, the recalcitrant clergy were placed under the ban. In 1297, the king summoned the barons to follow him to Flanders. The resistance of the lords ended with the acquiescence of the king in the reissue of the Great Charter and the Forest Charter, Confirmatio Chartarum, in 1297, with additional articles by which the right of taxation without the consent of Parliament was renounced. 1301. 1298 truce with France enabled Edward to invade Scotland. At the Battle of Falkirk, July 22nd, the Scots under Wallace were completely defeated. Appeal to the Pope, who laid claim to the suzerainty over Scotland, a claim which was rejected by the English lords in 1301. 1303, Peace of Amiens with France. Edward had previously married Margaret, sister of Philip IV, and betrothed his son Edward to Philip's daughter Isabella. Invasion of Scotland, submission of Bruce and Comyn. 1305, execution of Wallace, who had been betrayed to the English. 1306, opposing claims of Bruce and Comyn. Murder of Comyn, coronation of Robert Bruce, March 27. 1307, July 7, death of Edward I on his way to Scotland. Legal and legislative reforms under Edward. 1275, First Statute of Westminster, a codification of previous statutes, grant of a regular tax on exported wool, and of a 15th of movable property. These forms of taxation, the indirect customs duties, and the taxation of personal estate, were intended to supplement the older land tax, which they gradually surpassed in importance. Separation of the old King's Court into 3 tribunals: Court of Exchequer for cases where the royal revenue was involved, Court of King's Bench with jurisdiction in all matters concerning the sovereign, and in criminal cases especially reserved for his decision, pleas of the Crown, Court of Common Pleas for cases between private individuals. Development of the jurisdiction of 1. The Royal Council, later the Star Chamber, 2. Of the Chancellor, in cases where relief could not be obtained by the ordinary or common law. This higher jurisdiction, emanating directly from the sovereign, was known as equity. 1279, Statute of Mortmain, de religiosis, forbidding the alienation of land to religious bodies, whereby it became free from feudal dues without the permission of the king. 1285, Statute of Winchester, regulating the militia and the preservation of public order. Conservators of the peace, later called Justices of the Peace, appointed in every shire to execute the provisions of the statute. Second Statute of Westminster, amending the Statute of Mortmain. 1290, Third Statute of Westminster, Quia Emptoris, providing that when land was alienated, the subtenant should hold directly of the overlord and not of the tenant. 1295, Summons of the First Perfect Parliament, clergy, barons, summoned severally by a special writ, commons summoned by writ to the sheriffs, directing the election of 2 knights from each shire, 2 citizens from each city, 2 burghers from each borough. 1297, de tallagio non concedendo, prohibiting the imposition of taxation without the consent of Parliament. 1307 to 1327, Edward II, fourth son of Edward I, peace with Scotland, Aymer de Valence, governor, recall of the king's favourite Piers Gaveston, a Gascon who had been banished by Edward I, marriage of Edward II with Isabella of France. Gaveston soon incurred the hatred of the barons, and he was banished 1308, soon, however, to be recalled. 1310, government entrusted to 21 ordainers. 1311, ordinances of the Parliament of 1311, presented by the ordainers, reform of abuses, punishment of favorites, appointment of great officers by and with the consent and approval of the barons, consent of the barons necessary for declaration of war, parliaments to be called every year, execution of Gaveston, 1312. The successes of Bruce in Scotland, capture of Linlithgow, 1311, Perth, 1312, Edinburgh, 1313, siege of Stirling, 1314, produced a temporary reconciliation between the king and the barons. Edward marched to Scotland with 100,000 men, and in the Battle of Bannockburn, June 24th, 1314, was totally defeated by 30,000 foot soldiers under Robert Bruce. The king's new favorites, the two dispensers, father and son, were as displeasing to the nobility as Gaveston had been. In 1321, Parliament decreed the exile of the favorites. Edward showed unexpected energy. At the Battle of Boroughbridge, Bridge, the Earl of Lancaster, the leader of the barons, was defeated and captured, executed March 1322. Repeal of the ordinances of 1311. After an unsuccessful invasion of Scotland, Edward concluded peace for 13 years with Bruce, whose assumption of the royal title was passed over in silence, 1323. Isabella sent to France in 1325 to treat with Charles IV concerning the English fiefs in France, intrigued with Roger Mortimer and other hostile barons, and in 1326 landed in England, capture of Bristol, execution of the dispensers, imprisonment of the king. 1327, deposition of Edward II in Parliament, accession of his son Edward. Edward, imprisoned in Berkeley Castle, was there murdered September 21, 1327. 1327 to 1377, Edward III, Council of Regency, Earl of Lancaster, Edward being but 15 years of age, the Queen and Mortimer the true rulers. 1328, unsuccessful war with Scotland, James, Earl of Douglas, Treaty of Northampton, Bruce recognized as king, and feudal superiority of the English crown renounced. 1330, Edward took the government into his own hands, execution of Mortimer, imprisonment of the Queen Mother. The death of Robert Bruce, 1329, was followed by civil war in Scotland, during which Edward Balliol seized the crown. Bruce's infant son David fled to France. Balliol did homage to Edward, which induced a revolt of the Scottish nobles. Balliol driven over the border, Edward hastened north, defeated the Scots in the Battle of Halidon Hill, 1333, near Barwick. Henceforward this town belonged to England. Balliol restored to the Scottish throne. Scotland south of the Forth ceded to England, and homage rendered for the remainder. Alliance between the patriotic party in Scotland and France. 1337, war with France, the 100 Years' War. Edward claimed the French crown in right of his mother. 1341, completion of the separation of Parliament into an upper house Lords, composed of the nobility, and a lower house Commons, composed of the representatives of boroughs and the knights of shires. The process of separation had begun as far back as the reign of Edward I. The responsibility of ministers, established by Act of Parliament, revoked by the king in the same year. 1342, David Bruce returned to Scotland and recovered the throne. Scotland henceforward independent. 1346, Battle of Neville's Cross, near Durham, defeat of the Scots, capture of David II, who was retained in captivity until 1357, Battle of Crecy, 1348-49, Black Death in England, more than half of the population perished. As the visitations of the plague were especially heavy among the lower classes, a scarcity of labor and rise of wages followed, which led to the passing of the Statute of Laborers, regulating wages. In the next year, 1350, laborers were forbidden to leave their own parish. 1356, Edward invaded and ravaged Scotland, but won no lasting success. Battle of Poitiers. In 1357, David II was ransomed. 1360, Peace of Bretigny. renunciation of the French crown and of Normandy, Anjou, Maine, Touraine, cession in full sovereignty to England of Aquitaine, Gascony, Guyenne, Poitou, Saintonge, the Limousin, and the Anjoumois, Périgord, Bigorre, Rouergue, Ponthieu, Guisnes, Calais. 1361, return of the Black Death, popular discontent, preaching of John Ball, William Longland, author of Piers Plowman. 1369, final visitation of the Black Death. 1370, capture of Limoges by the Black Prince, massacre of the inhabitants, death of the Black Prince, June 8, 1376. 1371, John of Gaunt, fourth son of Edward III, married the daughter of Pedro the Cruel of Castile and assumed the title of King of Castile. Loss of all the English possessions in France except Bordeaux, Calais, and Bayonne. Peace for 3 years, 1374. 1376, the Good Parliament. Opposition of William of Wykeham and Peter de la Mare, Speaker of the Commons, to John of Gaunt. Punishment of favourites. Reformation of the arbitrary royal council, Concilium Ordinarium. After the dissolution of the Parliament, John of Gaunt disregarded its enactments. To William of Wykeham he opposed John Wycliffe, 1327 to 1384, who taught that the property of the clergy was at the disposal of the Crown. 1377, June 20, death of Edward III. During this reign, the crime of treason was defined by the Statute of Treason, 1351. Transfer of a suit to foreign courts was prohibited, 1353. Future Statute of Premunire. Parliament acquired the power of impeachment. Trial by jury assumed a more modern form. Separation of the old jury into a jury proper and witnesses. A poll tax was introduced, 1377. English was directed to be used in courts of law, 1361. In Ireland, the Statute of Kilkenny, 1367, prohibited intermarriage of the English and Irish, and supplanted the native language and customs by English. 1377 to 1399, Richard II, son of the Black Prince, 12 years old. The king was in the hands of Parliament, and his uncles, the Dukes of Lancaster, John of Gaunt, York, and Gloucester, were excluded from the regency. The war with France and Scotland requiring money, a poll tax was assessed in 1379 and again in 1380. 1381, revolt of the peasants under John Ball and Wat Tyler, capture of London, burning of the Duke of Lancaster's palace, the Savoy. Wat Tyler killed by Walworth, mayor of London. Suppression of the revolt, disregard of the charter abolishing serfdom, which Richard had at first granted. Villenage was, however, doomed. Wycliffe's doctrines spread by his poor preachers. Denial of transubstantiation, 1381. Wycliffe's adherents nicknamed Lollards by their opponents. Wycliffe's translation of the Bible. 1388, Battle of Chevy Chase, Otterbourne, between Lord Henry Percy and the Earl of Douglas, defeat of the English, Ballad of Chevy Chase. Quarrel between Richard and his favourites, Robert de Vere, Michael de la Pole, and the Parliament. In 1386, continual council under the Duke of Gloucester for 1 year. Defeat of the king, impeachment of Vere and others before the wonderful Parliament, 1388. In 1389, Richard took the government into his own hands. 1393, Statute of Premunire, prohibiting the introduction of papal bulls. 1396, Richard married Isabella, daughter of Charles VI of France, and concluded peace for 26 years. 1397, imprisonment and death of the Duke of Gloucester. Impeachment of the Earls of Arundel, Warwick, Nottingham, Derby. Arundel was executed, Warwick imprisoned for life. Nottingham was made Duke of Norfolk. Derby, Henry Bolingbroke, son of John of Gaunt, Duke of Hereford. 1398, quarrel between Hereford and Norfolk. The king forbade their combat and banished Norfolk for life, Hereford for 6 years. Richard made an expedition to Ireland, where the isolation of the English, who were settled within the conquered district, the so-called English Pale, Drogheda, Dublin, Wexford, Waterford, Cork, had rendered them almost independent of England. During his absence, Henry Bolingbroke, since the death of his father, Duke of Lancaster, landed in England, 1399. Richard returned from Ireland only to be captured, deposed, and imprisoned in the castle of Pontefract. Murdered? Geoffrey Chaucer died 1400. Canterbury Tales. 1399 to 1461. House of Lancaster, a branch of the House of Plantagenet. 1399 to 1413. Henry IV, under which name the Duke of Lancaster ascended the throne, the claims of Edward Mortimer, Earl of March, the true heir, being passed over. 1400. Conspiracy of the Earls of Rutland, Huntingdon, Salisbury, Kent, and Spencer suppressed. Revolt of Wales under Owen Glendower. Defeat of Sir Edmund Mortimer, 1402. 1402. A Scottish inroad under the Earl of Douglas, defeated at Homildon Hill. Capture of Douglas. As Henry refused to allow the ransom of Edward Mortimer, he being the uncle of the young Earl of March, the true heir to the crown, a conspiracy was formed against him by Harry Percy, Hotspur, brother-in-law of Mortimer, to whose family the king was largely indebted for his throne, who induced his father, the Earl of Northumberland, and his uncle, the Earl of Worcester, to join with himself, Glendower, and Douglas, and take up arms. In the Battle of Shrewsbury, July 21st, 1403, the conspirators were defeated. Harry Percy was killed and Douglas taken. Conspiracy of Mowbray and Scroop, Archbishop of York, execution of the conspirators. 1405, capture of James, heir of the Scottish throne, while on his way to the court of France. James was a second son of Robert III of Scotland. The eldest Duke of Rothesay had been starved to death by the king's brother, Duke of Albany, and detained in England until 1423. 1408, defeat of the Earl of Northumberland and Lord Bardolph at Bramham Moor, death of the former. 1413, March 20, death of Henry IV. 1413 to 1422, Henry V, Monmouth, while prince companion of wild rakes, as king energetic and brave. Trial and condemnation for heresy of Sir John Oldcastle, Lord Cobham, a friend of the king. Oldcastle escaped from prison, and a rising of the Lollards assumed formidable proportions. It was, however, easily suppressed. Oldcastle captured and burned, 1417. 1415, conspiracy of the Earl of Cambridge, Lord Scrope, and Sir Thomas Grey detected. Execution of the conspirators. 1415 to 1420, war with France. 1415, October the 25th, Battle of Agincourt. 1417, second invasion of France. In England, unsuccessful Scottish inroad, the Foul Raid. 1420, May 21st, Peace of Troyes. Henry married Catherine, daughter of Charles VII of France, and was accepted as regent and heir of the crown. 1421, third invasion of France. Death of Henry at Vincennes. August 31st, 1422, use of English in the House of Commons. Sir Richard Whittington, thrice Lord Mayor of London. 1422 to 1461, Henry VI, Windsor, not quite 9 months old at his father's death. Parliament refused to appoint a regency and named the king's uncle, Duke of Gloucester, protector in the absence of his brother, the Duke of Bedford, who was regent in France. 1423, liberation of James I of Scotland, after the conclusion of an agreement with the English not to assist one another's enemies. 1422 to 1453, war in France, expulsion of the English, Joan of Arc. 1437, James I of Scotland murdered by the Earl of Atholl and Robert Graham. 1445, marriage of Henry VI with Margaret, daughter of René, titular king of Naples and Jerusalem. Henry promised to restore to René his hereditary lands of Anjou and Maine. This marriage was the work of William de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, soon made a duke, whose influence at court surpassed that of the earlier adviser, Cardinal Beaufort, died 1447. Arrest and suspicious death of the Duke of Gloucester. The loss of Normandy was followed by the impeachment of Suffolk, who was banished by Henry but seized at sea and put to death, 1450. 1450, rebellion of Jack Cade, Mortimer. The insurgents occupied London and murdered Lord Say, one of the ministers. The rebellion was soon suppressed, and Cade, while in hiding, was killed by Alexander Iden. The government now passed into the hands of Richard, Duke of York, grandson of the 5th son of Edward III, son of Anna Mortimer, heiress of the claims of the third line, who returned to England from Ireland. His power, however, was not enough to oust his rival, the Duke of Somerset, grandson of John of Gaunt, and in 1452 he was induced to dismiss his army and then forced to swear allegiance. 1452 James II of Scotland murdered William, Earl of Douglas, defection of the Douglases to England. 1453 Battle of Castillon in France, death of Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, surrender of Bordeaux. Of all the English possessions in France, Calais alone was left in their hands. 1453 Birth of Prince Edward, son of Henry VI, insanity of Henry, the Duke of York protector, imprisonment of Somerset, the recovery of the king in 1454 was followed by the restoration of Somerset to power. The Duke of York, the Earls of Salisbury and Warwick, now took up arms against Henry and his advisers. 1455 to 1485, Wars of the Red Rose of Lancaster and the White Rose of York. See the genealogical table, page 273. May 22nd, 1455, Battle of St. Albans, York victorious, death of Somerset, capture of Henry, a hollow reconciliation, 1458, was followed by a new resort to arms at the Battle of Blore Heath, September 23, 1459. The Lancastrians were defeated. The victory was a barren one for York. Defection in his army caused him to abandon the contest and retire to Ireland. Flight of Yorkist leaders, York and his party attainted of treason by the Parliament of Coventry. 1460, landing of the Earls of Salisbury, March, afterwards Edward IV, and Warwick in England. In the Battle of Northampton, July 10, 1460, the Lancastrians were defeated. Capture of Henry, flight of Margaret and her son to Scotland. The Duke of York entered London and preferred his claim to the crown. Parliament decided that he should succeed Henry. Battle of Wakefield, December 30th, 1460, defeat of York by the Queen and Prince Edward. York fell on the field. The Earl of Salisbury and the Earl of Rutland, son of York, were killed. February 2nd, 1461, Battle of Mortimer's Cross, near Hereford, defeat of the Lancastrians by the son of the Duke of York, Edward, Earl of March, now Duke of York. February 17, Second Battle of St. Albans, defeat of the Yorkists under Warwick, release of Henry. The Earl of March, however, came to the rescue, joined the remnants of Warwick's army with his own, and entered London, where he was proclaimed king by acclamation, March 3rd, 1461. 1461 to 1485, House of York, branch line of the House of Plantagenet. 1461 to 1483, Edward IV. The early part of his reign was disturbed by constant attempts of the Lancastrians to overthrow the new dynasty. 1461, March 27th, Battle of Ferry Bridge, defeat of the Lancastrians, March 29th. Battle of Towton, after a most obstinate fight, Edward and Warwick prevailed, and the Lancastrians were totally defeated, said to have lost 28,000 men. Edward was crowned June 28th, and his brothers George and Richard were created dukes, Clarence and Gloucester. In 1462, Margaret obtained assistance from France and made 2 attempts to retrieve the Lancastrian cause, but both were unsuccessful. Henry retired to Wales, Margaret to Lorraine. A final uprising of the Lancastrians was crushed at Hedgeley Moor and at Hexham, 1464. 1464, secret marriage of Edward with Elizabeth Grey, daughter of Richard Woodville, Baron Rivers, and widow of Sir John Grey, a Lancastrian. This marriage and the advancement conferred on the family of the new queen much exasperated the Earl of Warwick and the other Yorkists. The dissatisfaction of Warwick was increased by the marriage of Edward's sister Margaret with the Duke of Burgundy, and he intrigued with the Duke of Clarence, giving him his daughter in marriage and promising him the crown. Revolt of William of Rydesdale in 1469. Execution of the Queen's father, Earl Rivers. Edward became reconciled with Warwick, but a victory over the insurgents at Stamford, Losecoat Field, 1470, so strengthened the king that he proclaimed Warwick and Clarence traitors, and they fled to France. Reconciliation of Warwick and Margaret. 1470, Warwick landed in England, occupied London, and proclaimed Henry, who had been in prison since 1465, king. Edward fled to Burgundy, but returning with assistance was well received and joined by Clarence. Re-imprisonment of Henry. 1471, April 4th, Battle of Barnet, the Lancastrians under Warwick, the kingmaker totally defeated. May 4th, Battle of Tewkesbury, defeat of Margaret, who was captured, murder of her son Edward. Henry VI died in the Tower, May 22nd, the day when Edward IV re-entered London. 1475 invasion of France by Edward, who in connivance with the Duke of Burgundy claimed the French crown. Subscriptions, supposed to be voluntary benevolences, without consent of Parliament, now first introduced to raise money for this invasion. The war was ended without a battle by the Peace of Bekere, 1475. Truce for 7 years, payment of a large annual sum to England, ransom of Margaret, betrothal of the Dauphin to Edward's eldest daughter Elizabeth. 1478. 5. Trial and condemnation of Clarence for treason. He was executed in the Tower. Popular report that he was drowned in a butt of Malmsey. 1480. War with Scotland, which was ended by the Treaty of Fotheringay, wherein Berwick was surrendered to the English. As Louis XI now refused to consent to the marriage of the Dauphin with Edward's daughter as arranged by the Treaty of Bekere, Edward resolved on war, but died suddenly April 9, 1483. 1483, April to June, Edward V, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, regent for the 13-year-old king. The king and his brother, Duke of York, confined in the Tower. Richard created protector. Execution of Lord Hastings. Gloucester advanced a claim to the crown based on the asserted invalidity of Edward III's marriage with Elizabeth Woodville. The claim being admitted by Parliament, Richard accepted the crown June the 26th. 1483 to 1485, Richard III. The new king began his reign by a progress in the north, murder of the two princes in the Tower, Tyrrell and Dighton. The Duke of Buckingham, to whose services Richard largely owed the crown, headed an insurrection in favor of Henry, Earl of Richmond, great-great-grandson of John of Gaunt. Execution of Buckingham, return of Richmond to France without landing. 1484, confirmation of Richard's title by Parliament. The following table shows the derivation of Buckingham from Edward III. See genealogical table, page 275. In 1485, Richmond made another attempt, landed at Milford Haven, and completely defeated Richard in the Battle of Bosworth Field, August the 22nd, 1485, where Richard was slain. In 1471, William Caxton, printer, established a press at Westminster. In 1474, he published The Game and Play of Chess, the first book printed in England. End of section 53.
Section 54 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 54. Part 5, Spanish Peninsula. Spain. The Moors in Spain were, since 1238, confined to the Kingdom of Granada, where agriculture, commerce, and industry flourished. Wars with the Christian kingdoms, occasionally in alliance with Morocco. 1492. Conquest of Granada and union of the kingdom with Castile. The kingdoms of Castile and Aragon during this period were involved in constant wars, ever renewed and of varying fortune, with the Moors and with one another. In both kingdoms, bloody wars of succession and civil wars. Of the kings of Castile may be mentioned, in the 13th century, Sancho IV, and in the 14th, Peter the Cruel and Henry the Bastard, the first of whom was aided in his war with Henry for the throne by England. Victory of the Black Prince at Najara, 1367, the latter by France. Mercenary bands or free companies under Bertrand de Grazelin. Peter defeated and killed at Montiel in 1369. Peter III, 1276 to 1285, of Aragon, acquired the crown of Sicily, which he bequeathed to his second son James, while his eldest son, Alfonso III, succeeded him in Aragon. His successor, Peter IV, curbed the excessive power of the nobility of Aragon. In 1410, after the extinction of the royal family of Catalonia, a Castilian prince, Ferdinand, ascended the throne of Aragon. His grandson, Ferdinand the Catholic, 1479 to 1516, by the marriage which he had made before his elevation to the throne with Isabella, heiress of Castile, laid the foundation for the final union of the two kingdoms. Portugal. The legitimate line of Burgundy became extinct 1383 and was succeeded by the illegitimate Burgundian line. Heroic age of Portugal, which now reached its greatest power. Conquests, Ceuta, Tangier, formation of a Christian kingdom of Algarve on the northern coast of Africa. Voyages and discoveries under the patronage of the infant Henry the Navigator, 1394 to 1460, discovery of Porto Santo and Madeira, 1418 to 19, Cape Verde, 1445, Azores, 1447, Cape Verde Islands, 1455. End of section 54. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 55 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History, by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 55, Part 6, The North and East. Denmark, Norway, Sweden. Each a united kingdom from about 850 on, converted to Christianity about 1000. These three kingdoms were united by the Union of Kalmar, 1397. Margaret, Queen of Denmark, daughter of Valdemar IV, married Hakon VI of Norway, and after the death of Hakon succeeded to the throne, at first for her minor son, died 1387. The crown of Sweden was transferred to her by the estates of that kingdom. The union lasted, interrupted by Sweden, to 1524. Russia. From 862 to 1598, under the House of Rurik, converted by Vladimir the Great in 988, soon divided into many principalities, which were in theory subordinate to the Grand Prince of Kiev, but practically were tolerably independent. During the supremacy of the Mongols in Russia, which endured 250 years, there grew up a new Grand Principality, that of Moscow, which after the devastation of Kiev by the Mongols in 1239, and its conquest by the Lithuanians in 1320, became the national center of Russia. After a long contest, the Mongol supremacy in Russia was overthrown in 1480 by Ivan III the Great, the founder of the United Monarchy. The Republic of Novgorod was subjugated in 1478. Poland. Under the Piasts, 1840 to 1370, Christian about 1000, involved in war with Germany, with the heathen Prussians, later with the Teutonic Knights, and with Russia. The last king of this house was Casimir the Great. Short union with Hungary under Louis the Great, 1370 to 1382. Louis's young daughter, Hedwig, married the Grand Duke of Lithuania, Vladislav II. Jagiello, whereby Poland and Lithuania were united under the House of Jagiello from 1386 to 1572. Conversion of Lithuania. Prussia. Conquered in the 13th century by the Teutonic Order, since 1309 residence of the Grand Master at Marienburg. The order attained its greatest power under Winrich von Kniprod, 1351 to 1382, beginning of a gradual decline. Defeat of the order by the Poles at Tannenberg, 1410. The energy and daring of Henry of Plauen brought about the advantageous first Peace of Thorn in 1411. The revolt of the Prussian nobles in the country and the cities and their alliance with Poland led to the second Peace of Thorn in 1466. West Prussia and Ermeland ceded to Poland. The order retained East Prussia as a Polish fief. Hungary. Toward the close of the 9th century, Hungary was occupied by the Finnish tribe of Magyars. Footnote: Vambury, Ursprung die Magyaren, endeavors to prove the Turkish origin of this people. They were at all events Turanian. The translator. End of footnote. Until 1301, under the reigning house of the Arpads. Introduction of Christianity by the Duke Geza and his son St. Stephen, the first king of Hungary, crowned 1000. Extensive immigration of Germans. Ecclesiastical division of the country into 10 bishoprics. Political division to 72 counties. Gespenschaften. Formation of a powerful aristocracy. Magnates. The Golden Bull extorted from King Andrew II, contemporary of the Emperor Frederick II, after his return from a crusade, is the foundation of the privileges of the Hungarian nobility. After the extinction of the Arpads, Hungary came under the House of Anjou, 1308 to 1382, period of greatest power under Louis the Great, 1342 to 1382, who in 1370 succeeded to the throne of Poland also. Under Sigismund of the House of Luxembourg, 1387 to 1437, beginning of the decline of the kingdom. Albert of Austria, 1438 to 1439, and afterwards Vladislav III of Poland, elected king. The latter fell at Varna, 1444, in battle against the Turks, whereupon Albert's minor son, Ladislaus Postumus, was succeeded. The Chancellor of the kingdom, John Hunyadi, defeated the Turks at Belgrade, 1456. After his death and that of Ladislaus, Hunyadi's son, Matthias Corvinus, became king, 1458 to 1490. After his brilliant reign, Hungary was united with Bohemia under Ladislaus II of the House of Jagiello, and the succession was secured to the Archduke Maximilian of Austria. Turks-Mongols in the Eastern Empire. Supremacy of the Ottoman Turks, Turkoman nomads founded in Asia Minor by Osman I about 1300. His successors, Erchin Murad I and Bajazet I, extended Turkish power during the 14th century to the confines of Europe, Adrianople, residence of the sovereigns in 1365. The development of the Osmanic power was temporarily checked by the Mongols under Timur Lenk, i.e. the Lame, commonly called Tamerlane or Timur the Tatar, Bajazet being defeated and captured in 1402 at Angora. One of Bajazet's successors, Muhammad II, destroyed the Eastern Empire, which had been under the rule of the Paleologi since 1261, by the conquest of Constantinople in 1453. Flight of Grecian scholars to Italy, they taught in the universities, and gave the impulse to a new study of Grecian literature. China. In 1403, the rebellious Prince Yen succeeded to the throne under the name Young Lo, 1403 to 1425, and proved an efficient ruler, carrying his arms into Tartary and annexing Cochin China and Tonkin to China. Under Xian Ti, 1426 to 1436, Cochin China revolted. Qingtung, 1436 to 1465, fell into the hands of the Tatars in 1450, and remained a prisoner until released by a Chinese victory in 1457. The quiet reigns of Qinghua, 1465 to 1488, and Hongqi, 1488 to 1506, were unmarked by important events. Japan. Under the domination of the Ashikaga shoguns, 1336 to 1573, whose founder, Ashikaga Takauji, set up a rival emperor, Japan was under two dynasties, the southern, legitimate, at Yoshino, the northern, usurpers, at Kyoto. The true sovereigns, meantime, were the shoguns at Kyoto. The period is a dark one, filled with constant wars between the dynasties and civil wars in Kyoto. It is curious to reflect that in the midst of these wretched wars, Columbus was sending messengers into the interior of Cuba charged with letters to the sovereign of Japan, whereby he hoped to open communication for Spain with a monarch whose power was as limitless as his wealth. End of section 55.
Section 56 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 56. 3. Modern History. First Period. From the Discovery of America to the Peace of Westphalia, 1492 to 1648. Part 1. Inventions, Discoveries, and Colonies. 3 inventions whose discovery belongs to the Middle Age, but which came into more common use at the beginning of the modern period, have played a very important part in the total change in society which followed. 1. The magnetic needle, probably early discovered by the Chinese, applied in navigation, compass, in the East in the 13th century, in the West at the beginning of the 14th by Flavio Gioja. This invention materially advanced the discoveries of the new era. 2. Gunpowder, probably introduced into Europe from Asia, China, India, Arabia. According to a tradition whose truth can no longer be maintained, invented by the monk Berthold Schwarz at Freiburg in the Breisgau, 1354. It was first used in Europe about the middle of the 14th century. The new class of weapons thus introduced were at first in the highest degree imperfect and of but little value, but their improvement gradually brought about a complete revolution in military science and art, and thereby led to the destruction of chivalry. Standing armies took the place of the feudal levies, and aided the princes to triumph over the lower orders of feudal nobility. 3. Printing, which was more widely spread after the conquest of Mainz, 1462, had scattered the assistance of Faust to various lands. This invention would, however, have very largely failed of its effect but for the improvement made about the same time in the manufacture of paper. 1492. Discovery of America by Columbus, Colon. For details and the further course of discovery, see later sections. 1498. Ocean route to the East Indies discovered by Vasco da Gama. After the Canary Islands, Madeira, and the Azores had been discovered by daring sailors, especially Italians, in the first half of the 14th century, but had since been partially forgotten, the Portuguese, at the instance of the Infant Henry the Navigator, began in 1415 to push southward along the coast of Africa in order to find the way to India. The death of Henry, 1460, interrupted the progress of discovery for a considerable time, but in 1486 Bartholomeus Diaz reached Cabo Tormentosa, called by John II Cabo de Buena Esperanza, Cape of Good Hope, and in 1489 Vasco da Gama landed on the coast of Malabar, Calicut. Martin Behaim of Nuremberg, author of the celebrated Globe, still preserved in that city, which shows the state of geographical knowledge just before the discovery of America, 1492, was in the service of the King of Portugal. The Eastern trade, in silks, cotton, pearls, spices, and other luxuries, had been carried on partly by land through Central Asia, and partly across the Isthmus of Suez and the Red Sea, and across Arabia and through the Persian Gulf. The conquests of Islam, and especially the capture of Constantinople, had greatly diminished the number of profitable routes, so that the discovery of a new route became of great importance, especially to the maritime nations of Western Europe, who had been excluded from trade with the East, wherein the merchant republics of Italy, Pisa, Genoa, Venice, had grown rich and powerful. The Portuguese attempted the eastern route around Africa. Columbus found at the court of Spain patrons willing to try the experiment of a western route, at once, according to the data with which he reckoned, shorter and simpler. The success of the Portuguese struck a mortal blow at the prosperity of Alexandria and the great cities of Italy, and secured a monopoly of the eastern trade to Portugal for 100 years, after which it passed into the hands of the Dutch and English. The failure of Columbus had a still greater importance in history, disclosing a new world where immigrants from the old should develop new political constitutions and new social conditions. The Portuguese power in the East Indies was founded by the Viceroy Almeida, 1504 to 1509, and especially by Albuquerque, 1509 to 1515. 1519 to 1522, first voyage around the world under Ferdinand Magellan, a Portuguese who had entered the Spanish service. Passage to the Pacific through the Straits of Magellan. Magellan was killed in 1521 on one of the Philippine Islands. End of section 56. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 57 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History, by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 57, Part 2, America. It is probable that as early as 1000, the Northmen who had occupied Iceland since 874 and had thence made settlements in Greenland, 985, had not only discovered but had tried to colonize the continent of America, Vinland. Footnote: more than a dozen claims to the discovery or attempts at the discovery of America before Columbus have been preferred by various nationalities, a brief list of which is here appended. 1. Saint Brandon, 565, and Saint Maclovius Malo in the 6th century. 2. 7 Spanish bishops, 714 or 734. Island of 7 cities, also called Antilia, a name afterwards transferred to the Antilles. 3. Buddhist priests from China, 458, followed by Hoi Shin, 499. Discovered Fu Sang. See Leland, Fu Sang, for arguments in favor of this discovery. 4. Basques, Juan de Lestrade, about 1000. 5. Northmen, 986. 6. Ari Marson from Limerick in Ireland, 982. Discovered Huit Raman land, white man's land, or Erland it Mikla, Great Ireland. South Carolina, Florida. He was succeeded by Bjarni Asbrandsson, 999, and Goodleaf Goodlangson, 1029. 7. Arabians, Almagruans, in the 11th century. 8. Madoc ap Gwynedd, a Welsh prince, 1170. 9. Bedino and Guido Vivalda, 1281. Theodoro Doria and Ugolino Vivalda, 1292. Venetians. 10. Niccolo and Antonio Zeno, 1380-90. This discovery involves an older one made by a fisherman of Frieslande about 1360. 11. Corderio, 1403. 12. Zakolny, a Polish pilot, 1476. 13. Alonso Sanchez de Helva, 1484. The pilot who, as some claim, died in the house of Columbus, leaving his journal in the latter's hands. 14. Martin Beheim, 1484. 15. Cousin, and Pinzon from Dieppe, 1487. This discovery of America has been assigned to still other races by disputants over the origin of the American Indians, among which may be mentioned Egyptians, Tyrians, Phoenicians, Canaanites, Norwegians, Chinese, Iberians, Scythians, Tatars, Jews, the Lost Tribes, Romans, Malays. There is also the theory of settlement by the inhabitants of Atlantis and of a new creation. It is pleasant, from a patriotic standpoint, to state that it has been recently asserted that Europe was originally populated from America. End of footnote. 986. Bjarni Herjulfsson saw the coast of Vinland but did not land. 1001. Leif Erikson discovered Halloland, Markland, Finland, where he built some booths. 1002. Thorwald Eriksson coasted along Kjarlarnes and died at Krosanes. 1007 to 1009. Thorfinn Karlsefinn, under whom a colony was established, which remained several years in Vinland. Birth of the child Snorri. 1011. Helga and Finnborga with Freydis, wife of Thorwald. The tragical ending of this settlement seems to have discouraged colonization, yet traces of intercourse are observable for a long time. 1121. Bishop Eric of Greenland. 1266. Voyage of clergymen of Greenland to the Arctic regions. 1255. Adelhard and Thorwald Helgason. 1347. Voyage of 17 men from Greenland. The identification of the places visited and named by the Northmen is attended with great, perhaps insurmountable difficulties. The detailed exposition of Rothen, Helluland equals Newfoundland or Labrador, Markland equals Nova Scotia, Vinland equals Mount Hope Bay, Kjallarnes equals Cape Cod, Krosanes equals Boston Harbor, is hardly to be accepted. Some writers place the southern limit of discovery at the southern point of Newfoundland. Footnote. 3 relics of the Northmen have been famous in their time. 1. The Riding Rock on the Taunton River near Dighton, Massachusetts. It was claimed that the inscription was in runes, and it has been interpreted by northern scholars to contain an account of the voyage of Thorfinn, but it seems at present that Washington's opinion of the Indian origin of the picture writing is to be accepted as correct. 2. The old stone mill at Newport, Rhode Island. The northern origin of this structure can hardly be maintained against the more probable theory of its construction by Governor Benedict Arnold in the latter half of the 17th century. 3. The skeleton and armor discovered in the early part of the present century at Fall River, Massachusetts, is now admitted to have been that of an Indian. End of footnote. Wherever they were made, the settlements of the Northmen in America were not lasting, and the remembrance of them had almost passed away by the 14th century. Although Columbus had visited Iceland in 1477, it is not probable that he had heard of them. It is evident from his own writings that he had no suspicions of the existence of a continent southwest of Iceland. Cristoforo Colombo, he called himself and signed himself after he became a Spaniard, regularly Cristobal Colon, born 1435, 1446, at Genoa, of plebeian origin, a sailor from his earliest youth, wished to try a western route by sea to India, by which name in his day the whole East was meant, and especially to Zipangu, Japan, the magic island which the Venetian Marco Polo travels 1271 to 1295 had described in the book Mirabilia Mundi, starting from the erroneous calculations of Ptolemy and Marinus concerning the size of the earth and the length of the habitable region, the eastern continent. Columbus made the circumference of the earth too short by a sixth, thus locating Zipangu in about the position of the Sandwich Islands. His plans having been rejected by Portugal after the failure of an expedition secretly dispatched westward to discover land, Columbus in 1486 accepted the service of the Crown of Castile, Isabella. Delayed in the execution of his project by the Arabian War and the lack of money at the court. He was about to offer his services at the court of France or England when the capture of Granada promised the necessary means for the expedition. Footnote: that Columbus laid his plans before Genoa is unhistorical. End of footnote. Contract with Columbus, who received nobility, the hereditary dignity of admiral and viceroy, and 1/10 of the income from the newly discovered lands. 1492, August 3 to 1493, March the 15th, first voyage. Departure from Palos with 3 small vessels on the 3rd of August, from the Canaries on September 6, on October 12 landing on Guanahani. Footnote: the chief claimants for the honor of having been the first landing place of Columbus are Cat Island, Turk's Island, Watlings Island, Samana. The latter claim was first advanced and ably advocated by Captain G. V. Fox in his attempt to solve the problem of the first landing place of Columbus in the New World. End of footnote. One of the Bahama Islands, discovery of Cuba, called by Columbus Juana, and Haiti, Hispaniola, San Domingo, shipwreck off Haiti, foundation of the first colony, Navidad, on that island. 1493, May 3, bull of Alexander VI, establishing the line of partition which divided that part of the world not possessed by any Christian prince between Spain and Portugal by a meridian line 100 leagues west of the Azores. All west of that line to fall to Spain, all east of it to Portugal. This compromise between the claims of the Spaniards based on the discoveries of Columbus and those of the Portuguese based on their discoveries in the Atlantic was afterwards revised so that the line was extended 270 leagues further west. 1494. 1493, September 25 to 1496, June the 11th. Second voyage of Columbus from Cadiz with 17 vessels and 1,500 persons. Discovery of the Lesser Antilles, inhabited by Caribs, which Columbus misunderstood, Canibs, whence cannibals, and the island of Jamaica. Voyage along the southern coast of Cuba to within a short distance of the western end. Foundation of Isabella in Haiti. December 1493, of San Domingo on the same island by Bartholomew Columbus. 1497, May to August, voyage of John and Sebastian Cabot from Bristol with 2 vessels. Discovery of land, Prima Vista, Cape Breton Island, Newfoundland, June 24, 1497. Not 1494, they explored the coast north of 67.5 degrees north and south for an uncertain distance, probably not so far as Florida as has been claimed. 1497, first alleged voyage of Amerigo Vespucci, discovery of the continent of South America. This voyage is doubtful, though many give it credence. 1498, May to July, voyage of Sebastian Cabot, doubtful results, 68 degrees north to 35 degrees north. 1498, May 30 to 1500, November 25. Third voyage of Columbus, discovery of Trinidad, July 31. The continent of South America, August 1. Discovery of the mouth of the Orinoco. Exploration of the Pearl Coast as far as the Margarita Island. Return of Columbus to Hispaniola. Dangerous revolt of Roldan, with whom the admiral was obliged to conclude a treaty. Columbus, who was disliked by the settlers on account of his foreign birth and his avarice, a vice from which he cannot be absolved, was accused at court. Bobadilla, sent out as judge with especial powers, sent Columbus and his brother in chains to Spain. 1500, Columbus was at once released upon his arrival and treated with distinction. He retained the dignity of admiral, but as viceroy was superseded by Ovando. 1499, May to 1500 June, voyage of Alonso de Hojeda and Amerigo Vespucci, discovery of Surinam, Paria, Venezuela, and the coast of South America from 3 degrees north, Brazil to Cape Vela. This is often called the second voyage of Vespucci, but the first voyage, which he is said to have made in 1497, when he reached the continent of South America, is doubtful. Vespucci was a learned Florentine, 1451 to 1512, who participated in 2 Portuguese voyages to South America, entered the service of Castile in 1505, and filled the position of royal pilot from 1508 until his death, a post in which he rendered important services to science, particularly in the construction of maps. The New World was called after him, not by M. America. The originator of this name was Martin Waltzmuller Hylacombulus from Freiburg in the Breisgau, professor at Saint-Dié in Lorraine, 1507. The name of America spread at first only in Germany and Switzerland and did not come into general use until the close of the 16th century. Footnote: 2 attempts have been recently made to derive America from a native word. Jules Marceau in the Atlantic Monthly and T.H. Lambert in the Bulletin of the American Geographical Society. According to the former, America is a corruption of the Indian name of a range of mountains in Nicaragua. The latter derives it from a native name of the empire of the Incas in Peru. The first dated map to bear the name America was that in the edition of Solinus of 1520 by Appianus. End of footnote. 1499 December to 1500 September. Voyage of Vincent Yanez Pinzon from Palos. Discovery of Cape St. Augustine. February 28 of the Amazon. Passage of the equator. This voyage traced the South American coast to 8 degrees 20 minutes south. 1500 April. Pedro Alvarez Cabral, bound for the East Indies, was accidentally carried westward until he reached the coast of Brazil in about 10 degrees south. He called the country Terra Sancti Crucas and took possession of it for Portugal. 1500 Gaspar de Cordial, a Portuguese, discovered Newfoundland, Conception Bay, the mouth of the St. Lawrence, and the coast of Labrador. 1501 Cordial sailed again in the hope of finding the passage to the East Indies, a hope which inspired the continuous efforts of nearly all the early explorers. He was lost upon the voyage. 1501 Second voyage of Vespucci under a Portuguese commander. 1502 May 11 to 1504 November 7, fourth and last voyage of Columbus. Discovery of the Bay of Honduras, Veragua, Porto Bello. Shipwreck at Jamaica. Columbus died in Valladolid, 1506, without a suspicion that he had discovered a new continent, and in the firm belief that his discoveries were parts of Asia. His son, Don Diego Columbus, viceroy and admiral, a grandson and great-grandson of the discoverer, retained the hereditary title of admiral. De Bastidas traced in 1500 to 1502 the coast of Panama to Point Manzanilla. Ojeda, 1502, Vespucci, third voyage, 1503, Juan de la Cosa, 1505, etc., examined more minutely the coasts already discovered, while in the Spanish possessions the work of settlement and conquest was being pushed forward. Cruelties inflicted on the Indians of the West Indies, whose race disappeared with frightful rapidity. It is probable that more was learned of the coasts of both Americas in this period than has been divulged. The rivalry of Spain and Portugal leading to a careful secrecy regarding all discoveries. The exact historical value of the Deste map just made public by M. Harissa cannot be known as yet, but seems to have clearly established the fact that the coast of North America from Florida to beyond Cape Cod was well known to the Portuguese in 1502. 1504, French fishermen at the banks of Newfoundland. 1506, Jean Denis of Honfleur and Camar of Rouen examined and sketched the Gulf of St. Lawrence. 1506, Juan Diaz de Solis and Vincent Yanez Pinzon discovered Yucatan. In 1508, they coasted South America to 40 degrees south. 1508, circumnavigation of Cuba by Ocampo. Aubert in the St. Lawrence. Importation of Negroes from Africa to the Spanish possessions in the West Indies, where they were employed in the mines. 1511, conquest of Cuba by Diego Velasquez. 1512, discovery of Florida by Juan Ponce de Leon, governor since 1510 of Puerto Rico. 1513, discovery of the Pacific Ocean by Vasco Nunez de Balboa, who crossed the isthmus from Antigua on the Gulf of Uralba. Keats' sonnet. Balboa was put to death in 1514 by Davila, governor of Darien, Cartagena, and Uraba, Castilla del Oro. 1515, voyage of Juan Diaz de Solis in search of a passage to the East Indies, discovery of the Rio de la Plata, on the banks of which river Solis was killed by the natives. 1517, alleged voyage of Sebastian Cabot and Sir Thomas Burt. It is very doubtful if this voyage was made, or if made, what part of America was reached. Bartolome de las Casas, 1474 to 1566, went to the Indies in 1502 with Columbus, Bishop of Chiapa, in Mexico, advocate and protector of the Indians. 1517, Francis Hernandez, Cordova rediscovered Yucatan, Cape Catoche, advanced civilization of the inhabitants, Mayas, who were under the supremacy of the Aztec Empire in Mexico. 1518, Juan de Grijalva coasted from Yucatan to Panuco and brought back tidings of the Mexican Empire of Montezuma, name of New Spain given to the region which he explored. 1519, Alvarez Pineda, by order of the governor of Jamaica, Bekere coasted from Cape Florida to the river of Panuco. 1519 to 1521, conquest of Mexico by Hernando Cortes, 1485 to 1547, whom Velasquez, the governor of Cuba, had appointed to the command of a small force of 600 foot, 16 cavalry, 13 crossbowmen, 14 cannon, but immediately removed. Cortes sailed against the will of the governor. Capture of Tabasco, March. Landing at St. Juan de Ulloa, April 21. Negotiations with Montezuma, who ordered the invaders to leave the kingdom. Cortes elected general by the troops, dispatched one ship to carry a report to King Charles of Spain, and beached, not burned, the rest. Foundation of Villa Rica de la Vera Cruz, in alliance with the Tlascalans. Cortes marched upon Mexico, the capital of Montezuma, Montecuma, who admitted him to the city November 8. Daring seizure of the king in his own house, Cortes was obliged to march against Narvaez, whom Velasquez had sent to chastise him. He defeated Narvaez, and strengthening his army with the soldiers of his opponent, returned to Mexico 1520 June. Revolt of the Mexicans, storm of the temple, death of Montezuma of wounds inflicted by his subjects who were indignant at his submission to the Spaniards. The Spaniards, leaving the city July 1, were furiously attacked on one of the causeways through the lake and suffered terrible loss. Noca Triste. Reinforced, Cortes defeated the Mexicans in a pitched battle near Tumpan, July 8. Occupation of Texcoco, December 31. Conquest of Iztapalapan, 1521. After having built a fleet of 13 vessels which were transported by land and launched in the Lake of Mexico, Cortes laid siege to the capital. After a long investment, accompanied with an almost daily storm, May to August 13, 1521, the city was taken. Capture of the king Guatemozin, who was tortured and finally executed. Submission of the country. Cortes, at first governor of New Spain with unlimited power, was afterwards restricted to the chief command of the military forces. Prosecuting the search for a western passage, he discovered California. 1526, Cortes returned to Spain in 1540 and died at Seville in 1547. 1520, November 7 to November 28, passage of the Straits of Magellan by Magalhaes. 1520, voyage undertaken for slaves at the suggestion of Lucas Vasquez d'Aleon. Exploration of the east coast of North America, 232 degrees or 34 degrees north. Cabo de Sta Helena, Chicora. 1522, discovery of the Bermudas. 1524, alleged voyage of Giovanni de Verrazzano in the service of the King of France. The letter of Verrazzano, which gives the only existing account of the voyage, describes to the writer the discovery of the east coast of North America from 34 degrees, 39 degrees north to 50 degrees north. It has been thought that many places mentioned can be identified. The truth of the whole story has been disputed, but present opinion seems to be in favor of its acceptance. 1524, Geographical Congress of Badajoz, to settle the boundary between Spain and Portugal in the eastern hemisphere, which should correspond to the line of Alexander VI in the western. After a stormy session, the council separated without reaching an agreement. 1525 to 1527, exploration of the coast of Peru by Francisco Pizarro, 1478 to 1541, as a preliminary to the conquest of that kingdom of which he had heard on Balboa's expedition, in accordance with an agreement made by Pizarro, Diego de Almagro, and Hernando de Luca. Repulse of Pizarro and Almagro. 1525, voyage of Esteban Gomez, a Spaniard, along the east coast of North America, 34 degrees north to 44 degrees north. 1526, voyage of Sebastian Cabot in the service of Spain, exploration of the Rio de la Plata, Parana, Paraguay, Uruguay. The English had taken but little part in the discoveries since the time of Cabot, although traces enough of intercourse remain to show that the New World was not entirely neglected. 1527, voyage of John Rutt, who coasted north to 53 degrees north and returned by way of Newfoundland, Cape Breton, and the coast of Maine. Norumbega. 1528, unsuccessful expedition of Pamphilo de Narvaez to Florida under a grant of all the country between Cape Florida and the River of Palms. After visiting Apalachee, June 5, Narvaez sailed westward and was lost in a storm. November. Of the survivors, 4, one of whom was Cabeco de Vaca, made their way by land to the Spanish possessions in Mexico. 1536. 1528, settlement of Germans at Cairo, between St. Martha and Maracapana, presented to the family of Welser by Charles V. 1531 to 1532, conquest of Peru by Pizarro. The undertaking was favored by a civil war which was raging at the time in the empire of the Incas, foundation of St. Michael on the Puyuro in Peru, capture of the Inca Atahualpa before his army, November 16, who after the extortion of an immense ransom was put to death. 1533. March of Alvarado from Puerto Viejo to Quito, occupation of Lima, the capital of the Incas. 1534. Feuds between the Spanish leaders. Almagro defeated. 1538 and executed by Pizarro. The latter was afterwards killed with his brother. The Spanish crown assumed the administration of the country. 1548. 1534. First voyage of Jacques Cartier, a French sailor from Saint-Malo. Discovery of the west coast of Newfoundland. May 10. Prince Edward's Island. Miramichi Bay, Anticosti Coast, to 50 degrees north. 1535 May to 1536 July. Second voyage of Cartier. Discovery of the Bay of St. Lawrence, River of St. Lawrence, Hochelaga, as far as the site of Montreal. Information received about the Great Lakes. Foundation of the modern city of Lima. Unsuccessful invasion of Chile by Almagro. 1537 Discovery of Lower California by Cortes. 1538 The west coast of South America explored to 40 degrees south by Valdivia. 1539 May to 1543 September. Expedition of Ferdinando de Soto, governor of Cuba, for the conquest of Florida with 9 vessels and over 900 men. After toilsome marches in Florida with no result but disappointment, De Soto led his men westward to the Mississippi, where he died at the juncture of this stream and the Guacoya, and was buried in the stream. The remains of the expedition, 311 men, reached Panuco September 10, 1543. According to Dr. Cole, De Soto reached 30 degrees 40 minutes north in Georgia and explored the Mississippi to the Ohio, 38 degrees north. 1539 to 1540, Alonso de Camargo coasted from the Straits of Magellan to Peru, completing the exploration of the coast of South America. 1540, expedition of Alarcon in search of the passage to the Indies, Straits of Anian. Exploration of the coast of California to 36 degrees north. Voyage up the Rio Colorado. Lower California, previously held to be an island, was thus shown to be a peninsula. Early maps so represented. Afterwards, the conviction that it was an island spread anew, and late into the next century the best maps of America contained this error. 1540 to 1542, expedition of Francisco Vasquez Coronado, sent out by the Spanish viceroy Mendoza in search of the 7 cities of Cibola, concerning whose wealth the Spaniards had derived extravagant ideas from the reports of the Indians. Coronado reached Zuni, May 11. Discovery of the Moqui cannon of the Colorado. Reports of a city Quivira. Coronado wintered at Zuni among the Pueblo Indians. In 1541 he marched northeast to 40 degrees north and returned to Mexico bisons. 1540 expedition of Cartier to the St. Lawrence with 5 ships. Roberval, Jean-François de la Roche, Lord of Roberval, appointed governor of Canada and Hochelaga and all countries north of 40 degrees north. New France failed to take part in this voyage. Cartier founded the fortress of Charlesbourg and explored the St. Lawrence. 1541 Gonzalo Pizarro, governor of Quito, crossed the Andes and explored the river Napo for 200 leagues. His subordinate, Francisco Orellana, sailed down the Napo to the Amazon and down that river to the sea. August 6, Orellana returned in 1543 to conquer the country, but died in the search for the Napo. 1542, Roberval reached Newfoundland, where he met Cartier, who, against the will of the governor, returned to France. Roberval built a fort not far above the island of Orleans, but the enterprise was soon abandoned. Rodriguez de Cabrillo, sent in search of the passage to the Indies, discovered Cape Mendocino in 42 degrees north on the west of North America and explored as far as 44 degrees north. 1545, mines of Potosi claimed for Spain. 1547, Pedro de Gasca, president of Peru, organization and pacification of the country. 1547, bishopric of Paraguay established. 1548, first act of the English Parliament relating to America. 2 Edward VI, regulation of the fisheries at Newfoundland. 1555 to 1560, first attempt of the Admiral de Coligny to found a Protestant settlement in America. The Chevalier Nicolas Durand de Villagagnon led 2 ships to Brazil and founded a colony at the Bay of Rio de Janeiro. Geneva sent 14 missionaries to the colony. Villagagnon now joined the Catholic Church, and his defection ruined the colony. Many settlers returned to France. 1557, some of the rest were murdered by the Portuguese. 1558, and in 1560, the colony was entirely broken up by the Portuguese government. André Thevet, who accompanied Villagagnon on his return to France, coasted along the east coast of North America to the Pacayaos, Newfoundland, and on his return described his voyage in a gossipy and trustworthy book. 1558, last Spanish expedition to Carolina, no settlement made. 1560 to 1561, expedition of Pedro de Urana in search of the empire of Ormazguas and of the scoundrel Lope de Aguirre in search of El Dorado in South America. 1562, second attempt of Admiral de Coligny to establish a Huguenot colony in America, expedition of Jean Ribault, erection of Charles Fort near Port Royal in South Carolina. The settlement was soon abandoned. 1563, first slave voyage made by the English to America. John Hawkins with 3 ships brought 300 Negroes to the West Indies. 1564, third attempt of Coligny to establish a Huguenot colony in America. René Laudonnière, sent to carry aid to Ribault's colony, finding the settlers gone, built Fort Carolina on the St. Johns River in Florida. June, arrival of Ribault. 1565, August 28. 1565, September 20, storm of Fort Carolina by the Spaniards under Menendez de Availle, massacre of the garrison. I do this not as a Frenchman, but as to Lutherans. Ribault, having put to sea, was wrecked, captured, and slain, with many of his company. Construction of 3 Spanish forts. Castle St. Augustine. 1568, April, expedition of Dominique de Gouges to avenge the massacre of the French at Fort Carolina. Capture and destruction of the Spanish forts, massacre of the garrisons. I do this not as to Spaniards, nor as to mariners, but as to traitors, robbers, and murderers. 1572, first voyage of Francis Drake to South America, attack upon Nombre de Dios, Cartagena, etc. 1576, first voyage of Martin Frobisher in search of a northwest passage, June to August. Discovery of Frobisher's Strait and Meta Incognita on the north coast of North America, 60 degrees. Supposed discovery of gold. 1577, May to September, second voyage of Frobisher. 1578, May to September, third voyage of Frobisher. 1577, December 13 to 1580, November 3rd, voyage of Francis Drake around the world, touching the west coast of North America. He discovered Drake's Port and claimed the country between 38 degrees north and 42 degrees north for England under the name of New Albion. 1578, unsuccessful voyage of discovery of Sir Humphrey Gilbert under a patent from Queen Elizabeth. 1583, second voyage of Sir Humphrey Gilbert. Landing at Newfoundland, he took formal possession of the island for England in right of the discovery of the Cabots. On the return voyage, Sir Humphrey Gilbert was lost in a storm. 1584, Sir Walter Raleigh, having secured a transfer to himself of the patent granted to Sir Humphrey Gilbert, his half-brother dispatched Amedas and Barlow to explore the coast of North America north of the Spanish settlements. They landed on the island of Wocacan, July 13, and took possession of the country for the Queen. Exploration of Roanoke. On their return, the explorers gave glowing accounts of the country, which received the name of Virginia. 1585, colony of 180 persons under Sir Richard Grenville, sent to Roanoke Island, suffering from destitution. They were removed in 1586 by Drake. Grenville, arriving with supplies immediately after their departure, left 15 sailors to hold possession. They had, however, all disappeared before the arrival, 1587, of 117 new colonists. Borough of Raleigh in Virginia, Governor John White, Virginia Dare, first English child born in America. This colony met an unknown fate. White returned to Virginia in 1590, but could not find the colony. In 1589, Raleigh sold his patent. 1585, first voyage of John Davis to the north, exploration of Davis Straits to 66 degrees 40 minutes, discovery of Gilbert Sound in Cumberland Straits. 1586, naval expedition of Sir Francis Drake to the Spanish West Indies, sack of San Domingo and Cartagena, rescue of the colony of Virginia. 1587, third voyage of John Davis. The second was to Labrador in 1586. He reached 72 degrees 12 minutes north and discovered the Cumberland Islands, London coast, Lumley's Inlet, Frobisher Strait. 1592, alleged discovery of the Strait of Juan de la Fuca on the west coast of North America and 48 degrees north by Apostolos Valerianos, a Greek who had been in the service of Spain under the name of Juan de la Fuca. Paschal regards the story as apocryphal. 1595, expedition of Sir Walter Raleigh to Guiana, capture of the city of St. James, search for El Dorado, voyage up the Orinoco for 400 miles. 1595, expedition of Drake and Hawkins to the West Indies, death of Hawkins, Drake died 1596. 1598, the Marquis de la Roche obtained from Henry IV of France a commission to conquer Canada. He left 40 convicts on the Isle of Sable, made some explorations in Acadia, and returned to France. After his death, his patent was granted to Chauvin, who made 2 successful voyages to Tadoussac and left some people there, 1600. 1602, voyage of Bartholomew Gosnold from Falmouth, taking due westerly course. He first saw land in 42 degrees north, discovery of a cape which Gosnold named Cape Cod. May 15, discovery of Buzzards Bay called Gosnold's Hope, erection of a fort and storehouse on Cuttyhunk, called by Gosnold Elizabeth Island, a name now applied to the whole chain of islands, of which this is the most westerly. Return of the whole party to England. 1603, voyage of Martin Pring from Bristol along the coast of Maine, from the Penobscot River to the Bay of Massachusetts. 1603, voyage of Samuel Champlain, a Frenchman, from Brouage up the St. Lawrence. 1604, foundation of Port Royal, the present Annapolis in Nova Scotia, by the French. In 1603, Pierre de Gast, Sieur de Mont, obtained from Henry IV of France a grant of all lands in North America from 40 degrees north to 46 degrees north, from Pennsylvania to New Brunswick, under the name of Acadia. This name was afterwards restricted to the present New Brunswick, and the French possessions in North America were designated generally as New France. In 1604, de Monts associated himself with Monsieur Poutrincourt and sailed for America with 2 vessels. Foundation of Port Royal by Poutrincourt, discovery of the St. John River by Champlain. De Monts, pilot. De Monts built a fort at St. Croix, but in the following year joined Poutrincourt at Port Royal. 1605, voyage of George Weymouth, who had made a trip to Labrador in 1602 to the coast of Maine. Santa Fe in New Mexico, founded. Over 100 years had elapsed since the discovery of America, and thus far South America and Central America had alone been the scene of active and successful colonization. In North America, a few scattered Spanish settlements in the south and 1 French colony in the north were the only representatives of European civilization. The next few years witnessed a mighty change. England, which for all her voyages had not a foot of land in America, entered on a course of settlement and conquest, which ultimately gave her the fairest portion of the New World. End of section 57.
Section 58 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History, by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tinghurst. Section 58, English, Dutch, and Swedish Colonies in North America, 1606 to 1638. A. English Colonies. 1606, April 10. The patent of Sir Walter Raleigh becoming void by his attainder for treason, James I issued a patent dividing Virginia into two parts: 1. The first colony, embracing the country from 34° north to 38° north, with the right to settle as far as 41° north, if they were the first to found their colony. This southern colony was granted to a number of gentlemen, residing principally in London, Richard Huckent, and known as the London Company. 2. The second colony, embracing the country between 41° north and 45° north, with the right of settling as far as 38° north if they were the first to establish their colony. This northern colony was granted to gentlemen residing chiefly in Bristol, Plymouth, etc., and hence known as the Plymouth Company. Each company was to become owner of the land for 50 miles on either side of the first settlement, and 100 miles inland. The nearest settlements of the two colonies should be 100 miles apart. The government of each colony was vested in a council resident in England and nominated by the king. The local government was entrusted to a council resident in America, also nominated by the king, and to conform to his regulations. Imports from England free of duty for 7 years. Freedom of trade with other nations, the duties for 27 years to go to the colonies. Right of coinage and of self-defense. Establishment of a Council of Virginia in England for the superintendence of both colonies. Colony of South Virginia. 1607, May 13th. Foundation of Jamestown in the southern colony by a band of 100 colonists sent out under Christopher Newport. It included Bartholomew Gosnold and John Smith. Dissension in the council. Explorations by John Smith, who was captured by the Indians and presented to the chief Powhatan, but in the end released. Story of the rescue of Smith by Pocahontas, daughter of Powhatan. Footnote: this story has been relegated to the realm of fable, on the insufficient grounds that no mention of it appears in Smith's first account of his captivity. End footnote. In 1607, Smith explored the Chesapeake. During the first years, the colony suffered severely from extremes of heat and cold, as well as from dissensions and bad provisions by the company. Laborers were scarce, the colonists being either gentlemen or criminals. 1609. Second Charter of the Company of South Virginia. Increase of privileges and of members. Lord Delaware, Thomas West, appointed governor for life. Smith returned to England. 1610. The distress in the colony was so great, the starving time, that it was on the point of abandonment when Lord Delaware arrived with supplies. 1611. Delaware returning to England, Sir Thomas Gate was sent out as deputy governor. 1612. Third Charter of the Company of South Virginia. Inclusion of the Bermudas within their possessions. 1613. The French having established the colony of St. Saviour at Mount Desert on the coast of Maine, the governor of South Virginia sent Samuel Argyle to dispossess them. Argyle destroyed St. Saviour and razed Port Royal. On his return, he received the submission of the Dutch settlement at Hudson's River. 1614. Sir Thomas Dale, deputy governor of South Virginia. 1615. Land, which had hitherto been held of the company by farmers as tenants at will, was now made private property, 50 acres being now granted to every colonist and his heirs. 1617. Samuel Argyle succeeded Sir George Yearsley as deputy governor of South Virginia. Reduced state of the colony. In the following year, 1618, Lord Delaware sailed with supplies and colonists for Virginia, but died on the voyage. Rigorous government of Argyle. At this time there were 600 persons and 300 cattle in the colony. The only exports were tobacco and sassafras, and the London Company was indebted £5,000. 1619. First General Assembly in South Virginia convoked, June 19, by Sir George Yearsley, Governor-General, consisting of the burgesses of the colony, representing 11 boroughs or plantations. The burgesses sat with the council and governor. Introduction of Negro slaves, 20, into Virginia by a Dutch vessel. 1620. The colony, numbering 1,000 persons, received an accession of 1,200 new settlers. Introduction of women who were sold as wives to the colonists, for from 100 to 150 pounds of tobacco. Free trade with the colony established. 1621. Sir Francis Wyatt, governor, brought over a new constitution for the colony, whereby its government was vested in a governor, a council of state, and a general assembly, to which 2 burgesses were to be chosen by every town, hundred, and plantation. The governor had the veto power, and every enactment of the colonial legislature required the ratification of the company in England to become binding. All ordinances of the company were without effect unless accepted by the assembly. 1622, March 22nd. Massacre of 347 colonists by the Indians. 1624. Commission of inquiry into the affairs of Virginia appointed by the Crown. In spite of the answer of the General Assembly wherein the rights of the people were defined, the Court of the King's Bench in England, before which the cause was tried, decided against the company. The charter was annulled. The company had sent out more than 9,000 persons to the colony, of whom not more than 2,000 now remained. Sir Francis Wyatt was appointed governor, with a council of 11 members appointed by the king. This plan of government was continued by Charles I, who announced that the colony should immediately depend upon the Crown, which should appoint the governor and council and issue patents and legal processes. Commercial restrictions. 1630. Grant of Corallana, the region south of the Virginia colony between 31° north and 36° north, to Sir Robert Heath, being the first instance of a proprietary grant by the Crown. No settlement seemed to have been made, on which account the grant was subsequently declared void, and a part of the territory granted out under the name of Carolina, a proceeding which resulted in much ill feeling. 1632. Grant of Maryland, the region between the Potomac and 41° north, to Cecil Calvert, the second Lord Baltimore, son of Sir George Calvert, to whom the grant was originally made, but who died before putting it to use. The grant was met by a protest from Virginia, which was of no avail. In 1634, the first colony reached Maryland, being about 200 persons. Gift of 50 acres of land to each emigrant as private property. The Calverts being Roman Catholics, no mention of religious establishment appeared in the charter beyond the recognition of Christianity as established by English common law. The proprietary, or grantee holding directly of the Crown, was subject to no corporation or company, appointed the deputy governor and the executive officers, regulated the legislation, and received the taxes. The General Assembly of the colonists possessed an advisory power and the right of expressing non-approval. 1636. Grant of New Albion, including New Jersey, from the Viceroy of Ireland to Sir Edward Plowden. This New Albion, which was not settled, must not be confounded with the tract of like name discovered by Drake on the western coast of America. The Plymouth Company. Immediately upon the receipt of the charter, the company had dispatched 2 explorers to the region of their grant, Challens, Hannon, and in 1607 George Popham and Riley Gilbert led 120 colonists to the northern colony. They built Fort St. George on Parker's Island, Peninsula, at the mouth of the Kennebec River in Maine, August 11. The death of George Popham and of Sir John Popham in England, 1608, so disheartened the colonists that they returned to England. No further attempts at settlement being made for some time, the French, who had also a claim to these regions, see 1604, planted several colonies within the territory of the Plymouth Company. 1614. Exploration of the coast of the northern colony by John Smith from Penobscot to Cape Cod. On his return, he wrote an account of his voyage and published a map of the district explored, to which the name of New England was given. Trouble with the Indians, springing from the actions of Thomas Hunt, who carried off 27 natives to the West Indies for slaves, discouraged settlement. After the frustration of an attempt at colonization by Smith in 1615 through adverse circumstances, the company itself made no more attempts at settlements, and the colonies that grew up in its territories were founded by companies or individuals under its charter, but independent of its action. One of the most important settlements, indeed, was made without any authority from the company. In 1620, the company was reorganized as the Council at Plymouth for New England, with territory from Philadelphia to Chaldea Bay, 40° north to 48° north across the continent. 1620. Settlement of Plymouth in New England by English separatists from Holland. This religious sect, a sort of left wing of the larger body of Puritans, had left England in 1607-8 on account of the intolerance with which they were treated, and settled at Leyden in Holland, 1609, to the number of 1,000 or more, under their minister, John Robinson. After several attempts to secure a patent from the London Company, South Virginia, and a promise of toleration from the king, they succeeded in the former endeavor in 1619, but not in the latter. Procuring 2 ships, Speedwell, Mayflower, a part of the congregation and some others set sail August 5th from Southampton, having left Leyden in July, for the vicinity of Hudson's River. Twice driven back by stress of weather, the Pilgrims, a name applied much earlier to the whole body in Holland, finally left Plymouth in the Mayflower September 6. On November 9 they sighted Cape Cod, but instead of running southward they were induced by fear of shoal water, by the late season, and perhaps by the cunning of the shipmaster, to anchor at the Cape. On November 11 the company signed a compact of government, they being beyond the limits of the London Company, and elected John Carver governor. For some weeks they explored the coast, landing at various places. Birth of Peregrine White, the first European child born in New England. Toward the close of December they fixed on the site of Plymouth, and landing, began the erection of a house and portioned out land among the settlers. 19 families, 102 individuals. Footnote: the date is disputed. That of the landing of the whole body can hardly be ascertained. The landing of the first exploring party seems to have taken place on December 11, or December 21st, 22nd. End footnote. 1621. Intercourse of the colonists, Captain Miles Standish, with the Indians, Samoset, Massasoit, chief of the Indians in that vicinity. Upon the death of Carver, William Bradford was elected governor. Arrival of a new patent from the Plymouth Company, also made out in the name of the London merchants, with whom the Pilgrims had formed a partnership before sailing. Over 50 of the original settlers died this year. Trouble with the Indians, 1621-23. Meantime, the territory of the Plymouth Company was being parceled out among various adventurers by often conflicting grants. In 1621, Sir William Alexander obtained a patent for the whole of Acadia, under the name of Nova Scotia, from the Crown of Scotland, confirmed 1625. The region from Salem River to the Merrimack was granted to John Mason and called Mariana. In 1622, Sir Fernando Gorges and John Mason obtained a grant of all lands between the Merrimack and the Kennebec, which region was called at first Laconia, afterwards Maine. In 1622, settlements were made on the site of the present Dover, Cochico, and Portsmouth. In 1624, a few Puritans from England settled at Cape Ann. The colony afterwards removed to Naumkeag, Roger Conant, 1626. In 1625, Captain Wollaston settled at Mount Wollaston, near Boston. 1623. The Plymouth Company sent out Francis West as Admiral of New England, Robert Gorges as Governor-General, and William Morrill as Superintendent of Churches, but nothing came of this assertion of authority. 1627. The colony at Plymouth succeeded in buying off the London merchants in whose name their charter had been issued. Growth of the colony. Friendly intercourse with the Dutch. 1628. The Plymouth Company issued a grant of the land between 3 miles south of the Charles River and 3 miles north of the Merrimack, reaching from the Atlantic to the Pacific, to a company which sent John Endicott as governor and colonists who joined the others at Naumkeag. In 1629, the name of the colony was changed to Salem. The colony at Plymouth obtained a grant on the Kennebec. Suppression of the settlement at Wollaston, Merrymount, by Endicott. Morton, who after Wollaston's departure had ruled the colony and sold firearms to the Indians, was seized by Standish from Plymouth and sent to England. 1629. Establishment of the Company of Massachusetts Bay, the Governor and Company of Massachusetts Bay in New England, by a charter issued directly by the Crown to the Company, enlarged by new associates which had settled Salem. The Company was permitted to elect a governor, deputy governor, and 18 assistants yearly, and to make laws not repugnant with those of England. The first governor of the Company was Matthew Craddock. A number of influential men soon becoming interested in the enterprise, the governing council or court of the Company in England, that is to say, the Governor and Company of Massachusetts Bay and New England, consented that the charter and government should be transferred to the colony, August 29, under which agreement John Winthrop was chosen governor, and in 1630 sailed for New England with a large number of settlers who landed at Charleston, where an offshoot from the Salem colony was already established. Here a church was founded and 2 courts of assistance held. 1629. Mason and Gorges dissolving their connection, a new grant was made to each. Mason receiving the territory between the Merrimack and the Piscataqua, a region afterwards called New Hampshire. Footnote: the deed from 4 Indian sagamores to John Wheelwright and others, 1629, long accepted as the foundation of the history of New Hampshire, is now generally accounted a forgery. End of footnote. Gorges received the region between the Piscataqua and the Kennebec under the name of New Somersetshire. 1630. Third and last patent of the Plymouth colony, whereby it was assigned the district between the Cohasset River and the Narragansett, extending westward to the limits of the Pokanokwut or Sawamsett. The colonists were allowed to make ordinances, and constitutions for the ordering, disposing, and governing their persons, and distributing the lands within the limits of the patent. 1630. Settlement of Boston, on the peninsula called Shawmut by the Indians, but Tri-Mountain by the English, and then inhabited by an Episcopal minister, William Blackstone. On September 7th, the court at Charleston changed the name of Tri-Mountain to Boston. First General Court of Massachusetts, held at Boston, October 19. It was enacted that the free men should elect the assistants, who were to choose out of their own number the governor, but the next court decreed that the governor, deputy governor, and assistants should be elected directly by the freemen. Only church members were freemen, so that the freemen formed a minority of the population. In 1631, a fortified town was begun on the Charles, and called Newton, afterwards Cambridge. Colony of Connecticut. The Dutch, Adrian Block, 1614, were the first to explore the coast of Connecticut and the river of that name when they built a fort near Hartford. In 1630, the Council of Plymouth granted to the Earl of Warwick the land 120 miles southeast from the Narragansett River and extending from the Atlantic to the Pacific. In 1631, Warwick transferred this grant to the Viscounts Say and Seal, Lord Brooke, and others. In 1633, the colonies of Plymouth and Boston conferred on the question of settling the Connecticut Valley, and as the Massachusetts colony declined the enterprise, a company was sent out from Plymouth, which disregarded the prohibition of the Dutch and set up a house on the Connecticut. The rival claims of the Dutch and English were discussed without effect by the colonies. 1634. The growth of the colony of Massachusetts Bay preventing the attendance of all freemen at the General Court, it was enacted that whereas 4 courts should be held in a year, the whole body of freemen should be present at that court only in which the elections were held. At the other courts, the freemen in the towns should send deputies. 1635. Surrender of the Charter of the Council of Plymouth to the Crown in consequence of the hostility of the government and church. 1635. Foundation of the Connecticut colony by emigrants from Massachusetts, Windsor, Wethersfield, Hartford, and by John Winthrop, son of Governor Winthrop of Massachusetts, who built a fort at Saybrook, under commission from the proprietors. In 1636, a large part of the inhabitants of Newton, Cambridge, migrated to Connecticut and settled at Hartford. 1636. A Code of Laws, the General Fundamentals, established at Plymouth. Foundation of Providence by Roger Williams, who had been expelled from Salem in 1634 for holding heretical doctrines subversive of church and state. 1637. War of Connecticut, First General Court at Hartford, and Massachusetts against the unruly tribe of Pequots in Connecticut. Extermination of the Indians. Captain John Mason. 1638. Foundation of the Colony of Rhode Island by John Clark and others, who left Massachusetts on account of religious differences. Purchase of the island of Aquidneck, afterwards Isle of Rhodes, from the Indians. Foundation of the Colony of New Haven in Connecticut under Davenport and Eaton. In this year, another attempt was made by Quo Warranto process to rescind the Charter of Massachusetts, but it failed of success. In consequence of a bequest of £779, 17 shillings and 2 pence from John Harvard of Charleston, the public school which the colony had enacted in the previous year should be established in Newton, received the name of Harvard College, while the name of the town was changed to Cambridge. 1639. Windsor, Hartford, Wethersfield, on the Connecticut, united to form a separate government. The Constitution, January 14, placed the executive, legislative, and judicial powers in the General Assembly, composed of the deputies of the towns in the ratio of numbers of freemen, meeting twice a year. All could vote who had taken the oath of allegiance to the Constitution. The grant of Sir Fernando Gorges was confirmed to him by the Crown under the title of the Province of Maine. A General Assembly of the deputies of the towns in Plymouth Colony met for the first time, June 4th. 1641. The Body of Liberties, a code of 100 laws established by the General Court of the Colony of Massachusetts Bay. 1643. Creation of the United Colonies of New England by the alliance of Connecticut, New Haven, Plymouth, and Massachusetts Bay, May 19, for mutual defense. B. Dutch settlements. 1609. Henry Hudson, an Englishman in Dutch service, coasted from Newfoundland to the Chesapeake and entered Hudson's River. Trading voyages of the Dutch, 1610 to 1613. 1613. Establishment of a Dutch trading post on the island of Manhattan at the mouth of the Hudson, or North River, so called to distinguish it from the South River, or Delaware. Alleged submission of the Dutch to Argyle. 1614. Establishment of the United New Netherlands Company in Holland, with a grant in America of territory from 40 degrees north to 45 degrees north. Fort built at Manhattan, another Fort Orange near the present Albany, 1615. Voyage of Adrian Block through Long Island Sound, Block Island. 1621. Creation of the Dutch West India Company to take the place of the New Netherland Company whose charter had expired. 1626. Peter Minuit, having purchased Manhattan Island for $24, founded the settlement of New Amsterdam. Settlements were made under the charter of the company in Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, as well as in New York. Many of these were founded under an enactment of the company which gave the title of patroon to any person who should bring over a certain number of colonists under certain conditions. The title represented a certain relation of suzerainty between the founder and the colonists. The Council for New England had opposed what it regarded as the Dutch invasion in 1620-21, and the remonstrances of the English grew stronger after the foundation of New Amsterdam, 1627-1632. The settlement of Connecticut from New England, 1632-38, was opposed by the Dutch in vain, and the entire region was wrested from them. Protest of Kieft, governor of New Netherlands, against the foundation of New Haven. The Dutch drove a flourishing trade with the 5 nations of the Iroquois in central New York, whom they supplied with firearms. C. Swedish settlements. 1638. Foundation of Fort Christina on the Delaware by a colony of Swedes and Finns. The colony was called New Sweden, and was followed by other settlements. The Dutch considered this an invasion of their rights, but the disputes that followed led to no result until 1655, when New Sweden was annexed to New Netherlands. D. New France and the Arctic region. It must be remembered that France claimed, by right of the discoveries of Verrazano, the whole of North America north of Spanish Florida and Mexico, although settlements had been made only in Nova Scotia and on the St. Lawrence, nothing having come of the projected settlement between Spanish Florida and English Virginia. It was with the French in the north that the English settlers had to deal. It was to Canada that they applied the name of New France, as that of Acadia was restricted to Nova Scotia. From the north, the French afterwards made the great discoveries in the west which gave them new claims to the larger part of America. 1606. An attempted settlement on Cape Cod repulsed by the Indians. 1608. Foundation of Quebec, July 3rd, by a colony sent out by De Monts under Champlain. 1609. Champlain, joining a war party of the Algonquins against the Iroquois, discovered Lake Champlain. 1610. Discovery of Hudson's Bay by Henry Hudson, who was searching for the Northwest Passage in the service of an English company. On the return, the crew mutinied, and Hudson was put to sea in a small boat and not heard of again. 1610. English colony sent to Newfoundland, 46° north to 52° north, Conception Bay. 1612. Voyage of Thomas Button in search of the Northwest Passage. Discovery of New South Wales and New North Wales, Button's Bay. 1613. Madame de Guercheville, having secured the surrender of De Mont's patent and the issue of a new patent from the Crown for all New France between Florida and the St. Lawrence, except Port Royal, sent Sausage with 2 Jesuits, who took possession of Nova Scotia and founded a colony, St. Saviour, on Mount Desert, which was immediately broken up by Argyll's expedition from Virginia. All the French settlements in Acadia were also destroyed. 1615. Expedition of Champlain to Lake Huron. 1616. Voyage of Bylot and Baffin in search of the Northwest Passage. Discovery of Wolstenholme Sound, Lancaster Sound, Baffin's Bay, 78° north. 1621. Grant of Acadia under the name of Nova Scotia to Sir William Alexander by the Crown of Scotland. An attempt at settlement was unsuccessful, and the French continued in possession. Grant of a part of Newfoundland to Sir George Calvert, Lord Baltimore, who resided there until 1631. 1627. Transfer of the colony of Quebec to the Company of 100 Associates under Cardinal Richelieu. 1629. Conquest of Quebec by Louis and Thomas Kirke, under a commission from Charles I for the conquest of New France. An attack of David Kirke in 1628 had been repulsed by Champlain. 1630. Saint Estienne of La Tour, a Huguenot, bought from Sir William Alexander his patent for Nova Scotia, on condition that the colony should remain subject to Scotland. 1631. Voyages of Fox and James in search of a Northwest Passage. Fox explored the west coast of Hudson Bay from 65° 30' to 55° 10' in vain, but discovered Fox's Channel and reached Cape Peregrine. James discovered James's Bay, where he passed a terrible winter. 1632. Treaty of Saint-Germain between France and England. Cession of New France, Arcadia, and Canada to France. 1635. Seizure of the trading post established at Penobscot by the Plymouth colonists by the French. Plymouth sent a vessel against the French, but failed to recover the place. Death of Champlain. 1641. Maisonneuve appointed governor of Montreal. In 1642, he brought over several families and took possession of the island. End of section 58. Recording by Todd.
Section 59 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 59, Part 3, Germany to the 30 Years' War, the Reformation, 1493 to 1519. Maximilian I, who first took the title of Roman Emperor-elect. 1495, Diet at Worms, Perpetual Public Peace, Imperial Chamber, Reich Kammergericht, first at Frankfurt, then at Speyer. After 1689, at Wetzlar. At the Diet of Cologne, 1512, establishment of 10 circles for the better maintenance of the public peace. Landfriedenskrise, circle of 1. Austria, 2. Bavaria, 3. Swabia, 4. Franconia, 5. The Upper Rhine, Lorraine, Hesse, etc. 6. The Lower Rhine, or the electorates, Mainz, Trier, Cologne. 7. Burgundy, 1556, ceded to the Spanish line of Habsburg. 8. Westphalia. 9. Lower Saxony, Brunswick, Lüneburg, Lauenburg, Holstein, Mecklenburg, etc. 10. Upper Saxony, Saxony, Brandenburg, Pomerania, etc. In all, comprising 240 estates of the empire, exclusive of the imperial knights. Bohemia and the neighboring states Moravia, Silesia, Lusatia, with Prussia and Switzerland, which was already completely independent, in fact, were not included in the circles. Establishment of the Aulic Council, a court more under the control of the emperor than the imperial chamber, into which a large part of the work belonging to the latter was gradually diverted. Maximilian was obliged to invest Louis XII of France with Milan. 1508 League of Cambrai between Maximilian, Louis XII, Pope Julius II, and Ferdinand the Catholic against Venice. Maximilian took possession of a part of the territory of the Republic, but besieged Padua in vain. 1509 The Pope withdrew from the League and concluded with Venice and Ferdinand the Holy League, 1511, against France, in which they were finally, 1513, joined by Maximilian. See the following genealogical table that shows the claim of the House of Habsburg to Spain and its division into a Spanish and German line. Page 301. Maximilian's son, Philip, married Joanna, daughter of Ferdinand, King of Aragon and Naples, and Isabella, Queen of Castile, hence heiress of the three kingdoms and the American colonies. Philip himself inherited from his mother Mary, the heiress of Burgundy, the Burgundian lands, from his father Maximilian, all the possessions of the Habsburgs, Western Austria on the Upper Rhine, Austria, Carinthia, Carignola, Tyrol, etc. All these lands descended to Charles, the eldest son of Philip and Joanna, the ancestor of the elder Spanish line of the Habsburg house. His younger brother Ferdinand, ancestor of the younger German line of the House of Habsburg, married Anna, sister of Louis II, last king of Bohemia and Hungary, whose wife was Mary, Ferdinand's sister. Footnote: These fortunate marriages of the House of Austria were celebrated in the following couplet: Bella garant alii tu Felix Austria nuba, qui dat Mars aliis dat tibi regna Venus. End of footnote. 1517, beginning of the Reformation. Luther. Martin Luther was born 1483 at Eisleben, son of a miner, became Master of Arts and instructor 1505, monk in the Augustan monastery at Erfurt 1507, priest 1508, professor at Wittenberg 1511, sent to Rome on business connected with his order 1512, doctor of theology. On October 31, 1517, he nailed upon the door of the court church at Wittenberg his 95 theses against the misuse of absolution or indulgences, especially by the Dominican monk Tetzel. 1518, beginning of the Reformation in Switzerland by Zwingli. At Zurich, Zwingli fell in battle at Kappel, 1531. Summoned to Augsburg by Cardinal de Vio of Gaeta Cajetanus, Luther could not be induced to abjure, 1518, but appealed to the Pope. Footnote: De Papa mala informato ad papam melius informandum. End of footnote. Mediation of the papal chamberlain versus Miltitz. After the discussion at Leipzig 1519, Bodenstein called Karlstadt against Eck. The latter secured a papal bull against 41 articles in Luther's writings. Luther burnt 1520 the papal bull and the canon law, whereupon he was excommunicated. In the meantime, German electors, in spite of the claims of Francis I of France, had chosen the grandson of Maximilian I in Spain, Charles I, as emperor. 1519 to 1556, Charles V. He came to Germany for the first time in 1520 for the purpose of holding a grand diet at Worms, 1521. There Luther defended his doctrines before the emperor under a safe conduct. The ban of the empire being pronounced against him, he was carried to the Wartburg by Frederick the Wise of Saxony and there protected. The Edict of Worms prohibited all new doctrines, Luther's translation of the Bible. Hearing of Karlstadt's misdoings, he returned to Wittenberg and introduced public worship with the liturgy in German and communion in both kinds in Electoral Saxony and in Hesse 1522. The spread of the Reformation in Germany was favored by the fact that the emperor, after the Diet of Worms, had left Germany and was occupied with the war with Francis I. Franz von Sickingen and Ulrich von Hutten advocated the Reformation. Sickingen stood at the head of an association of nobles directed against the spiritual principalities. He laid siege to Trier, 1522, in vain, was besieged in Landstuhl, and fell in battle. Hutten fled the country and died on the island of Uffnau in the lake of Zurich, 1523. 1524 to 1525, the Peasants' War in Swabia and Franconia, accompanied with terrible outrages. The 12 Articles, the peasants defeated at Königshofen on the Tauber and cruelly punished. Anabaptists in Thuringia, Thomas Münzer captured at Frankenhausen and executed. Reformation in Prussia, Grand Master Albert of Brandenburg, Duke of Prussia under Polish overlordship. Luther's marriage with Catherine of Bora, formerly a nun. Catechism, Ferdinand of Austria, the emperor's younger brother, educated in Spain, to whom Charles had entrusted since 1522 the government of the Habsburgs' lands in Germany, formed an alliance in 1524 at the instigation of the papal legate Campeggio with the 2 dukes of Bavaria and the bishop of southern Germany in order to oppose the religious changes. To counteract this move, of the League of Torgau was formed 1526 among the Protestants, John of Saxony, Philip of Hesse, Lüneburg, Magdeburg, Prussia, etc. They procured an enactment at the Diet of Speyer favorable to the new doctrine, 1526. 1521 to 1526, First War of Charles V with Francis I. Charles advanced claims to Milan and the Duchy of Burgundy. Francis claimed Spanish Navarre and Naples. The French under Lautrec were driven from Milan, which was given to Francesco Sforza, 1522. The French Connétable, Charles of Bourbon, transferred his allegiance to Charles V. Unfortunate invasion of Italy by the French, 1523-24, under Bonnivet. The Chevalier Bayard, sans peur et sans reproche, fell during the retreat. Imperial forces invaded southern France. Francis I crossed Mount Cenis and recaptured Milan. 1525 Battle of Pavia, Francis defeated and captured. 1526 Peace of Madrid, Francis renounced all claim to Milan. Genoa and Naples, as well as the overlordship of Flanders and Artois, assented to the cession of the Duchy of Burgundy and gave his sons as hostages. 1527 to 1529, Second War between Charles V and Francis I. who had declared that the conditions of the Peace of Madrid were extorted by force and hence void. Alliance at Cognac between Francis, the Pope, Venice, and Francesco Sforza against the Emperor. The imperial army, unpaid and mutinous, took Rome by storm under the Constable of Bourbon, who fell in the assault by the hand of Benvenuto Cellini. The Pope besieged in the castle of Sant'Angelo, 1527. The French general Lautrec invaded Naples, but the revolt of Genoa, Doria, whose independence Charles V promised to recognize, and the plague of which Lautrec himself died, compelled the French to raise the siege of the capital and to retire to France. 1529 Peace of Cambrai, Pays des Dames, so called from the fact that it was negotiated by Margaret of Austria, Charles's aunt, and Louise of Savoy, Duchess of Angoulême, mother of Francis. Francis paid 2,000,000 crowns and renounced his claims upon Italy, Flanders, and Artois. Charles promised not to press his claims upon Burgundy for the present, and released the French princes. 1529 Second Diet at Speyer, where in consequence of the victorious position of the Emperor Ferdinand and the Catholic party took a more decided position, the strict execution of the decree of Worms was resolved upon. The evangelical estates protested against this resolution, whence they were called Protestants. 1526 to 1532 War with the Turks. Louis II, King of Hungary, having fallen in the Battle of Mohacs, 1526, one party chose Ferdinand, Charles's brother, the other John Zapalia. The latter was assisted by the Sultan Suleiman, who besieged Vienna in vain, 1529. 1530 Charles crowned emperor in Bologna by the Pope. This was the last coronation of a German emperor by the Pope. 1530 Brilliant Diet at Augsburg, the emperor presiding in person. Presentation of the Confession of Augsburg, Confessio Augustana, by Melanchthon, true name Schwarzerd, 1497 to 1560. The learned friend of Luther. The enactment of the Diet commanded the abolition of all innovations. 1531 February 6. Small Chaldaic League agreed upon in 1530 between the majority of Protestant princes and imperial cities. Charles caused his brother Ferdinand to be elected King of Rome and crowned at Aachen. The Elector of Saxony protested against this proceeding in the name of the evangelicals, in consequence of the new danger which threatened from the Turks. Religious peace at Nuremberg, 1532. The Augsburg Edict was revoked, and free exercise of their religion permitted the Protestants until the meeting of a new council to be called within a year. Soleiman invaded and ravaged Hungary. Heroic defense of Gunz. A great imperial army was sent to the aid of Hungary, and Soleiman retired. 1534 to 1535 Anabaptists in Münster. Johann Bachel's son from Leyden. 1534 Philip, Landgrave of Hessen, restored the Lutheran Duke Ulrich of Württemberg, who had been driven out 1519 by the Swabian League of Cities. The emperor had invested Ferdinand with the duchy, but the latter was obliged to agree to a compact whereby he was to renounce Württemberg, but should be recognized as King of Rome by the evangelical party. 1535 Charles's expedition against Tunis. Cheredin, Barbarossa the pirate. Tunis conquered. Liberation of all Christian slaves. 1536 to 1538 Third War between Charles V and Francis I about Milan. Francis I having renewed his claims upon that duchy after the death of Francesco Sforza II without issue. Charles invaded Provence anew, but fruitlessly. Francis made an inroad into Savoy and Piedmont, and accepted the alliance of Soleiman, who pressed Hungary hard and sent his fleet to ravage the coast of Italy. The war was ended by the Truce of Nice, 1538, June 18, which was concluded on the basis of possession at the time of its formation for 10 years. July, meeting between Charles and Francis at Aigues-Mortes, 1539 to 1540, Charles V crossed France for the purpose of suppressing a disturbance in Ghent and was received by Francis with special distinction, Ghent punished by deprivation of its privileges. 1540, the Order of Jesuits founded by Ignatius Loyola. 1534, approved by Pope Paul III, successfully opposed the spread of the Reformation. 1541, Reformation introduced into Geneva by Calvin. Jean Convin from Noyon in Picardy, born 1509, Catholic pastor in his 18th year, resigned his office, studied law at Orléans and Bourges, came forward as a reformer at Paris in 1532, finding protection from Margaret of Navarre, sister of Francis I. Exiled from France, Calvin went to Basel, published the Institutio Christiani Religionis, 1535, 1536 to 1538 in Geneva, 1538 to 1541 in Strasbourg, afterwards head of the state in Geneva, died 1564. From Geneva, the Reformation spread to France and Scotland. John Knox. 1541, Charles's unsuccessful expedition against Algiers. 1542, Henry, Duke of Brunswick, Wolfenbüttel, driven from the country by the Schmalkaldi League. 1542-1544, Fourth War between Charles V and Francis I, occasioned by the investiture of Charles's son, Philip, with Milan. The fact that two secret agents whom Francis had sent to Soliman were captured in Milan, and when they resisted, put to death, served as a pretext. Francis in alliance with Soliman and the Duke of Cleves, the allied Turkish and French fleets bombarded and plundered Nice. Charles in alliance with Henry VIII of England conquered the Duke of Cleves and advanced as far as Soissons. Soliman invaded Hungary and Austria. 1544, September 18, Peace of Crespy. Francis' second son, the Duke of Orléans, was to marry a princess of the imperial family and receive Milan. He died in 1545. However, Milan continued in the possession of the emperor, who gave it nominally to his son Philip as a fief. Francis gave up his claims to Naples and the overlordship of Flanders and Artois. Charles renounced his claims to Burgundy. 1545 to 1563, Council of Trent, not attended by the Protestants. Reforms in the Church. Establishment of a number of dogmas of the Catholic Church. 1546, February 18, death of Luther at Eisleben. Charles V, who since the Peace of Crespy was unhindered by foreign complications, sought to crush the independence of the estates of the empire in Germany and to restore the unity of the Church, to which he was urged by the Pope, who concluded an alliance with him and promised money and troops. 1546 to 1547, Schmalkaldic War. The leaders of the League of Schmalkalden, John Frederick, Elector of Saxony, and Philip, Landgrave of Hesse, placed under the ban. Duke Maurice of Saxony concluded a secret alliance with the emperor. Irresolute conduct of the war by the allies in Upper Germany. The elector and the Landgrave could not be induced by General Schartlen of Augsburg to make a decisive attack, and finally retired each to his own land. John Frederick of Saxony reconquered his electorate, which Maurice had occupied. Charles V first reduced the members of the League in southern Germany, Augsburg, Nuremberg, Ulm, Duke of Württemberg, etc., to subjection, then went to Saxony, forced the passage of the Elbe, and defeated in the Battle of Mühlberg, 1547, April 24, on the Lochau Heath near Torgau. The Elector of Saxony captured him and besieged his capital, Wittenberg. Treaty mediated by Joachim II of Brandenburg. The electoral dignity and lands given to the Albertine line, Duke Maurice. The Ernestine line retained Weimar, Jena, Eisenach, Gotha, etc. The elector was kept in captivity. Philip of Hesse surrendered and was detained in captivity, although Maurice and Joachim II of Brandenburg had pledged themselves for his liberation. Interim of Augsburg, 1548, not generally accepted by the Protestants. The city of Magdeburg, the center of the opposition, placed under the ban. Maurice of Saxony, entrusted with the execution of the decree, armed himself in secret against Charles V, and in 1552 surprised the emperor after the conclusion of the Treaty of Friedewalde, 1551, with Henry II of France, and forced him to liberate his father-in-law, Philip of Hesse, and to conclude the Convention of Passau, 1552. August 2, free exercise of religion for the adherents of the Confession of Augsburg until the next Diet. Maurice defeated Albert Margrave of Brandenburg Kulmbach at Sievershausen, 1553, but was mortally wounded. 1555, religious peace of Augsburg, September 25. The territorial princes and the free cities who at this date acknowledged the Confession of Augsburg received freedom of worship, the right to introduce the Reformation within their territories, jus reformandi, and equal rights with the Catholic estates. No agreement reached as regarded the ecclesiastical reservation that bishops and abbots who became Protestant should lose their offices and incomes, but this provision was inserted by imperial decree. This peace secured no privileges for the Reformed religion, Genevan. 1552 to 1556, war between Charles V and Henry II, who, as the ally of Maurice, had seized Metz, Toul, and Verdun. Charles besieged Metz, which was successfully defended by Francis of Guise. The Truth of Vaucelles left France provisionally in possession of the cities which had been occupied. 1556, abdication of Charles V in Brussels. October 25, 1555, and January 15, 1556, the crown of Spain, with the colonies Naples, Milan, Franche-Comté, and the Netherlands, went to his son Philip, the imperial office and the Habsburgs' lands to his brother Ferdinand I. Charles lived in the monastery of Saint-Just as a private individual, but not as a monk, and died there in 1558. 1556 to 1564, Ferdinand I, husband of Anna, sister of Louis II, King of Bohemia and Hungary, after whose death he was elected king of these countries by their estates. Constant warfare over the latter country, which he was obliged to abandon in great part to the Turks. His son Maximilian II, 1564 to 1576, was of a mild disposition and favorably inclined to the Protestants, whom he left undisturbed in the free exercise of their religion. War with Zapolia, Prince of Transylvania, and the Turks. Sultan Soliman II died in camp before Sigeth, which was defended by the heroic Zrini. By the truce with Salem II, 1566, each party retained its possessions. The imperial knight Grumbach, who had broken the public peace by a feud with the Bishop of Würzburg, had plundered the city of Würzburg, 1563, and had been protected by John Frederick, Duke of Saxony, was placed under the ban, and after the capture of Gotha, cruelly executed, 1567. The Duke was kept in strict confinement in Austria until his death. Reaction against Protestantism, anti-Reformation, 1576 to 1612. Rudolph II, son of the Emperor Maximilian II, a learned man, an astrologer and astronomer. Kepler died 1630. Was appointed imperial mathematician by him, but incapable of governing. New quarrels over the ecclesiastical reservation. The imperial city of Donauwörth placed under the ban by the emperor because a mob had disturbed a Catholic procession, was, in spite of the prohibition of the emperor, retained by Maximilian of Bavaria, who had executed the ban, 1607. These troubles led to the formation of a Protestant Union, 1608. Leader Frederick IV, Elector Palatine, which was opposed by the Catholic League, 1609. Leader Maximilian, Duke of Bavaria. Both princes were of the house of Wittelsbach. Rudolph, from whom his brother Matthias had forced the cession of Hungary, Moravia, and Austria, hoping to conciliate the Bohemians, gave them the royal charter, 1609, Majestatsbrief, which permitted a free exercise of religion to the three estates of lords, knights, and royal cities. 1609, beginning of the quarrel about the succession of Julic Cleve on the death of John William, Duke of Cleve. See the genealogical chart, page 307. The Elector of Brandenburg and the Prince of Neuburg were the principal claimants. Rudolph, toward the close of his life, was forced by Matthias to abdicate the government of Bohemia. 1612 to 1619, Matthias, being childless and having obtained the renunciation of his brothers, secured for his cousin Ferdinand, Duke of Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola, who had been educated by the Jesuits in strict Catholicism, the succession in Bohemia and Hungary, in spite of the objections of the Protestant estates. End of section 59.
Section 60 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Parsajafarian, Montreal. The World Story Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History, by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 60, Part 4, The 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648. The 30 Years' War is generally divided into 4 periods, which were properly as many different wars. The first 2, the Bohemian and the Danish, had a predominant religious character. They developed from the revolt in Bohemia to a general attack by Catholic Europe upon Protestant Europe. The latter 2, the Swedish and Swedish-French, were political wars, wars against the power of the House of Habsburg, and wars of conquest on the part of Sweden and France upon German soil. 1. Period of war in Bohemia and the County Palatine, 1618 to 1623. Occasion: closing of a Utrechtist church. Footnote: Utrechtist, that is, favoring communion in both kinds. End of footnote. In the territory of the Abbot of Braunau, and destruction of another in a city of the Archbishop of Prague, that is, in the territory of ecclesiastical estates, which, according to the view of Protestants, ought to be regarded as royal estates, in accordance with the Bohemian constitution. The irritation of the Bohemian Protestants, Utrechists, was increased by the transference of the administration of the county to 10 governors, 7 of whom were Catholics. Meeting of the Defensors and revolt in Prague, headed by Counts Matthias of Thurn. The governors, Martinitz and Slavata, and the secretary Fabricius, thrown from a window in the palace of Prague 70 feet into the ditch, but escaped with their lives. May 23, 1618. 30 directors appointed by the rebels. The Protestant Union sent Count Mansfeld to the aid of the Bohemians. From Silesia and Lusatia came troops under Margrave John George of Jageldorf. The imperial forces were defeated by Mansfeld and Count Thurn. The Emperor Matthias died 1619. Count Thurn marched upon Vienna. The Austrian estates, for the most part Protestants, threatened to join the Bohemians, and made rough demands upon Ferdinand, who, by his courage and the arrival of a few troops, was rescued from a dangerous situation. Thurn, who arrived before Vienna shortly afterwards, was soon obliged to retire by an unfavorable turn of the war in Bohemia. Ferdinand went to Frankfurt, where he was elected emperor by the other 6 electors. Ferdinand II, 1619 to 1637. Meantime, the Bohemians had deposed him from the throne of Bohemia and elected the young Frederick V, Elector Palatine, the head of the Union and the German Calvinists, son-in-law of James I, King of England, also known as the Winter King. Count Thurn, for the 2nd time before Vienna, allied with Bethlen Gabor, Prince of Transylvania, November 1619. Cold, want, and an inroad of an imperial partisan in Hungary caused a retreat. Ferdinand leagued himself with Maximilian, Duke of Bavaria, head of the Catholic League, the friend of his youth, who helped him subdue the Austrian estates with Spain. Spinola invaded the County Palatine, Treaty of Ulm, July 3, 1620. Neutrality of the Union secured. And with the Lutheran Elector of Saxony, who resubjugated Lusatia and Silesia, Maximilian of Bavaria, with the army of the League commanded by Tilly, marched to Bohemia and joined the Imperial General Bucquoy. They were victorious in the battle on the White Hill, November 8, 1620, over the troops of Frederick V, under the command of Christian of Anhalt. Frederick was put under the ban and his lands confiscated. He himself fled to Holland. Christian of Anhalt and John George of Brandenburg-Jagendorf also put under the ban. Subjugation of the Bohemians, destruction of the royal charter, execution of the leading rebels, extirpation of Protestantism in Bohemia. Afterwards, violent anti-Reformation in Austria, and, with less violence, in Silesia. Dissolution of the Protestant Union and transfer of the seat of war to the Palatinate, which was conquered in execution of the ban by Maximilian's general, Tilly, Jan Zerklaas, Baron of Tilly, born 1559 in the Walloon Brabant. With the help of Spanish troops under Spinola, Tilly defeated at Wislach by Mansfeld. April 1622, defeated the Margrave of Baden-Durlach at Wimpfen, May, and Christian of Brunswick, brother of the reigning duke and administrator of the bishopric of Halberstadt, at Hochst, June 1622, and again at Stadtholm in Westphalia, 1623. 1623. Maximilian received the electoral votes belonging to Frederick V. At the Upper Palatinate, Saxony obtained Lusatia, for the present in pledge. 2. Danish period. Seat of war in Lower Saxony, 1625 to 1629. Christian IV, King of Denmark and Duke of Holstein, was the head of the Lower Saxon Circle and the leader of the Protestants. Albert of Wallenstein, born 1583 in Bohemia, of an Utrechtist family, but educated in the Catholic faith, 1617 Count, 1623 Prince of the Empire, 1624 Duke of Friedland, became the imperial commander of an army recruited by himself, which was to be provisioned by system of robbery. Wallenstein defeated Mansfeld at the Bridge of the Saar, 1626, pursued him through Silesia to Hungary, where Mansfeld joined Bethlen Gabor. Mansfeld died in Dalmatia, November 1626. Christian of Brunswick had died in June of the same year. Tilly defeated Christian IV at Lutheram Barenberge in Brunswick, August 1626. Tilly and Wallenstein conquered Hallstein, 1627. Wallenstein alone conquered Schleswig and Jutland, drove the Dukes of Mecklenburg from the country, forced the Dukes of Pomerania to submission, but besieged Stralsund, 1628, in vain, the citizens defending themselves heroically for 10 weeks. Peace of Lubeck, May 22, 1629. Between the Emperor and Christian IV, the latter received his lands back, but promised not to interfere in German affairs, and abandoned his allies. The Duke of Mecklenburg put under the ban. Wallenstein invested with their lands. Edict of Restitution, March 29, 1629. 1. Agreeably to the ecclesiastical reservation, all ecclesiastical estates which had been confiscated since the Convention of Passau should be restored. This affected 2 archbishoprics, Magdeburg and Bremen, 12 bishoprics, Minden, Verden, Halberstadt, Lübeck, Ratzeburg, Meissen, Merseburg, Naumburg. The latter 3 were, however, left in the possession of the Elector of Saxony, Brandenburg, Havelberg, Lebes, and Kamen, besides very many, about 120, monasteries and foundations. 2. Only the adherents of the Augsburg Confession were to have free exercise of religion. All other sects were to be broken up. Beginning of a merciless execution of the edict by Wallenstein's troops and those of the League. Electoral Assembly at Regensburg, Ratisbon, 1630. The party of Bavaria and the League was hostile to Wallenstein and took up a position of determined opposition to the too powerful general. An excuse was found in the loud and well-founded complaints of all estates of the empire, particularly the Catholics, over the terrible extortion and cruelty practiced by Wallenstein's army. The emperor consented to decree the dismissal of the general and a large part of the army. War of Succession over Mantua by the houses of Nevers and Guastalla, 1627 to 1631. The former, supported by France, Richelieu himself, took the field, obtained the duchy in the Peace of Cherasco, April 6th. Although the imperial forces had been victorious and captured Mantua. 3. Swedish period, 1630 to 1635. Gustavus II, Adolphus, King of Sweden, landed on July, the coast of Pomerania, 1630. Objects and grounds of his interference: protection of the oppressed Protestants, restoration of the Dukes of Mecklenburg, his relatives, the rejection of his mediation at the Peace of Lubeck, anxiety in regard to the maritime plans of the Emperor, political position of Sweden, Finland, in Germanland, Estonia, Livonia belonged to the kingdom of Gustavus. Kurland was under Swedish influence. An ambitious monarch might easily dream of the acquisition of Prussia and Pomerania, which would have almost made the Baltic a Swedish sea. Gustavus concluded a subsidy treaty with France, Richelieu. Gustavus Adolphus drove the imperial forces from Pomerania and marched up the Oder, where Tilly came against him. 1631. The king went to Mecklenburg. Tilly retired to the Elbe and laid siege to Magdeburg. Gustavus Adolphus captured Frankfurt on the Oder negotiations with his brother-in-law, George William, Elector of Brandenburg, 1619 to 1640, who was under the influence of Schwarzenberg. Spandau was at last surrendered to him. Negotiations in regard to the surrender of Wittenberg with Saxony, which endeavored to maintain the position of a third mediatory party in the empire, a sort of armed neutrality. Diet of Princes at Leipzig, 1631, and was with difficulty brought to form an alliance with an enemy of the empire. Meanwhile, capture of Magdeburg by Tilly, May 20, 1631. The storm was conducted by Pappenheim. Terrible massacre and sack of the city by the unbridled soldiery of Tilly, who did what he could to check the outrages. Fire broke out suddenly in many places far removed from one another. The whole city, with the exception of the cathedral, was consumed. Not by Tilly's command. Footnote: probably the fire was set by previous agreements of the more determined portion of the defenders. End of footnote. Tilly took possession of Halle, Eisleben, Merseburg, and other cities and burned them. John George, the Elector of Saxony, formed an alliance with Gustavus Adolphus, who crossed the Elbe at Wittenberg, Leipzig, occupied by Tilly. The imperial army and that of the Swedes and Saxons, each about 40,000 strong, were face to face. Battle of Leipzig or Breitenfeld, September 17, 1631. The Saxons were at first put to rout by Tilly, but after a bloody fight, Gustavus Adolphus won a brilliant victory. The Saxons entered Bohemia. Gustavus crossed Thuringia and Franconia to the Rhine by way of Erfurt, Wurzburg, Hanau, Frankfurt, Darmstadt, crossed the Rhine at Oppenheim, and occupied Mainz, winter quarters. Meantime, Prague was captured by the Saxons under Arnhem, Boitzenburg, a former subordinate of Wallenstein. the emperor held fruitless negotiations with the Saxons. At the urgent request of Ferdinand, Wallenstein collected an army, over which he received uncontrolled command. He recaptured Prague and drove the Saxons from Bohemia. Their eagerness for the war and the Swedish alliance was already chilled. 1632, Gustavus advanced to the Danube by way of Nuremberg to meet Tilly. Conflict at Rhein, near the confluence of the Lens and the Danube. Tilly, mortally wounded, died at Ingolstadt. He was 73 years old. Gustavus went to Augsburg, vainly besieged Maximilian in Ingolstadt, but forced Munich to surrender. Wallenstein summoned to the assistance of Maximilian. Fortified camp near Nuremberg, July or September 1632. Burgstall. Gustavus and Wallenstein faced to face for 11 weeks. Wallenstein declined battle. Reinforced by Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar, the Swedes attacked Wallenstein's in entrenchments, but were repulsed with heavy loss. Gustavus advanced to the Danube. Wallenstein turned upon Saxony, now defenseless. Arnhem, having marched through Lusatia to Silesia with the Saxon and Brandenburg troops. Terrible ravages committed by the bands of Wallenstein. At the call of the Elector of Saxony, Gustavus hastened back by way of Kitzingen and Schweinfurt, joined Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar in Arnstadt, marched upon Naumburg, and, hearing that Wallenstein had dispatched Pappenheim from Leipzig to the Rhine, attacked the imperial forces, 18,000 against 20,000 Swedes. Battle of Lutzen. Death of Gustavus Adolphus, November 16th, 1632. Footnote. The suspicion that the king was murdered by Francis Albert, Duke of Lauenburg, is totally unfounded. End of footnote. Pappenheim, recalled in haste, took part in the battle with his cavalry after 3 o'clock. He was mortally wounded. The victory of the Swedes was completed by Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar. Bernhard, Gustavus Horn, and Banner took command of the Swedish forces. The conduct of foreign affairs was assumed by the Swedish Chancellor, Axel Oxenstierna, born 1583, Chancellor since 1609, League of Heilbronn, between the circles of Swabia, Franconia, Upper and Lower Rhine on the one part, and Sweden on the other. 1633. Expedition of Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar to Franconia. He took Bamberg and Hochstadt, drove back the Bavarians under Altringer, and joined Field Marshal Horn. Bernhard received from the Chancellor the investiture with the bishoprics of Wurzburg and Bamberg, under the name of the Duchy of Franconia, and occupied the Upper Palatinate. February. After Wallenstein had tried and punished with death many of his officers in Prague, and had filled their places with new recruits, he marched to Silesia, fought with the Saxon, Brandenburg, and Swedish troops, and negotiated frequently with Arnhem. Negotiations with Oxenstierna. October. Capture of a Swedish corps at Staunau on the Oder. Wallenstein invaded Brandenburg, sending raiders as far as Berlin, and then plundered Lusatia. November. Regensburg, Ratisbon. Captured by Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar. Wallenstein found himself unable to go to the assistance of the Elector of Bavaria, as the Emperor urged, and went into winter quarters in Bohemia. Growing estrangement between Wallenstein and the imperial court, the Spanish party and the League wished him removed from his command. Wallenstein conducted secret negotiations with the Saxons, the Swedes, and the French. He intended to create, with the help of the army, declaration of the generals Piccolomoni, Gallus, and Aldringer at Pilsen, an independent position for himself, whence he could, with the aid of the 2 North German electors, liberate the emperor from the control of the Spanish party, and, if necessary, compel him to make peace and reorganize the internal affairs of the empire. On the basis of a religious peace, he had resolved upon open revolt if the hostile party continued in power. Whether he harbored a wish for the crown of Bohemia, along with other fantastic plans, it is hard to decide. The court of Vienna succeeded in detaching the principal generals, Piccolomini, Galles, Aldringa, Maradas, Coloreto, from his cause. Ilov, Drska, Kinsky remained faithful. January 24th, 1634. Imperial Proclamation. Friedland was concerned in a conspiracy to rob the emperor of his crown. The chief officers of the army commanded to no longer obey him. February 18th. Second proclamation, formally deposing Wallenstein. On the 24th, Wallenstein went to Eger, where he was to be met by Bernard of Saxe-Weimar and Arnhem. There occurred the assassination of Wallenstein, February 25, by Captain Devorah, at the instigation of the Irish general, Butler, after his intimate friends had been treacherously massacred. The emperor had not commanded the murder, nor had he definitely desired it, but he had given rein to the party which he knew wished to bring in Wallenstein alive or dead. And after the deed was done, he rewarded the murderers with honors and riches. 1634. Victory of the Imperialists under Ferdinand, the emperor's son, and Galles and the Bavarians, John of Welf, over the Swedes at Nordlingen. Peace of Prague, 1635. May 30th. Between the emperor and the elector of Saxony. 1. The elector received Lusatia permanently, the archbishopric of Magdeburg for his second son, August, for life. 2. Those ecclesiastical estates not held immediately of the emperor, which had been confiscated before the Convention of Passau, should remain the possessor forever. All others should remain for 40 years, from 1627, and, in case no further understanding was reached before the expiration of that period, forever, in the condition in which they were on November 12, 1627. 3. Amnesty, except for participants, the disturbances in Bohemia, the Palatinate. Common cause to be made against Sweden. The Lutherans alone to be allowed freedom of worship. Brandenburg and the majority of the other Protestant estates accepted the peace. 4. Swedish-French period, 1635 to 1648. The policy of Sweden was determined by Oxenstierna, that of France by Richelieu, died 1642, and afterwards by Mazarin. France fought at first in the person of Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar only, with whom subsidized treaties had been concluded, and who was trying to conquer himself a new state in Alsace, in place of the Duchy of Franconia, which he had lost by the Battle of Nordlingen. Capture of Breisach, 1638. After his death, 1639, France took control of his army. 1636. Victory of the Swedes under Banner at Wittstock over the Imperialists and the Saxons. Death of Ferdinand II, his son. 1637 to 1657. Ferdinand III was desirous of peace. The ducal house of Pomerania became extinct, 1637, after the death of Banner, 1641. Torstenson became commander-in-chief of the Swedes. 1640. Death of George William, Frederick William, Elector of Brandenburg, the Great Elector, 1640 to 1688. 1641. Discussion of the preliminaries of peace in Hamburg, and Congress agreed upon. 1642. Second Battle of Leipzig, Breitenfeld. Torstenson defeated the Imperialists under Piccolomini. Torstenson threatened the hereditary states of the emperor. These Swedish successes aroused the envy of Christian IV of Denmark, hence. 1643 to 1645. War between Denmark and Sweden. September 1643. Torstenson, hastened by forced marches through Silesia, Saxony, Brunswick to the north, conquered Holstein and Schleswig and invaded Jutland. Meanwhile, the French in South Germany, under Marshal Guebriant, had penetrated the Rottweil, Württemberg. Guebriant fell in battle. Shortly afterwards, the French, under Rantzau, were surprised at the Duttlingen by an Austro-Bavarian army under Mercy and Werth, and totally defeated. 1643. Opening of the negotiations for peace in Onalsbach with the Swedes. 1644 in Munster with the French. Marshal Turenne and the 21-year-old Prince of Bourbon, Duke of Enghien, afterwards Prince of Condé, appointed commanders-in-chief of the French troops. 1644. They forced the Bavarians under Mercy to retreat. Condé captured Mannheim, Speyer, and Philipsburg. Turenne took Worms, Oppenheim, Mainz, and Landau. Meanwhile, the imperial army under Gallas had been sent to the aid of the Danes, who were hard pressed both by land and by sea, by the Swedish admiral Gustavus Wrangel, January 1645. The imperial force was repulsed by Torstenson and Königsmark, pursued into Germany and almost annihilated at Magdeburg. March. Brilliant victory of Torstenson over the imperialists at Jankau, not far from Tabor in Bohemia, whereupon, in union with the Prince of Transylvania, Rákóczi, he conquered the whole of Moravia and advanced hard upon Vienna. May. Turenne defeated by John of Werth at Mergentheim in Franconia. August. Turenne, at the head of the French and Hessians, defeated the Bavarians at Allersheim. Peace between Sweden and Denmark at Bromsbro. After a futile siege of Brunn, the plague having broken out in his army, Torstenson returned to Bohemia. He resigned his command on account of illness and was succeeded by Wrangel. 1646. Wrangel left Bohemia, united to his own force the Swedish troops under Königsmark in Westphalia, and joined Turenne at Giessen. Swedes and French invaded Bavaria and forced the Elector Maximilian to conclude the Truce of Ulm, 1647, and to renounce his alliance with the Emperor. After Turenne had been recalled from envy at the Swedish successes, and Wrangel had gone to Bohemia, Maximilian broke the truce and joined the Imperialists again. 1648. Second invasion of Bavaria by the French and Swedes. Terrible ravages. A flood in the Inn prevented the further advance of the Allies, who returned to the Upper Palatinate. The Swedish general Königsmark captured that part of Prague, the right bank of Moldau, Kleinstadt. Terrible condition of Germany. Irreparable losses of men and wealth, reduction of population, increase of poverty, retrogradation in all ranks. Peace of Westphalia, October 24th, 1648. Negotiations from 1645 to 1648. Imperial ambassadors, Count Trautsmandorf and Dr. Volmar, French Count Davos and Count Servien, Swedish Count Oxenstierna, son of the Chancellor, and Baron Salvius. France and Sweden, against the will of the Emperor, secured the participation of the Estates of the Empire in negotiations. Conditions of the peace. A. Indemnifications. 1. Sweden received as a fief of the Empire the whole of Hither Pomerania and Rügen, with a part of Farther Pomerania, Stettin, Gars, Damm, Golnau, Wohlen, and Usedom. The city of Wismar, formerly belonging to Mecklenburg, and the bishoprics Bremen, not the city, and Verden as secular duchies, and 5 million riksdaler. Sweden became a member of the Diet with 3 votes. 2. France received without reservation of the feudal overlordship of the empire, hence with absolute sovereignty, the bishoprics and cities of Metz, Toul, and Verdun, which had been in French hands since 1552, Pignerol, the city of Breisach, the Landgravet of Upper and Lower Alsace, which belonged to a branch of the Austrian house, and the government of 10 imperial cities in Alsace, Praefectura Provincialis, decem civitatum imperialum, with express acknowledgement of their previous freedom. The other imperial estates, in Alsace, particularly Strasbourg, retained their immediate relation to the empire and their freedom. France also received the right of garrisoning Philipsburg. 3. Hesse Castle, Abbey of Hersfeld, Schaumburg, the fiefs of the foundation of Minden, and 600,000 riksdaler. 4. Brandenburg, as indemnification for Pomerania, which belonged to Brandenburg by the law of inheritance, but of which it received a larger part of farther Pomerania only. The bishoprics of Halberstadt, Minden, and Kamin, as secular principalities. The archbishoprics of Magdeburg, as a duchy, with the reservation that it should remain in possession of the administrator August of Saxony during his life. Died 1680. 5. Mecklenburg, the bishoprics of Schwerin and Ratsburg as principalities. 6. Brunswick, alternate presentation to the bishopric of Osnabrück, where a Catholic and evangelical bishop were to alternate. B. Secular affairs of the empire. 1. General amnesty and return to the condition of things in 1618. 2. The electoral dignity and the Upper Palatinate were left in the hands of the Wilhelmian line, Bavaria, of the House of Wittelsbach, while a new electorate, the 8th, was created for the Rudolfian line, Palatinate. 3. The territorial superiority, Landesscheute, of the whole body of estates, as regarded their relation to the emperor, was recognized, which involved the right of concluding alliances with one another and with foreign powers if they were not directed against empire or emperor. Afterwards, since 1663, the Standing Diet at Regensburg developed the German constitution more in detail. 4. The republics of the United Netherlands and of Switzerland were recognized as independent of the empire. C. Ecclesiastical affairs. Gravimona ecclesiastica. 1. The Convention of Passau and the Peace of Augsburg were approved and extended so as to include the Calvinists. 2. Catholic and Protestant estates were to be on an entire equality in all affairs of the empire. 3. January 1, 1624, was adopted as the norm, annus normalis, by which questions of ownership of ecclesiastical estates and exercise of religion should be settled. As things were upon that date, so they were to remain forever. That is, the ecclesiastical reservation was acknowledged to be binding for the future. Subjugated Protestants in Austria and Bohemia obtained no rights by the peace, but those evangelical states, which had been gained by the anti-Reformation during the war, the Lower Palatinate, Württemberg, Baden, etc., were allowed to resume the exercise of their religion which had been theirs in 1618. De jus reformandi, the privilege of deciding by fiat the religion of those subjects to whom the year 1628 did not secure free exercise of religion, was retained for the future by the territorial lords. The right of emigration was, however, reserved to the subjects in such cases. The imperial court, Reichskammergericht, was restored, and its members were to be equally divided between Protestants and Catholics. France and Sweden guaranteed the peace. End of section 60. Recording by Parsa Jafarian, Montreal.
Section 61. 1 of an Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 61, Part 5, France, 1498 to 1589, Houses of Orléans and Angoulême, branch line of the House of Valois, since 1328, whose relation to the main line is shown in the genealogical table, page 318. 1498 to 1515, Louis XII obtained a divorce from Joanna, daughter of Louis XI, and married Anna of Brittany, widow of Charles VIII, in order to keep this duchy for the crown. As grandson of Valentina Visconti, he laid claim to Milan, drove out Ludovico Moro, who was imprisoned when he ventured to return to Milan, 1500. 1501, Louis XII, in alliance with Ferdinand the Catholic, King of Aragon, conquered the kingdom of Naples. The Spaniards and French soon falling out, the latter were defeated by the Spanish general Gonzalo de Cordova on the Garigliano, 1504. Louis XII gave up his claim to Naples. 1508, Louis, a party in the League of Cambrai. In 1511, the Pope, Ferdinand the Catholic, and Venice concluded the Holy League with the object of driving the French out of Italy. The latter, under the young Gaston de Foix, Duke of Nemours, nephew of Louis XII, were at first successful in the war, taking Brescia, 1512, by storm, Bayard without reproach or fear, and defeating the united Spanish and Papal armies at Ravenna with the aid of 5,000 German mercenaries in the same year. They were, however, compelled by the Swiss to evacuate Milan. In 1513, the French formed a new alliance with Venice, but were defeated by the Swiss at Novara and withdrew from Italy. Henry VIII of England, who had joined the Holy League in 1512, and the Emperor Maximilian, who had joined in 1513, invaded France and defeated the French. 1513, August 17. At Guinegate, called the Battle of the Spurs from the hasty flight of the French. France concluded peace with the Pope, with Spain, 1513, with the Emperor, and with Henry VIII, 1514. Anna of Brittany having died, Louis took as his third wife Mary, the sister of Henry VIII. He died soon after the marriage, January 1, 1515. He was succeeded by his cousin, the Count of Angoulême, who had married Claudia, daughter of Louis XII, and Anna, hence heiress of Brittany, which, however, was not actually incorporated with France until 1598. As king, the Count of Angoulême is known as Francis I. 1515 to 1547. Courageous, fond of display, dissolute. 1515, September 13 to 14, he reconquered Milan by the brilliant victory of Marignano over the Swiss, who fought most bravely. Peace and alliance between France and Switzerland. Treaty of Geneva, November 7, 1515. Treaty of Freiburg, November 29, 1516. The latter, La Paix Perpetuelle, endured till the French Revolution. 1516, increase of the royal power by a concordat with the Pope, which rescinded the pragmatic sanction of 1438 and placed the choice of bishops and abbots in the hands of the king. The Pope, on the other hand, received the annates, or the first year's revenue of every ecclesiastical domain where the king's right of presentation was exercised. Francis also abandoned the principle of the Council of Basel that the Pope was subordinate to an ecumenical council. 1520, meeting of Francis and Henry VIII of England in the neighborhood of Calais. Field of the Cloth of Gold. The wars of Francis with Charles V occupied the rest of Francis' reign. Restrictions upon the political rights of the parliaments, cultivation of literature and the arts. Rabelais, 1483 to 1553. Persecutions of the Protestants. Francis died March 31, 1547. He was succeeded by his son Henry II, 1547 to 1559. Growing power of the House of Guise. Francis, Duke of Guise, and Charles, Cardinal of Lorraine. See the genealogical table, page 320. Henry's mistress, Diana of Poitiers, Duchess of Valentinois, ruled him almost absolutely. Montmorency, constable, persecution of the Protestants in France, assistance to German Protestants, 1547, final union of Brittany with the French crown. Descent of Brittany, see genealogical table, page 320. 1552, war with Charles V, seizure of the three bishoprics, Toul, Mentz, Verdun. 1556 to 1559, war with Philip II of Spain, the French defeated by the Spaniards with the aid of the English. 1557, at Saint Quentin on the Somme, and by Count Egmont at Gravelines. 1558. 1558 January, Calais and Guinness, the last English possessions in France, captured by Francis, Duke of Guise. 1559 April, Peace of Cateau Cambrésis. The French restored all their conquests except Calais and the three bishoprics, Metz, Toul, and Verdun. Henry II, who died of a wound received in a tourney, was succeeded by his three weak sons. 1559 to 1560, Francis II, 16 years old, the first husband of Mary Stuart of Scotland, a niece of the Guises. Persecution of the Protestants, Chambre Ardente. Cruel executions. The king's mother, Catherine de' Medici, struggled for power and influence against the Bourbon princes, Anton, King of Navarre, and Louis of Condé, descended from Louis IX. The Guises, at first rivals of the queen and then in alliance with her, conducted all affairs of state and surpassed in influence their opponents, the Catholic constable Montmorency and his nephews, the three brothers Chatillon, Gaspard, Admiral de Coligny, 1517 to 1572, François d'Andelot, Cardinal Chatillon, afterwards leaders of the Huguenots, de l'Hôpital, Chancellor, conspiracy of Amboise, La Renaudie against the Guises, defeated 1560, death of Francis II, 1560 to 1574, Charles IX, 10 years old, under the influence of his mother, Catherine de' Medici, 1562 to 1598, Wars of the Huguenots. Footnote: Huguenots is said to be a nickname derived from King Hugo, a spectre which, in the belief of the people, nightly haunted the streets of Paris, whence the Protestants from their nocturnal gatherings were called Huguenots. Others derived the name from a corruption of Eidgenossen, Confederates. End of footnote. Cruel persecutions compelled the Huguenots to take up arms. At the same time, they became a political party opposed to the Catholic party. The wars of the Huguenots were therefore not simply religious wars, but also political civil wars, in which the leaders of both parties were endeavoring to take advantage of the weakness of the king and get control of the government. The first three wars form properly one war, interrupted by truces called peaces: Amboise, 1563, Longjumeau, 1568, Saint-Germain, 1570, which were without result. The conditional freedom of religious worship permitted the Huguenots was to be guaranteed by the surrender to them for 2 years of the 4 strong towns, La Rochelle, Cognac, Montauban, La Charité. 1572, August 23 to 24, Night of Saint Bartholomew, murder of Admiral Coligny, and general massacre of Huguenots under the conduct of Henry of Guise and Tavannes, on the occasion of the marriage of Henry of Bourbon, King of Navarre, son of Anton, King of Navarre, with the sister of Charles IX, Margaret of Valois. Henry of Navarre saved his life by a pretended conversion to Catholicism. Over 3,000 Huguenots were slain in the capital. In the whole of France, about 30,000. This bloody deed led to the Fourth Civil War, 1572 to 1573. La Rochelle, besieged by Henry the Duke of Anjou, brother of Charles IX, made a brave defense. The election of the Duke of Anjou to the crown of Poland brought about a compromise. Edict of Bologna, July 8, 1573, ended the war favorably to the Huguenots. Charles IX died May 30, 1574. His brother, who fled from Poland, became king. 1574 to 1589, Henry III, a debauched weakling. The Fifth Civil War, during which Henry of Navarre reassumed the Protestant faith, was concluded 1576 by conditions more favorable to the Huguenots than those of any previous peace. Peace of Châtenois, Pays de Monsieur, after the Duke of Alençon, May 6, 1576. Hence dissatisfaction among the Catholics. Origin of the Holy League, 1576, which, in alliance with Philip II of Spain, proposed the annihilation of the Reform party and the elevation of the Guises to the throne. The king, out of fear of the League, proclaimed himself its head and forbade the exercise of the Protestant religion throughout France. The Protestants and moderate Catholics had joined forces in 1575 by the Confederation of Mille Hauts Politiques Huguenots. Sixth Civil War, wherein the Huguenots were defeated, but obtained favorable terms at the Peace of Bergerac or Poitiers, September 17, 1577, as the king was unwilling to let the League become too powerful. In spite of the renewal of the Treaty of Peace, not one of its articles was executed. This caused the Seventh Civil War, La Guerre des Amoureux, 1580, which was ended in the same year by the Treaty of Flaix near Saint-Foy, November 26, in which the conditions granted the Huguenots in former treaties were confirmed. The death of Francis, Duke of Alençon, since the accession of Henry III, Duke of Anjou, the younger brother of the king, in 1584, rendered the extinction of the House of Valois certain, as it was the intention of the League to exclude from the throne Henry of Navarre, who belonged to the Reformed religion, and to give the crown to the latter's uncle, the Cardinal of Bourbon. And as the League meantime induced the king to revoke the concessions granted to the Huguenots, there broke out the Eighth Civil War, 1585 to 1589, called the War of the Three Henrys. Henry III of Valois, Henry of Navarre, Henry of Guise. The Catholic party triumphed in spite of the victory of Coutras, October 20, 1587, gained by Henry of Navarre. Formation of the League of 16 at Paris, which proposed the deposition of the weak king. Guise entered Paris, was received with acclamation, King of Paris. The timid resistance of the king was broken by a popular insurrection. Day of the Barricades, May 12, 1588. Henry III fled to Blois, where he summoned the estates of the kingdom. États Généraux, States General, finding no support among them against the League, he caused Henry, Duke of Guise, and his brother Louis the Cardinal to be murdered, December 23, 1588. At this news, a revolt of the Catholic party broke out, headed by the brother of the murdered man, the Duke of Mayenne. Henry III fled to Henry of Navarre in the Huguenot camp, where he was murdered before Paris at Saint-Cloud by the monk Jacques Clément. July 31, died August 2. Death of Catherine de' Medici, January 5, 1589. Michel Montaigne, 1533 to 1592. 1589 to 1792. 1830, House of Bourbon, descended from Saint Louis IX's younger son, Robert, Count of Clermont, husband of Beatrice of Bourbon. See the genealogical table, page 323. 1589 to 1610, Henry IV. The Catholic party refused to recognize Henry and made the old Cardinal of Bourbon king under the name of Charles X. Died 1590. Some wished the Duke of Mayenne to be his successor, while others joined themselves to Philip II of Spain, who laid claim to the throne of France on behalf of his daughter by his third marriage with Elizabeth of Valois, sister of Henry III. Victory of Henry IV over the Duke of Mayenne at Arquis, 1589, and at the Battle of Ivry, 1590, March 14. Henry besieged Paris, which was relieved by Mayenne and the Duke of Parma. Henry adjured the Reformed religion at Saint Denis, 1593, and was crowned at Chartres, 1594. Brissac having thereupon surrendered Paris to him, the power of the League was broken. Not, however, until Henry, after public penance by his ambassadors at Rome, had been freed from the papal ban, was he generally recognized by Mayenne II. The civil wars of religion were ended by the Edict of Nantes, 1598, April 15, which gave the Huguenots equal political rights with the Catholics, but by no means secured them entire freedom of religious worship. The edict granted the exercise of the reformed religion to nobles having the right of criminal jurisdiction, seigneur haute justicier, and to the citizens of a certain number of cities and towns, but prohibited it in all episcopal and archiepiscopal cities at the court of the king, and in Paris as well as within a circle of 20 miles around the capital. Public offices were open to the Huguenots, and mixed chambers were established in 4 parliaments, Paris, Toulouse, Grenoble, Bordeaux. The Huguenots obtained some fortified towns and were recognized to a certain extent as an armed political party. The Edict of Nantes was registered by the Parliament only after a long delay. Treaty of Availle, May 2, 1598, with Spain. Restoration of all conquests to France. Adoption of measures looking to the improvement of the finances and the general prosperity which had gone to decay, especially by Rosny, afterwards Duke of Sully, 1560 to 1641. Fantastic plan of the king's to establish a universal Christian republic in Europe, comprising 6 hereditary monarchies, France, England, Spain, Denmark, Sweden, Lombardy, 5 elective monarchies, the Empire, Papacy, Hungary, Poland, Bohemia, and 4 republics, Switzerland, Italy, Venice, Belgium, which probably would have turned out to be a league against the 2 great power of the House of Habsburg. Question of Cleves-Julie, succession. Henry IV supported the claims of Brandenburg. In the midst of great preparations for war, Henry was assassinated at Paris, 1610, May 14, by the fanatic François Ravaillac. He was succeeded by his minor son, Louis XIII, 1610 to 1643, 9 years old. Regency of his mother, Marie de Medici, 1610 to 1617. Sully removed from office. The Italian Concini, Maréchal d'Ancre, was placed in control of affairs. Louis XIII, declared of age in 1614, was in fact all his life under the guidance of others. Summons of the States General, 1614, being the last before the Revolution of 1789. Arrest and murder of Concini, the Queen Mother, banished to Blois, 1617. The king, under the influence of his favorite, the Duke of Ligne, by the mediation of Armand Jean du Plessis, born 1585 in Poitou, 1607, Bishop of Luçon, 1622, Cardinal, Duke of Richelieu. A treaty was concluded between Lignes and the Queen Mother, 1619. New civil war, contest of the crown with the nobility and the Huguenots. After the death of Ligne, 1621, Marie de Medici and her favorite Richelieu obtained control of affairs. The influence of the latter soon became supreme, and the Queen Dowager quarreled with him. 1624 to 1642, administration of Richelieu, whose influence over the king was henceforward unbroken. Numerous conspiracies against Richelieu, instigated by Gaston of Orléans, the king's brother. 1625, revolt of the Huguenots under the Dukes of Rohan and Soubise. 1627 to 1628, siege of La Rochelle under the personal supervision of Richelieu. In spite of the dispatch of 3 fleets from England to the aid of the Huguenots, the city surrendered October 28, 1628, after a heroic resistance of 14 months, defeat of the Duke of Rohan, and complete subjugation of the Huguenots, who hereafter were no longer an armed political party, but only a tolerated sect. War in Italy with Spain, subjugation of Savoy, Richelieu at the head of the army. Treaty of Cherasco, April 6, 1631. France renounced all conquests in Italy, but by a secret treaty with Victor Amadeus, Duke of Savoy, Pignerol was surrendered to France. Negotiators of these treaties, Richelieu's confidant, Father Joseph, and the Pope's agent, Mazarin. A final attempt of Mary Medici to overthrow the cardinal ignominiously failed. November 11, 1630, the day of dupes. Mary died at Cologne, 1642. Conspiracy of Gaston and the Duke of Montmorency. 1632, October 30, defeat of the Allies and execution of Montmorency, foundation of the French Academy, 1635. 1631-48, participation of France in the 30 Years' War. 1641, conspiracy of Henri de Fiat, Marquis of Cinq-Mars, Monsieur Le Grand, secret treaty with Spain. The plot was exposed by Richelieu. 1642, December 4, death of Richelieu. The effect of Richelieu's administration had been to break the power of the nobles and make the crown independent of the parliaments. He restored French influence in Italy, in the Netherlands, in Germany, and established it in Sweden. Richelieu laid the foundation of the power of Louis XIV. Louis XIII died May 14, 1643. End of section 61.
Section 62 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 62, Part 6, Italy. The Duchy of Milan, since 1556, an appanage of the Spanish crown, was held nominally as a fief of the empire. Venice. The discovery of the new route to the Indies struck at the root of the commercial prosperity of Venice, and her power was steadily declining during this period. The danger which threatened the Republic from the League of Cambrai 1508 between the Pope, the Emperor Maximilian, Louis XII, and Ferdinand the Catholic passed away as the Pope, Julius II, withdrew from the League in 1510, made his peace with the Venetians, and induced Ferdinand the Catholic to join the Holy League, which had for its object the expulsion of the French from Italy. On the other hand, the Turkish power confined Venice to the coast of the Mediterranean. In 1570, the Turks attacked Cyprus, of which Venice had acquired possession in 1489. The victory of Lepanto, gained by Don John of Austria, retarded the progress of the Turks but little. In 1573, Venice was forced to deliver Cyprus to them, and at the close of this period retained of all her possessions in Grecian waters, Candia, Paros, and the Ionian Islands only. Genoa. Genoa freed herself in 1529 from French supremacy under the Doge Andrea Doria, who gave the Republic a new constitution. Unsuccessful conspiracy of Fiesco, January 2, 1547. Giannettino Doria, the nephew of the Doge, was murdered, and Andrea Doria was compelled to fly. The conspirators had got possession of nearly the whole city when Fiesco was accidentally drowned. Return of the Doge, restoration of the constitution. Savoy. The Dukes of Savoy, who also possessed Piedmont, were the most powerful of the native dynasties of northern Italy. Nevertheless, during this period, Bern deprived them of the Wattland, and they got into straits during the war between France and the Empire. After the Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis, 1559, Emmanuel Philibert was reinstated in his duchy. Florence. In the year in which Charles VIII of France invaded Italy, 1494, Peter de' Medici, son of Lorenzo, who had concluded a treaty with the king, was driven from the city. The Dominican monk Savonarola, born 1452, prior of San Marco, 1490, was leader of the Democratic Party in Florence. Asceticism for a short time fashionable in Florence. Savonarola excommunicated and executed on May 23, 1498. In 1512, the Medici were restored in consequence of the victory of the Holy League. In 1527, the Medici were a second time expelled, and the Republic for a while restored. In 1530, however, Charles V appointed Alexander de' Medici hereditary ruler in Florence, and he soon assumed the ducal title. After his murder by his cousin Lorenzino, Cosimo or Cosmas de' Medici became Duke, 1537. He incorporated the Republic of Siena with his territory, and in 1569 was created Grand Duke of Tuscany by Pope Pius V. Under Cosimo II, Galileo Galilei, 1564–1642, taught in Florence, who in 1633 was forced to abjure the Copernican system by the Inquisition at Rome. It does move, though. Footnote: this saying, it is now claimed, is unauthenticated. End of footnote. The Papacy. The following popes of this period deserve mention. The debauched and criminal Alexander VI, 1492–1503, of the family of Borgia. His daughter was Lucrezia Borgia, his second son, Caesar Borgia, ruler of the Romagna. The warlike Julius II, 1503–1513, the scholarly Leo X of the family of Medici, 1513–1521, a patron of art, the fanatical Paul IV, Carafa, 1555–1559, upon whose advice Paul III had established the Inquisition in 1542. Gregory XIII, 1572–1585, who revised the calendar by striking out leap year at the close of each century, excepting every 4th century. The wise and severe Sixtus V, 1585–1590, who suppressed the banditti in the Papal States and adorned Rome, re-erection of obelisks, completion of the dome of St. Peter's. Naples. Naples throughout this period was an appanage of Spain since 1504. Insurrection of the fisherman Tommaso Aniello in 1647, also called Masaniello, and soon suppressed. Most flourishing period of Italian art. Painters Leonardo da Vinci, 1452–1519, Raphael Santi, erroneously called Sanzio, 1483–1520, Antonio Allegri, called Correggio, 1494–1534, Michelangelo Buonarroti, 1475–1564, also a sculptor and architect, Titian, 1477–1576, Paul Veronese, about 1535–1588, Poets, Ariosto, 1474–1533, Torquato Tasso, 1544–1595. Politician, Machiavelli, 1469–1527. End of section 62. Recording by Nahhas.
Section 63 of an Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 63, Part 7, Spanish Peninsula and the Netherlands. By the marriage of Ferdinand the Catholic of Aragon, 1479–1516, and Isabella of Castile, 1474–1504, which was consummated before the accession of either to the throne, the way was prepared for the future union of the two kingdoms. 1492, January 2, conquest of Granada, capital of the last Moorish kingdom in the peninsula. In the same year, discovery of America and consequent acquisitions on the other side of the ocean for the crown of Castile. Conquest of Naples, 1501–1504, for the crown of Aragon. Annexation of the Grand Masterships of the three military orders of Calatrava, 1487, Alcantara, 1494, and San Jago, 1499, to the crown. Support given to the League of the Cities, Hermandad, against the robber nobles, Spanish Inquisition. Upon Isabella's death, 1504, her daughter Joanna, wife of Philip, Archduke of Austria, was the legal heiress of Castile. Her father, Ferdinand the Catholic, however, who had long planned the union of the two kingdoms in one kingdom of Spain, obtained from the Cortes authority to carry on the government in place of his absent daughter. In 1506, Philip and Joanna went to Castile to expel Ferdinand by force. Meeting of the two princes and Treaty of Villafafla, whereby the regency was granted to Philip. Shortly after the treaty, Philip died suddenly of poison, and Ferdinand resumed the regency, died 1516. Joanna, who was insane, was kept in strict confinement for 49 years, died 1555, first by her father, afterwards by her son Charles. Footnote: the view advanced by Bergenroth that Joanna was only declared insane from political reasons has been clearly shown by other scholars to rest on misunderstandings. End of footnote. Ferdinand was succeeded in both kingdoms, at first as co-regent of his mother, in theory, by the son of Philip and Joanna. Netherlands. Preliminary. These provinces, originally inhabited by Batavians and other German tribes, formed a part of the empire of Charles the Great, and after the Treaty of Meissen, 870, belonged in great part to Germany, forming a dependence of the Duchy of Lotharingia. The decline of the ducal power favored the growth of powerful counties and duchies such as Brabant, Flanders, Guelders, Holland, Zeeland, Hainault, and the Bishopric of Utrecht. After 1384 and during the 15th century, the provinces were brought under control of the Dukes of Burgundy. Philip II the Bold, fourth son of John II, King of France, in 1363 made Duke of Burgundy. The duchy reverted to the crown 1361 by the extinction of the first ducal line in the person of Philip I. In 1369 married Margaret, daughter and heiress of Louis III, Countess of Flanders and Artois, died 1404. Descendant John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, 1404 to 1419. Descendant Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, 1419 to 1467. Acquired Namur by purchase in 1425. In 1430, Brabant and Limburg, which had been bequeathed by Joanna, daughter of John III, Duke of Brabant, to her great-nephew Antoine, brother of John the Fearless. In 1433, Holland, Hainault, Henegouw, Zeeland, by cession from Jacqueline, Countess of Holland, of the Bavarian line. In 1443, Luxembourg, by cession from Elizabeth of Luxembourg, and by purchase. He also acquired Antwerp and Mechlin. Descendant Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, 1467 to 1477. Acquired Gelderland and Zutphen in 1472 by bequest from Duke Arnold. Descendant Mary, died 1482, married Maximilian, Archduke of Austria. Descendant Philip the Handsome, Archduke of Austria, Duke of Burgundy, married Joanna, daughter of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile. Descendant Charles the Fifth, King of Spain, Archduke of Austria, Duke of Burgundy, King of Naples and Sicily, Lord of Spanish America, Emperor. They descended to the Habsburg heirs of Charles the Bold, united and having a common States General. In 1548, Charles V annexed the 17 provinces, Brabant, Limburg, Luxembourg, Gelderland, Flanders, Artois, Hainault, Holland, Zeeland, Namur, Zutphen, East and West Friesland, Mechlin, Utrecht, Overyssel, Groningen, to the Burgundian circle of the empire. 1516 to 1556, Charles I, as Emperor Charles V. After suppressing a revolt in Castile, he founded the absolute monarchy, the Cortes henceforth having no importance. In America, conquest of Mexico, Peru, Chile, New Granada. Upon his abdication, the Spanish lands and the colonies, the Netherlands, Franche-Comté, Naples, and Milan, descended to his son, Philip II, 1556 to 1598, who married 4 times. 1. Mary of Portugal, mother of Don Carlos. 2. Mary the Catholic of England. 3. Elizabeth of Valois. 4. Anne, daughter of Maximilian II. War with France. Bloody persecution of the Moors and the Protestants in Spain. Inquisition. Autos da fe, that is, acts of the faith. Conflict between the king and his heir, Don Carlos. The latter was arrested and died in prison 1568. Don John of Austria, a natural son of Charles I, V, gained over the Turks the naval battle of Lepanto, 1571, October 7, on the Gulf of Corinth, 1568 to 1648, War of Liberation in the Netherlands. Cause, the provinces of the Netherlands, which fell to Spain after the abdication of Charles I, rejoiced in the possession of ancient and important privileges. The Estates Staten Etat granted taxes and troops, the Spanish garrison, the penal edicts against heretics, the dread of the introduction of the Spanish Inquisition, led during the rule of the regent, Margaret of Parma, 1559 to 1567, the natural sister of King Philip II, and her adviser, Bishop Granvella, to a league of the nobles, the Compromis de Breda, headed by Philip Marnix of St. Aldegonde. Presentation of a petition by 300 nobles, beggars, a party name originating in the contemptuous exclamation of the Count of Balayement, ce n'est qu'un tas de gueux. Insurrection of the lower classes, destruction of images, and sack of the churches. These disturbances were opposed by Lamoral, Count of Egmont, born 1522, fought under Charles V in Algiers, Germany, France, led the cavalry at St. Quentin and Gravelines, 1558, appointed governor of Flanders and Artois by Charles V, executed June 5, 1568, and William of Nassau, Prince of Orange, the leaders of the higher nobility in the Netherlands, who were soon no longer masters of the movement. Separation into a Catholic and a Protestant party. Although quiet was finally restored, Philip sent the Duke of Alva, 1567, with 20,000 Spaniards by way of Genoa, Savoy, and Franche-Comté to the Netherlands. William of Orange and many thousand Netherlanders left their native land. Margaret resigned her regency and left the country, creation of the Council of Blood. The Counts of Egmont and of Hurin and many others were executed 1568. The estates of those who did not appear before the tribunal were confiscated, including those of William of Orange. The latter and his brother, Louis of Orange, invaded the Netherlands but were repulsed by Alva. The arbitrary taxes imposed by Alva, the 10th pfennig from the price of every article sold, the 100th part of every income, produced a new revolt. Capture of Brielle on the mouth of the Meuse by the water beggars, 1572. Rapid spread of the insurrection, particularly in the northern provinces. 1573, Alva recalled at his own request. His successor, Louis de Requesens y Zuniga, gained a victory, 1574, at Muckerheide, where two brothers of the Prince of Orange fell, but could not suppress the revolt and died, 1576. The sack of the cities of Antwerp, Maastricht, Ghent, etc., by the royal troops brought about the pacification of Ghent, 1576, a treaty between all the provinces whereby they united without regard to national or religious differences to drive the Spanish soldiers from the country. The new governor, Don John of Austria, was not recognized by the majority of the provinces. In spite of the new disputes which had broken out among them, he was unable to quiet the country and died 1578. He was succeeded by Alexander Farnese, Duke of Parma, 1578 to 1592, a shrewd statesman and an excellent general. He reduced the southern Catholic provinces, which form modern Belgium, to submission on condition of the restoration of their old political freedom. The 7 northern provinces, Holland, Zeeland, Utrecht, Gelderland, Groningen, Friesland, Overijssel, concluded the Union of Utrecht 1579, proclaimed their complete independence of Spain in 1581, and settled the hereditary stadthaltership upon William of Orange. The Silent, born 1533, inherited the Principality of Orange, 1544 appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Netherlands and Governor of Holland, Zeeland, and Utrecht by Charles V, resigned his offices 1567, converted to Protestantism, elected Commander-in-Chief by the rebels, 1572, relieved Leyden, October 1574, murdered by Balthazar Gerard, 10th July 1584. After his murder at Delft, his son, the 17-year-old Maurice of Nassau, became the head of the 7 provinces. Successful campaign of Alexander of Parma, capture of Antwerp, the help furnished the Hollanders by the English, Leicester, induced Philip to fit out the Great Armada, which was destroyed by terrible storms, and the bravery of the English, 1588. After a long contest with changing fortunes, there was concluded under Philip III, 1598 to 1621, 12 years' truce, 1609, on the basis of possession at the time, under the weak king, who was controlled by his favorites, the Dukes of Lerma and Uzeda. Father and son, power and the prosperity of Spain declined, exhausted by constant war, the demoralization consequent on the discovery of America and the introduction of American gold, and the expulsion of 800,000 Moors, the most learned and industrious inhabitants of the peninsula. After the expiration of the truce with Holland, the war was resumed until, under Philip IV, 1621 to 1665, the Republic of the United Provinces obtained the recognition of their independence from Spain and the Empire at the Peace of Westphalia, 1648. Under Philip III and IV, Minister Olivares, decline of the Spanish power, insurrection of the Catalonians, lasting 12 years, revolt of Portugal. Portugal, under the illegitimate House of Burgundy, 1385 to 1580, descendants of John the Bastard, died 1433, son of Peter the Cruel, who was a descendant of Robert, Duke of Burgundy, grandson of Hugh Capet. See genealogical table, page 332. Kings of Portugal in heavy type, claimants except Philip II in italics. 1495 to 1521, Emmanuel the Great, Golden Age, acquisitions in the East Indies, South America, Brazil, and Northern Africa. Under his successors, decline of the Portuguese power, Sebastian fell in the unfortunate Battle of Alcazar in Morocco, 1578. After the death of his successor, Henry, Portugal became a Spanish province, 1581 to 1640. 4 false Sebastians. Footnote, after the death of Henry, 1580, there were 5 claimants for the crown of Portugal. End of footnote. An almost bloodless revolution raised to the throne of Portugal the Duke, John of Braganza, as John IV, 1640, descended through his mother from the legitimate, through his father from the illegitimate son of John the Bastard. End of section 63.
Section 64 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 64, Part 8, England and Scotland. 1485 to 1603, House of Tudor. 1485 to 1509, Henry VII. Henry's first act was to imprison the Earl of Warwick, son of the Duke of Clarence. The first Parliament, 1485, secured the crown to Henry and his heirs. 5 checks on the crown: 1, imposition of new taxes, and 2, the enactment of new laws without the consent of Parliament, prohibited. 3, no man could be imprisoned without legal warrant. 4, trial should be before 12 jurors in the county where the offense was committed, and there should be no appeal. 5, officers of the crown were liable to trial for damages before a jury in case any person were injured by them, and no authority from the king could be pleaded. Violation of these checks. Re-establishment of the King's Court, Star Chamber, 1488, which took cognizance of forgery, perjury, fraud, libel, conspiracy, etc., gave sentence without the use of a jury, and inflicted fines and mutilations. 1487. The pretended Earl of Warwick, Simnel, landed in England but was defeated at Stoke, 16 June 1487, and became one of the king's scullions. 1488 to 1499, attempts of Perkin Warbeck, a Fleming who personated the Duke of York, to overthrow Henry. Disavowed by Charles VIII in the Peace of Westphalia, November 9, 1492, which ended the war in which Henry had engaged on account of the annexation of Brittany by Charles VIII. 1491, Perkin found a warm reception in Flanders from the Duchess of Burgundy, sister of Edward IV. Expelled from Flanders by a provision of the commercial treaty with England, 1496, Magnus Intercursus, Perkin fled to Scotland, where his claim was recognized. Perkin and James IV of Scotland invaded England in 1496. In 1497, a formidable insurrection broke out in Cornwall on occasion of an imposition of a tax by Parliament. It was suppressed by the defeat at Blackheath, June 22, 1497, and the leaders executed. Flammock. Peace with Scotland, September 1497. Warbeck was soon taken and imprisoned in the Tower, where he escaped but was recaptured. Plotting another escape with the Earl of Warwick, both Perkin and Warwick were executed, 1499. 1495, Statute of Drogheda. Poynings Law. Number 1. No Irish Parliament should be held without the consent of the King of England. 2. No bill could be brought forward in an Irish Parliament without his consent. 3. All recent laws enacted in the English Parliament should hold in Ireland. 1502. Marriage of Henry's eldest daughter, Margaret, with James IV, King of Scotland. Henry's distinguishing characteristic was his avarice. By various extortions, Empson, Dudley, Morton's Fork, he accumulated a fortune of nearly £2 million. During this reign occurred the discovery of the West Indies by Columbus, 1492, and that of North America by the Cabots. 1509 to 1547, Henry VIII, of a cruel disposition and variable temperament. He was 6 times married. 1, Catherine of Aragon, widow of his brother Arthur, mother of Mary the Catholic, married June 3, 1509, divorced March 30, 1533. 2, Anne Boleyn, mother of Elizabeth, married January 25, 1533, beheaded May 19, 1536. 3, Jane Seymour, married May 20, 1536, died after the birth of her son Edward VI, October 24, 1537. 4, Anne of Cleves, married January 6, 1540, divorced June 24, 1540. 5, Catherine Howard, married August 8, 1540, beheaded February 12, 1542. 6, Catherine Parr, widow of Lord Latimer, married July 10, 1543, outlived the king. Henry united in his person the claim of both Lancaster and York. Execution of Empson and Dudley. 1511, Henry, a member of the Holy League, received from the Pope the title of Most Christian King. Henry, having laid claim to the French crown, sent troops to Spain, which were unsuccessful. 1512. In 1513, the king went to France in person, and with Maximilian, the emperor, won the bloodless victory of Guinegate, the Battle of the Spurs. 1513, August 17. 1513, September 9. Battle of Flodden Field. Defeat and death of James IV of Scotland, who was allied with France. 1514, August. Peace with France. Tournai ceded to England, afterwards, 1518, bought by France for 600,000 crowns, and with Scotland. 1515, Thomas Wolsey, the king's favorite, chancellor, born 1471, appointed almoner and dean of Lincoln by Henry VII, member of the council, 1510, Bishop of Tournai, 1513, Bishop of Lincoln, and Archbishop of York, 1514. Cardinal and Chancellor, 1515, Papal Legate, 1517. Surrendered the Great Seal, 1529. Died November 28, 1530. 1520, June 7. Meeting of Henry VIII and Francis I of France, near Calais, Field of the Cloth of Gold. 1521, execution of the Duke of Buckingham, on a charge of high treason. Buckingham was descended from Edward III. 1521, Henry wrote the Assertion of the Seven Sacraments in reply to Luther, and received the title of Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X. After the Battle of Pavia, the relations between Henry and the Emperor, which had been weakened by the double failure of the Emperor to secure the promised election of Wolsey as Pope, became so strained that war seemed inevitable, and a forced loan was assessed on the kingdom, which brought in but little. In 1523, an attempt to force a grant from Parliament met with no success, but a rebellion was provoked, which was suppressed only by abandoning the demand. 1527, Henry, desiring to divorce his wife in order to marry Anne Boleyn, alleged the invalidity of marriage with a deceased brother's wife, and appealed to Rome. The delays of the Pope and the scruples of Wolsey enraged the king, who deprived the latter of the Great Seal and gave it to Sir Thomas More, 1529. Sentence and pardon of Wolsey, who, however, died in disgrace, 1530. At the suggestion of Cranmer, the question was referred to the universities of England and Europe, and a number deciding in the king's favor, Henry married Anne Boleyn. Henry also broke with the Church of Rome. Confiscation of the annates, followed by the resignation of Sir Thomas More, 1532. The Pope excommunicated Henry and annulled his divorce from Catherine, which Cranmer, now Archbishop of Canterbury, had pronounced. After the birth of Elizabeth, Parliament confirmed the divorce, recognized Elizabeth as heir to the throne, 1534, and secured the succession to other children of Anne in case of the death of the princess. 1534, Act of Supremacy. Appointing the king and his successors protector and only supreme head of the church and clergy of England, 1531. Refusal to take the oath of supremacy was made high treason, under which vote Sir Thomas More was condemned and beheaded, 1535. Thomas Cromwell, a former servant of Wolsey and his successor in the favor of the king, now vicegerent in matters relating to the church in England, issued a commission for the inspection of monasteries, which resulted in the suppression, first of the smaller, 1536, and afterwards, 1539, of the larger monasteries, and the confiscation of their property. Abbots now ceased to sit in Parliament. 1536, execution of Anne Boleyn on a charge of adultery. Princess Elizabeth proclaimed illegitimate by Parliament. The crown was secured to any subsequent issue of the king, or, should that fail, was left to his disposal. 1536, publication of Tyndale's translation of the Bible by Coverdale, under authority from the king. 1536, suppression of the Catholic rebellion of Robert Aske, aided by Reginald Pole, son of Margaret, Countess of Salisbury, daughter of George, Duke of Clarence. 1539, Statute of the 6 Articles, defining heresy. Denial of these positions constituted heresy. 1. Transubstantiation. 2. Communion in one kind for laymen. 3. Celibacy of the priesthood. 4. Inviolability of vows of chastity. 5. Necessity of private masses. 6. Necessity of auricular confession. 1540, execution of Cromwell on a charge of treason. Cromwell had fallen under Henry's displeasure by his advocacy of the king's marriage with Anne of Cleves, with whom the king was ill pleased. 1542, Ireland made a kingdom. 1542, war with Scotland. James V defeated at the Battle of Solway Moss, November 25. James V died shortly afterward. Henry proposed a marriage between his son Edward and James's infant daughter Mary, but the Scottish court preferred an alliance with France, whereupon Henry concluded an alliance with the emperor. 1544. Parliament recognized Mary and Elizabeth as heirs to the crown in the event of the death of Edward, without issue. 1545. Invasion of France. Coin debased. Property of guilds confiscated. 1547. Execution of the Earl of Surrey on charge of high treason. Henry VIII died January 28, 1547, leaving a will wherein the crown was left to the heirs of his sister Mary, Duchess of Suffolk, in the event of failure of issue by all of his children. 1547 to 1553. Edward VI. 10 years of age, his uncle, Earl of Hertford, was appointed Lord Protector and Duke of Somerset, and assumed the government. Repeal of the 6 Articles, 1547. Introduction of Reformed doctrines. 1549. Execution of Lord Seymour, brother of the Duke of Somerset, who wished to marry the Princess Elizabeth. Establishment of uniformity of service by Act of Parliament. Introduction of Edward VII's first prayer book. 2nd, 1553. Fall of the Protector Somerset, who was superseded by Lord Warwick, afterwards Duke of Northumberland. 1550. Execution of Somerset. 1552. 1551. 42 Articles of Religion published by Cranmer. 1553. Edward assigned the crown to Lady Jane Grey, daughter of his cousin Francis Grey, eldest daughter of Mary, daughter of Henry VII, to the exclusion of Mary and Elizabeth, daughters of Henry VIII. Lady Jane was married to the son of the Duke of Northumberland. Death of Edward VI, July 6, 1553. 1553 to 1558. Mary the Catholic. The proclamation of Lady Jane Grey as Queen by Northumberland, meeting with no response. Northumberland, Lady Jane, and others were arrested. Execution of Northumberland. August 22, 1553. Restoration of Catholic bishops. Gardiner, Bishop of Winchester, author of the 6 Articles, Lord Chancellor. 1553. Marriage treaty between Mary and Philip of Spain, son of Charles V, afterwards Philip II. Philip was to have the title of King of England, but no hand in the government, and in case of Mary's death could not succeed her. This transaction, the Spanish marriage, being unpopular, an insurrection broke out, headed by Sir Thomas Carew, the Duke of Suffolk, and Sir Thomas Wyatt. The suppression of the rebellion was followed by the execution of Lady Jane Grey, February 12, 1554, and her husband. Lady Jane was an accomplished scholar, Roger Ascham, and had no desire for the crown. Imprisonment of Elizabeth was soon released on the intercession of the emperor. 1554, July 25. Marriage of Mary and Philip. 1555. Cruel persecution of the Protestants. Bonner, Bishop of London. October 16. Ridley and Latimer. March 21, 1556. Cranmer burnt at the stake. About 300 are said to have been burnt during this persecution. Cardinal Pole, Archbishop of Canterbury and Papal Legate, 1556. 1557. England drawn into the Spanish War with France. Defeat of the French at the Battle of St. Quentin, August 10, 1557. 1558. January 7. Loss of Calais, which was captured by the Duke of Guise. Death of Mary, November 17, 1558. 1558 to 1603. Elizabeth. Sir William Cecil, Baron Burleigh, 1571. Secretary of State. Sir Nicholas Bacon, Lord Privy Seal. Repeal of the Catholic legislation of Mary. Reenactment of the laws of Henry VIII relating to the Church. Act of Supremacy, Act of Uniformity. Revision of the Prayer Book. 1559, April 2. Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis with France. Calais to be ceded to England in 8 years. On the accession of Francis II, King of France, Mary, his wife, assumed the title of Queen of England and Scotland. Conformity exacted in Scotland. Treaty of Berwick, January 1560, between Elizabeth and the Scottish Reformers. 1560, July 6. Treaty of Edinburgh, between England, France, and Scotland. French interference in Scotland withdrawn. Adoption of a Confession of Faith by the Scotch Estates. 1561. Return of Mary to Scotland after the death of Francis II, where she was at once involved in conflict with the Calvinists. John Knox, born 1505, the friend of Calvin at Geneva, died 1572. 1563. Adoption of the 39 Articles in place of the 42 published by Cranmer. Completion of the establishment of the Anglican Church, Church of England, Episcopal Church. Protestant dogmas with retention of the Catholic hierarchy and partially of the cult. Numerous dissenters or nonconformists, Presbyterians, Puritans, Brownists, Separatists, etc. Parker, Archbishop of Canterbury, 1559. 1564. Peace of Troyes with France. English claims to Calais renounced for 220,000 crowns. In Scotland, Mary married her cousin Darnley, who caused her favorite Rizzio to be murdered, 1566, and was himself murdered, February 10, 1567, by Bothwell, Earl of Hepburn, apparently with the knowledge of the Queen. Footnote: Gaetica, Maria Stuart, 1879. The cause of Mary and Bothwell has recently been defended by John Watts de Peyster. End of footnote. Marriage of Mary and Bothwell, May 15, 1567. The nobles under Murray, Mary's natural brother, revolted, defeated Mary at Carbery Hill, near Edinburgh, and imprisoned her at Lochleven Castle. Abdication of Mary in favor of her son, James VI, July 24, 1567. Murray regent. In May 1568, Mary escaped from captivity. Defeated at Langside, May 13, she took refuge in England, where after some delay she was placed in confinement. 1568. 1575. Elizabeth declined the government of the Netherland provinces of Holland and Zeeland, offered her by the Confederates. 1577. Alliance of Elizabeth and the Netherlands. 1583–84. Plots against the Queen. Arden, Perry. Spanish plot of Throgmorton. Execution of the Earl of Arundel for corresponding with Mary. Bond of Association. 1585. Troops sent to the aid of the Dutch Republic under the Earl of Leicester. Victory of Zutphen. September 22, 1586. Death of Sir Philip Sidney. 1586. Expedition of Sir Francis Drake to the West Indies. Sack of Santo Domingo and Carthagena. Rescue of the Virginia colony. 1586. Conspiracy of Savage, Ballard, Babington, etc., discovered by the Secretary of State, Walsingham. Execution of the conspirators. The government involved Mary, Queen of Scots, in the plot. She was tried at Fotheringay Castle, October 1586, and convicted on the presentation of letters which she alleged to be forged. She was convicted October 25 and executed February 8, 1587. 1588. War with Spain. Construction of an English fleet of war. The Spanish fleet, called the Invincible Armada, 132 vessels, 3,165 cannon, was defeated in the Channel by the English fleet, Howard, Drake, Hawkins, July 21–29, and destroyed by a storm off the Hebrides. 1597. Rebellion of the Irish under Hugh O'Neill, Earl of Tyrone. The failure of the Earl of Essex to cope with the insurrection led to his recall, and his successor, Lord Mountjoy, quickly subjugated the country. 1601. Capture of Tyrone, flight of the Earl of Desmond. A rebellion of Essex in London was followed by his execution. 1601. 1600. Charter of the East India Company. Death of Elizabeth, March 24, 1603. William Shakespeare, 1564 to 1616. Sir Philip Sidney, 1554 to 1586. Edmund Spenser, 1553 to 1599. William Tyndale, 1485 to 1536. Ben Jonson, 1574 to 1637. 1603 to 1649, 1714. The House of Stuart, personal union of England and Scotland. 1603 to 1625, James I as King of Scotland, James VI, son of Mary Stuart. The Scotch had brought him up in the Protestant faith. He was learned but pedantic, weak, lazy, and incapable of governing a large kingdom. Divine right of kingship, divine right of the bishops, no bishop, no king. In this century, the after effects of the Reformation made themselves felt in England, as on the continent, and in both places resulted in war. In England, however, owing to the peculiar circumstances of the Reformation, these effects were peculiarly conditioned. The religious questions were confused and overshadowed by political and constitutional questions. 1603, James I was proclaimed king, March 24. He entered London on the 7th of May and was crowned July 25. Presentation of the millenary petition immediately after James's arrival in London, signed by 1,800 ministers, asking for the reform of abuses. The main and the by. The main was a plot to dethrone James in favor of Arabella Stuart. See genealogical table, page 337. Concocted by Lord Cobham, Grey, and others. Sir Walter Raleigh was also implicated and imprisoned until 1616. History of the World. The by, or the surprising treason, was a plot to imprison the king. Alliance with France negotiated by Rosny, Sully. 1604, January. Hampton Court Conference between the bishops and the Puritans, where James presided. The Puritans failed to obtain any relaxation of the rules and orders of the Church. The king issued a proclamation enforcing the Act of Uniformity, and one banishing Jesuits and seminary priests, Goodwin and Fortescue. 1604, March 19 to 1611, February 9. First Parliament of James I. The king's scheme of a real union of England and Scotland unfavorably received. Appointment of a commission to investigate the matter. 1604, Convocation. Ecclesiastical court and legislature at first established. Edward I, as an instrument for ecclesiastical taxation. Afterwards convened by archbishops for the settlement of church questions. Since Henry VIII convened only by writ from the king and sitting and enacting canons, only by permission of the king, adopted some new canons which bore so hardly upon the Puritans that 300 clergymen left their livings rather than conform. Peace with Spain. James proclaimed King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, October 24. Punishment of many recusants under the recusancy laws of Elizabeth, whereby refusing to go to church, saying Mass, or assisting at Mass was severely punished. 1605, November 5. Gunpowder Plot. Originating in 1604 with Robert Catesby, after the edict banishing the priests. Other conspirators, Winter, Wright, Percy. Preparations for blowing up the Houses of Parliament with 36 barrels of gunpowder. Disclosure of the plot through an anonymous letter to Lord Monteagle from one of the conspirators, his brother-in-law, Tresham. Arrest of Guido Fawkes, in the vaults on November 4, the day before the meeting of Parliament. Trial and execution of the conspirators. Parliament met November 9. 1606. Penal laws against papists. Plague in London. Episcopacy restored in Scotland. James urged the Union anew, but in vain. Impositions. The grant of customs duties made at the beginning of every reign, tonnage and poundage, established by Edward III, proving insufficient to meet James's expenditure, he had recourse to impositions without parliamentary grant, which Mary and Elizabeth had used to a small extent. Trial of Bates for refusing to pay an imposition on currents. The Court of Exchequer decided in favor of the king. 1607. Settlement of Jamestown. 1608. Establishment of new impositions. 1610. The Great Contract. In return for the surrender of some feudal privileges, the king was to receive a yearly income of £200,000. The agreement was frustrated by a dispute over the impositions. Dissolution of Parliament, February 9, 1611. 1611. Plantation of Ulster, which was forfeited to the crown by the rebellion of Tyrone. Creation of baronets, and hereditary knighthood. Sale of the patents. 1611. Completion of the translation of the Bible, which was authorized by the king, and had occupied 47 ministers since 1604. Imprisonment of Arabella Stuart. 1613. Robert Carr, the king's favorite, Viscount Rochester in 1611. Created Duke of Somerset and Lord Treasurer on the death of the Earl of Salisbury, Robert Cecil. Death of Henry, Prince of Wales, November 1612. First English factory at Surat. 1613. Marriage of the Princess Elizabeth, Queen of Bohemia, to the Elector Palatine. Death of Sir Thomas Overbury, who was imprisoned in the Tower by the malice of Somerset. Marriage of Somerset and the Countess of Essex. 1614. April 5 to June 7. Second Parliament of James I. 300 new members, among whom were John Pym, Somersetshire, Thomas Wentworth, Yorkshire, John Eliot, St. Germains. The whole session was spent in quarrelling with the king over the impositions, and Parliament was dissolved without making an enactment, whence it is called the Addled Parliament. 1615. Renewal of the negotiation for the marriage of James's son to a Spanish princess. Opened in 1611. Imposition of a benevolence, which was resisted by Oliver St. John, and condemned by the Chief Justice, Sir Edward Coke, who was afterwards dismissed from office. Death of Arabella Stuart. Mission of Sir Thomas Roe to the Great Mogul. 1616. Condemnation of the Duke and Duchess of Somerset for the poisoning of Overbury. Rise of George Villiers in the king's favor. Viscount Villiers, Earl, Marquis, Duke of Buckingham. 1617. Sir Walter Raleigh, released from the Tower, allowed to sail for the Orinoco, where he hoped to discover a gold mine. Failing in this, he attacked the Spanish towns on the Orinoco. 1618. Proclamation allowing sports on Sunday after church in Scotland. Articles of Perth. Francis Bacon, Lord Verulam, Viscount of St. Albans, Lord Chancellor. In this year, Sir Walter Raleigh, returning from his expedition, was executed under the old sentence, as reparation to Spain. 1619. Commercial treaty with the Dutch respecting the East Indies. 1620. Settlement of the Pilgrims at Plymouth, in New England. 1621. January 30 to 1622, February 8. Third Parliament of James I. The Parliament granted a supply for the prosecution of the war in the Palatinate, in which James was half-hearted, and then took up the subject of grievances. Impeachment of Mompesson and Mitchell, who had bought monopolies of in-licensing and manufacture of gold and silver thread. They were degraded, fined, and banished. Impeachment of Francis Bacon, the Chancellor, for bribery. Bacon admitted that he had received presents from parties in suits, but denied that they had affected his judgment. He was fined £40,000, which was remitted, and declared incapable of holding office in the future. Petition of the Commons against Popery and the Spanish marriage. The angry rebuke of the king for the meddling in affairs of the state, bring stools for these ambassadors, drew from the Parliament the Great Protestation, December 18, 1621, that the liberties, franchises, privileges, and jurisdictions of Parliament are the ancient and undoubted birthright and inheritance of the subjects of England, and that the arduous and urgent affairs concerning the king, state, and defense of the realm are proper subjects and matter of counsel and debate in Parliament. The king tore the page containing the protestation from the Journal of the Commons. 1622, February 8. Dissolution of Parliament. Imprisonment of Southampton, Coke, Pym, Selden. Earl of Buckingham made Duke of Buckingham. 1623. Charles, Prince of Wales, and the Duke of Buckingham went to Spain and negotiated a marriage treaty, the provisions of which were so favorable to the Catholics as to excite great dissatisfaction in England. Finally, being unable to secure any help from Spain in regard to the Palatinate, Charles and Buckingham returned in anger. Massacre of English residents on the island of Amboyna by the Dutch. 1624, February 12 to 1625, March 27. Fourth Parliament of James I. The Spanish marriage was broken off, but even the anger of Buckingham could not drive the Parliament into a declaration of war with Spain. Supplies voted for defense. Mansfeld raised 1,200 men in England, who reached Holland, but nearly all perished there from lack of proper provisions. Marriage treaty with France for the marriage of Prince Charles with Henrietta Maria, sister of Louis XIII. 1625, March 27. Death of James I at Theobald's. 1625 to 1649, Charles I. 1625, May 11. Marriage of Charles I and Henrietta Maria. Ships sent to Louis XIII secretly engaged not to fight against the Huguenots. 1625, First Parliament of Charles I. Assembled June 18, adjourned to Oxford July 11, dissolved August 12. Grant of tonnage and poundage for 1 year only, and of £140,000 for the war with Spain. Proceedings against Montague, Appello Caesarum, 1624. Unsuccessful expedition of Wimbledon against Cadiz. 1626, February 6th to June 15th. Second Parliament of Charles I. Charles had hoped for a more pliable Parliament, as he had appointed several of the leaders of the first Parliament sheriffs, and so kept them out of the second. But this Parliament, under the lead of Sir John Eliot, was more intractable than the last. Lord Bristol, to whom no writ had been sent by order of the king, received one on the interference of the Lords, but was requested not to appear. He took his seat and brought charges against Buckingham, on which that lord was impeached, May. Imprisonment of Sir John Eliot and Sir Dudley Digges, who were set at liberty upon the refusal of Parliament to proceed to business without them. War declared against France, 1626 to 1630. 1627. Inglorious expedition of Buckingham to the relief of Rochelle, Isle of Ré. Exaction of a forced loan to raise money for the French war, and for the subsidy which Charles had agreed to supply to Christian IV of Denmark. 5 persons who were imprisoned for refusing to contribute sued out a writ of habeas corpus, but having been committed by the king's order, though without distinct charge, they were remanded to prison. 1628, March 17 to 1629, March 10. Third Parliament of Charles I. May. Passage of the Petition of Right. 1. Prohibition of benevolences, and all forms of taxation without consent of Parliament. 2. Soldiers should not be billeted in private houses. 3. No commission should be given to military officers to execute martial law in time of peace. 4. No one should be imprisoned unless upon a specified charge. Assent of the King, June 7. Grant of 5 subsidies. Suppression of the royalistic sermons of Mainwaring. Charles having, after the first year of his reign, continued to levy tonnage and poundage, the Commons drew up a remonstrance against that practice. June 26. Prorogation of Parliament. Seizure of goods of merchants who refused to pay tonnage and poundage. August 23. Assassination of Buckingham by Felton. 1629, January. New session of Parliament. Oliver Cromwell spoke for the first time in this Parliament. The Commons at once took up the questions of tonnage and poundage. Claim of privilege in the case of Rolfe, one of the merchants whose goods had been seized, and who was a member of Parliament. Adjournment of the House of Commons. March 2. Meeting of Parliament. Turbulent scene in the House of Commons. The Speaker held in the chair while the resolutions of Eliot were read. Whoever introduced innovations in religion, or opinions disagreeing with those of the true Church, whoever advised the levy of tonnage and poundage without grant of Parliament, whoever voluntarily paid such duties, was an enemy of the kingdom. March 5. Arrest of members. Imprisonment of Eliot. Died November 1632. March 10. Dissolution of Parliament. For 11 years, Charles governed without a parliament, raising money by illegal levies of taxes, sale of monopolies, and many other ways. Charles's advisers: William Laud, born 1573, president of St. John's College, 1611 to 1621, Dean of Gloucester, 1616. In Scotland as James I chaplain, 1617. Bishop of St. David's, 1621. Chaplain to Buckingham, 1622. Bishop of Bath and Wells, Dean of the Chapel Royal, 1626. Privy Councillor, 1627. Bishop of London, 1628. Chancellor of Oxford, 1630. In Scotland with Charles I, 1633. Archbishop of Canterbury, 1633. Commissioner of the Treasury, 1634. Impeached, 1641. Attainted by bill and executed, 1645. Thomas Wentworth, born 1593. In Parliament, 1614, 1621 to 1625. Sheriff, 1625. Imprisoned for refusing to comply with the forced loan. In Parliament, 1628. Baron Wentworth, Lord President of the Council of the North. Viscount Wentworth, 1628. Privy Councillor, 1629. Lord Deputy of Ireland, 1633. Went to Ireland, 1633. Earl of Strafford and Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, 1639. Impeached, 1640. Attainted by bill and executed, May 1641. Weston, Lord Treasurer. 1630. April. Peace with France. 1629. First Charter of Massachusetts Bay Colony. 1630. November. Peace with Spain. 1632. Predominant influence of Wentworth. 1633. June. Charles crowned at Edinburgh with ceremonies distasteful to the Scots. Government of Laud and Wentworth. Energetic enforcement of conformity. The Declaration of Sports reissued. Enrailment of the Communion Table. William Prynne, author of Histriomastrix, an attack on players which was thought to reflect on the Queen, pilloried and deprived of his ears. Wentworth, Governor of Ireland. Thorough. 1634. First writ for ship money. A war tax levied only on seaboard towns, issued at the suggestion of Noy, Attorney General, and extended over the whole kingdom. 1635. Second writ for ship money. 1637. Prynne, Bastwick, Burton, pilloried. June 23. An attempt to read the English liturgy in Edinburgh, in compliance with the order of Charles, produced a popular tumult at St. Giles. June. Trial of John Hampden, for refusing to pay his allotment of ship money, 20 shillings. The Court of Exchequer decided against him, which created a strong popular excitement. Shortly after, Hampden, Pym, Cromwell were prevented from sailing for America by a royal prohibition of emigration. 1638, February 28. Signing of the Solemn League and Covenant, based on that of 1580, at Greyfriars Church in Edinburgh, for the defense of the Reformed religion and resistance to innovations. 1638, November 21. General Assembly at Glasgow. Abolition of episcopacy, the new liturgy, and the canons. The Kirk declared independent of the state. 1639, the First Bishops' War. The Scots seized Edinburgh Castle and raised an army. Charles marched to meet them near Berwick, but an agreement was reached without a battle. 1639, June 18. Pacification of Dunse, or Berwick. The armies were to be disbanded, and differences referred to a new General Assembly and Parliament. The General Assembly at Edinburgh confirmed the acts of the Assembly of Glasgow, and the Parliament proved intractable. The king's necessities were now so great that he took the advice of Wentworth, now made Earl of Strafford, and summoned the Fourth Parliament of Charles I. 1640, April 13 to May 5. The Short Parliament at Westminster. As no supplies could be obtained without a redress of grievances, the Parliament was soon dissolved. Popular tumults, attack on Laud's Palace, assault upon the Court of High Commission, created 1559 by Elizabeth to try offenses against the ecclesiastical supremacy of the crown. 1640, Second Bishops' War. Defeat of the royal troops at Newburn on the Tyne, August 28th. The king summoned a council of peers at York, September. Treaty of Ripon, October 26. A permanent treaty was set in prospect. Meanwhile, the Scottish army was to be paid £850 a day by Charles. Acting upon the advice of the peers, Charles now summoned the fifth and last Parliament. 1640, November 3. The Long Parliament, November 3, 1640 to March 16, 1660. First session. November 3, 1640 to September 8, 1641. The fact that the Scotch army was not to be disbanded until paid gave the Commons an extraordinary power over the king, which they were not slow to use. Lenthal, Speaker. November 11. Impeachment of the Earl of Strafford, followed by the impeachment of Laud. Both were committed to the Tower. 1641, February 15. The Triennial Act passed, enacting that Parliament should assemble every 3 years, even without being summoned by the king. March 22. Commencement of the trial of Strafford. The result of the impeachment being uncertain, it was dropped and a bill of attainder introduced, which passed both houses, Commons, April 21st, Lords, April 29. Bill to prevent clergymen from holding civil office introduced but thrown out by the Lords, June. Introduction of a bill for the abolition of bishops, Root and Branch Bill. May 10. Charles, with great reluctance, signed the Bill of Attainder against Strafford, and also the bill to prevent the dissolution or proroguing of the present Parliament without its own consent. Act for the Perpetual Parliament. 1641, May 12. Execution of Strafford. July. Abolition of the Star Chamber and the High Commission. August. Treaty of Pacification with Scotland. The Scotch and English armies were paid with the proceeds of a poll tax. Charles went to Scotland. First interview of Edward Hyde, Lord Clarendon, 1609 to 1674. History of the rebellion and civil wars in England, with the king. September 8. Parliament adjourned, but each house appointed a committee to sit during the recess. Pym, chairman of the Commons Committee. Attempted the king to conciliate the moderates in Parliament by giving offices of state to their leaders. Lucius Carey, Lord Falkland. October. In Scotland, the Marquis of Montrose formed a plot for the seizure of the Duke of Argyll, the leader of the Presbyterians, in which the king was thought to have a share. The discovery of the plot, the incident, threw Charles into the hands of Argyll, and an agreement was concluded whereby Charles gave the state offices to Argyll and his party, and the latter agreed not to interfere in the religious affairs in England. October 20. Parliament assembled. Early in November came news of the Irish massacre in Ulster. The lowest estimate of the number of Protestants slain was 30,000. Great indignation in England, yet the Parliament was unwilling to trust Charles with an army. 1641, December 1. The Grand Remonstrance, which had passed the House of Commons in November, after a long and exciting debate, by a majority of 11 presented to the king. It was a summary of all the grievances of his reign. On December 14, the remonstrance was ordered to be printed. Several of the bishops having declared their inability to attend Parliament on account of the conduct of the mob, and protested against the action of Parliament in their absence. They were committed to the Tower for breach of privilege, December 30. The petition of the Commons for a guard under the Earl of Essex rejected by the King. 1642, January 3. Impeachment of Lord Kimbolton, and of Pym, Hampton, Hasselrig, Holles, Strode, members of the Commons, for treasonable correspondence with the Scots in the recent war. As the Commons declined to order their arrest, Charles resolved to take matters into his own hands. January 4. Attempt to seize the 5 members. Charles visited the House of Commons in person with 500 troops, but finding that the 5 members were absent, he withdrew quietly. The accused members, meanwhile, were in London. The Commons immediately followed them and formed themselves into a committee which sat at the Guildhall under the protection of the citizens. January 10. Charles left London. The 5 members returned to Parliament on the following day. January 12, rising at Kingston. The freeholders of Buckinghamshire sent a remonstrance to the king. The Commons made sure of several places and hastened to lay before the king a bill excluding the bishops from the House of Lords, which he signed, and a bill securing the Parliament the command of the militia, which he refused to sign. Charles at York, March, where he was joined in April by 32 peers and 65 members of the lower house. The king also obtained the Great Seal. Attempt on Hull. Henceforward, the Parliament at Westminster passed ordinances which were not submitted to the king. By an ordinance passed in May, they assumed control of the militia. June 2, submission of 19 propositions by Parliament to the king, demanding that the king should give his assent to the militia bill, that all fortified places should be entrusted to officers appointed by Parliament, that the liturgy and church government should be reformed in accordance with the wishes of Parliament, that Parliament should appoint and dismiss all royal ministers, appoint guardians for the king's children, and have the power of excluding from the upper house at will all peers created after that date. The propositions were indignantly rejected. July. Appointment of a Committee of Public Safety by Parliament. Essex appointed Captain General of an army of 20,000 foot and 4,000 cavalry. Siege of Portsmouth. August 22. Charles raised the royal standard at Nottingham. 1642 to 1646. The Civil War, the Great Rebellion. October 23. Drawn Battle of Edgehill. Prince Rupert, son of the Elector Palatine and Elizabeth of England, the king marched upon London, but being confronted at Brentford by Essex and the trained bands of London under Skippon, he retired without fighting. Affair of Brentford, November 12. December, the associated counties of Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex, Cambridge, Hertfordshire, and Huntingdonshire raised a force which was entrusted to Oliver Cromwell, born April 25, 1599, in Huntingdon, who made them a model band, the Ironsides. 1643, February to April. Fruitless negotiations at Oxford, followed by a renewal of the war. In February, the Queen landed in Yorkshire, bringing assistance from Holland. April 27, capture of Reading by Essex. May, Royalist rising in Cornwall. Defeat of the Parliament at Stratton Hill, May 16. Defeat of Waller at Lansdowne Hill and at Roundway Down, July. June 18. Hampton wounded in a skirmish with Rupert at Chalgrove Field, died June 24. July 1. Westminster Assembly continued until 1649 for the settlement of religious and theological matters. July 25. Capture of Bristol, the second city in the kingdom, by Rupert. Discouragement of the supporters of the Parliament. September. Essex relieved Gloucester, which was gallantly defended by Massey. 1643, September 20. First Battle of Newbury. Death of Lord Falkland. September 25. Signature of the Solemn League and Covenant by 25 peers and 288 members of the Commons. Parliament thus agreed to make the religions of England, Ireland, and Scotland as nearly uniform as possible, and to reform religion according to the Word of God and the example of the best Reformed churches. All civil and military officers and all beneficed clergymen were compelled to sign the covenant. Nearly 2,000 clergymen were thus deprived of their livings. Thus, the assistance of the Scots was secured. September, Charles concluded peace with the Irish insurgents and took the fatal step of enlisting a force from their numbers for the war in England. December 8, death of Pym. 1644, January. A Scotch army crossed the Tweed. Parliament convened at Oxford by the King. January 25, Battle of Nantwich. Defeat of the Irish by Sir Thomas Fairfax. February 15, Joint Committee of the Two Kingdoms. March, Trial of Laud. York besieged by Fairfax and the Scots. Siege of Oxford by Essex and Waller. Siege of Latham House, Countess of Derby, raised by Rupert. May. July 2, Battle of Marston Moor. Prince Rupert, who defeated the Scots, was in turn totally defeated by Cromwell at the head of his picked troops, Ironsides. Hitherto the king had held the west and north of England, while the Parliament was supreme in the east. This victory gave the north to Parliament. Surrender of York, July 16, of Newcastle, October 20. This success was partially offset in the south by the defeat of Waller at the Battle of Coprady Bridge, June 29, and by the surrender of Essex's infantry in Cornwall to Charles, September. Essex escaped to London by sea. 1644, August to 1645, September. Campaign of Montrose in Scotland. Montrose entered Scotland in disguise, August 1644. Victory of Tippermuir, September 1. Sack of Aberdeen. Bridge of Dee, September 13. Capture of Perth. Montrose retired to Atholl, October 4. Fiery Castle, October 14. Montrose retired to Badenoch, November 6. Harrying of Argyllshire, December to January 18. March from Loch Ness to Inverlochy at Ben Nevis, January 31 to February 1st. Battle of Inverlochy, February 2nd. Surrender of Elgin, February 19. Montrose at Aberdeen, March 9. Stonehaven, March 21. Victory of Aldcarn, May 4. Victory of Alford, July 2. Of Kilsyth, August 15. Court at Bothwell, September 3. Kelso, September 10. Leslie crossed the Tweed, September 6. Defeat of Montrose at Philiphaugh, September 13. 1644, October 27. Second Battle of Newbury, fought between the King and Essex, Waller, and Manchester. December, promulgation of a directory instead of a liturgy. Christmas made a fast. 1645, January, attainder and execution, January 10, of Laud. 1645, January to February. Truce known as the Treaty of Uxbridge. The proposals of the Parliament rejected by the King. Dissensions within Parliament. Rise of the sect of Independents, advocates of religious liberty, who formed a growing opposition to the Presbyterians. Cromwell fast becoming the leading man in England since the victory of Marston Moor. Quarrel with Manchester. April 3. The self-denying ordinance passed by both houses. The Commons had passed a similar bill December 1644, preventing members of either house from holding military command. Establishment of Presbyterianism, with some reservations in favor of the Independents. Fairfax superseded Essex as Captain General. Cromwell Lieutenant General. Suspension of the self-denying ordinance in his case. Introduction of reform in the army after the plans of Cromwell, the new model. June 14, Battle of Naseby. Complete defeat of the king, followed by the general ruin of his cause. Capture of his private letters. Surrender of Leicester, June 18. Bridgewater, July 23. Bristol, September 11. Carlisle, Winchester, Basing House, October. Latham House, December. March 26. Defeat and capture of Lord Ashley at Stow-on-the-Wold. Last battle of the Civil War. 1646, May 5. Charles surrendered himself to the Scots. July 24. Parliamentary propositions submitted to Charles at Newcastle. Parliament to have control of the militia for 20 years. Charles to take the covenant and support the Presbyterian establishment. Charles rejected the propositions, preferring to await the result of the impending breach between Parliament, representing Presbyterianism, and the army comprising the independents. The independent opposition, the Toleration Party in Parliament, grew constantly in strength. 1647, January 30. The Scots surrendered Charles to the Parliament on payment of the expenses of their army, £400,000. Charles was brought to Holmby House in Northamptonshire. Contention between Parliament and the army. The Commons voted the disbandment of all soldiers not needed for garrison purposes or in Ireland. Fairfax appointed commander-in-chief. The self-denying ordinance reenacted. The new model, however, refused to disband until its claims for arrears were satisfied. May 12. Charles accepted a modified form of the parliamentary proposition. It was too late. June 4. Charles seized at Holmby House by Cornet Joyce and carried to the army. On the same day, Cromwell, having heard of the intention of the Presbyterians to seize him in Parliament, fled to the army at Tripto Heath. Here the army had taken an oath not to disband until liberty of conscience was secure, and had adopted a new organization, appointment to a council of adjudicators. 1647, June 10. The army at St. Albans. Humble representation addressed to Parliament. June 16. The army demanded the exclusion from Parliament of 11 members who were peculiarly obnoxious to it. Holes. July 26. The House of Commons mobbed by London apprentices on account of a change in the commanders of the London militia, which the army had requested. The 2 speakers, 14 lords, and 100 commons fled to the army. July 24. Proposals presented to the king by the army. Belief and worship should be free to all. Parliament to control the military and naval forces for 10 years, and to appoint officers of state. Triennial Parliament. Reformation of the House and Commons, etc. Rejected by the king, who was invited to London by that part of Parliament still sitting at Westminster. August 6. The army entered London and restored the members which had taken refuge with it. Charles removed to Hampton Court. September 7. Parliament again offered Charles a modified form of 19 propositions. On its rejection, a new draft was prepared, but before its presentation, Charles escaped to the Isle of Wight, where he was detained by the governor of Carisbrooke Castle, November 11. December 24. The 4 bills presented to the king by Parliament. 1. Parliament to command the army for 20 years. 2. All declarations and proclamations against the Parliament to be recalled. 3. All peers created since the Great Seal was sent to Charles to be incapable of sitting in the House. 4. The 2 houses should adjourn at pleasure. Charles, who was only playing with the Parliament in the hope of securing aid from Scotland, rejected the 4 bills, December 28, after he had already signed a secret treaty with the Scots, the engagement, December 26. Charles agreed to abolish episcopacy and restore Presbyterianism. The Scots, who looked with horror on the rising tide of toleration in England, agreed to restore him by force of arms. 1648, January 15. Parliament renounced allegiance to the king and voted to have no more communication with him. 1648, Second Civil War. At once a war between Scotland and England, a war between the Royalists and the Roundheads, and a war between the Presbyterians and the Independents. Committee of Safety renewed, sitting at Derby House. March, a meeting of army officers at Windsor resolved that the king must be brought to trial. April 24, call of the House, 306 members. The Presbyterians, having returned to their seats, now regained control and manifested a desire to come to an agreement with the king. Virtual repeal of the non-communication resolution. 1648, May 2. Ordinance for suppression of blasphemies and heresies, aimed at the independents, especially at Cromwell, Ireton, etc. July 20 to 29, Parliament resolved to open negotiations with the king. August 14, Hollis resumed his seat. Royalist outbreaks in Wales, Cornwall, Devon, Kent. Riots in London. July 25, the Duke of Hamilton led a Scotch army into England. Cromwell, having suppressed the rising in Wales, met the Scots in the 3 days' battle at Prestonpans, August 17 to 20, and annihilated their army. August 28, surrender of Colchester to Fairfax. End of the Second Civil War. September 18 to November, Treaty of Newport, negotiated between the king and the Parliament, without result. November 16, Grand Remonstrance of the Army. December 1, Charles seized by the army and carried to Hurst Castle. December 4, the army entered London, 19 peers, 232 commons. December 5, Parliament voted that the king's propositions formed a basis on which an agreement might be reached. This vote was the last straw. The army took matters into its own hands. December 6 to 7, Pride's Purge. Colonel Pride, by order of the Council of Officers, forcibly excluded the Presbyterian members, 96, from the Parliament. The Rump Parliament, some 60 members. December 13, repeal of the vote to proceed with the treaty. Vote that Charles should be brought to trial. The king conveyed to Windsor, December 23. 1649, January 1. Appointment of a High Court of Justice, 135 members, to try the king. As this was rejected by the Lords, January 2, the Commons resolved that the legislative power resided solely with the Commons, January 4. January 6. Passage of the ordinance without the concurrence of the Lords. January 20. Agreement of the people, a form of government drawn up by the army. January 20 to 27. Trial of Charles I before the High Court. 67 members present, Bradshaw presiding. The king merely denied the jurisdiction of the court. He was sentenced to death. January 30. Execution of Charles I at Whitehall in London. End of section 64. Recording by Matthew McClallen.
Section 65 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 65, Part 9, The North and East. The union of the three Scandinavian kingdoms, weakened by the action of Sweden since the election of Christian I of Oldenburg, 1448, as king of the Union, was completely dissolved in consequence of the cruelties of Christian II. 1520 Massacre of Stockholm, revolt of the Dela-Carlians under the conduct of Gustavus Vasa, born 1496, hostage in Denmark, 1518, fled to Dela-Carlia, 1519 concealed himself under disguises and worked in the mines. He defeated the Danes and became first administrator of the kingdom, then king. 1523. Sweden, 1523 to 1654. House of Vasa, 1523 to 1560. Gustavus I. Vasa. Introduction of the Reformation. The throne made hereditary. Gustavus I was succeeded by his eldest son, Eric XIV, who, being insane, was deposed and murdered. His successor was the second son of Gustavus, John III, whose son Sigismund was Catholic and King of Poland, 1587, and hence displaced in Sweden by his uncle Charles IX, the youngest son of Gustavus I, 1611 to 1632. Charles's son, Gustavus II Adolphus, conducted successful wars with Poland and Russia, participation in the 30 Years' War, and his death. He was followed by his daughter, Kristine, 1632 to 1654, who was well educated but averse to affairs of government. She abdicated in 1654 in favor of her cousin, Charles Gustavus of Pfalz-Zweibrücken, son of a sister of Gustavus Adolphus. Christina became a Catholic and died at Rome, 1689. Denmark and Norway, these countries remained united. Under Christian II, the Reformation began to spread into Denmark. Christian was displaced by his uncle, the Duke of Schleswig-Holstein, who ascended the Danish throne as Frederick I, 1523 to 1533, and favored the Reformation. After his death, 1533, the so-called feuds of the Counts Jürgen Eulenweber, Burger Master of Lübeck, Frederick's son, Christian III, 1536 to 1559, completed the introduction of the Reformation, the participation of Christian IV in the 30 Years' War. After a war with Sweden, 1643 to 1645, Christian was obliged to surrender the islands of Gotland and Isle at the Peace of Brunserbro. Poland, 1386 to 1572. Jagiellons. The kingdom reached its greatest extent, Baltic, Carpathians, Black Sea, but already the germ of decay was forming in the privileges of the numerous nobility. 1572 to 1791. Poland, an elective monarchy. Introduction of the Liberum Veto to elected kings. Henry of Anjou, Stephen Bathory of Transylvania, followed by 3 kings of the House of Vasa, Sigismund III, Vladislaus IV, John Casimir to 1668. Russia, after the extinction of the House of Rurik, 1598, in a war of succession lasting 10 years, the false Demetrius. 1613. The House of Romanov succeeded to the throne, which it occupied until 1762. Turks, the Empire of the Ottoman Turks, reached its highest development under Suleiman II, 1520 to 1566, the Magnificent, the contemporary of the Emperor Charles V. Under his successors began the decline, caused especially by the influence of the Janissaries. India, 1497. Colvillem reached Calicut by land from Portugal. 1498. Portuguese vessels under Vasco da Gama reached Calicut by the way of the Cape of Good Hope. The Mohammedan power, which the sultans of Delhi under various dynasties had extended over almost all India, broke up in the latter half of the 14th and during the 15th century. When the Portuguese gained a foothold in the peninsula, its political constitution was as follows. At Delhi, Mohammedan sultans of the Afghan dynasty with greatly reduced dominion. In Bengal, 1340 to 1576, Afghan Mohammedan kings. In Gujarat, 1391 to 1573. A Mohammedan dynasty had its capital at Ahmedabad in the Deccan. The Mohammedan Empire of the Bahmani, 1347 to 1525, had separated into 5 kingdoms: Bijapur, 1489 to 1686, Golconda, 1512 to 1687, Ahmednagar, 1490 to 1636, Elakpur, 1484 to 1572, Bidar, 1492 to 1609. The southern part of the peninsula was still in the hands of the powerful Hindu kingdom, Vijayanagar, 1118 to 1565. Da Gama was followed in 1500 by Cabral on the voyage, accidental discovery of Brazil. In 1502, a papal bull created the King of Portugal, lord of the navigation, conquest, and trade of Ethiopia, Arabia, Persia, and India. First Portuguese governor and viceroy of India, Almeida, 1505. In 1509, Alfonso d'Albuquerque was appointed to this office, captor of Goa, 1510, and of Malacca, 1526 to 1761. 1857, Mughal Empire in India. The founder of the Mughal Empire was Babar, a descendant of Tamerlane. 1494, King of Fergana on the Jaxartes. 1497, conqueror of Samarkand, seized Kabul. 1504, who in 1526 invaded the Punjab and defeated the Sultan of Delhi in the Battle of Panipat. 1526. Footnote: the first of the 3 great battles which decided the fate of India on that same plain, viz. in 1526, 1556, 1761. End of footnote. Defeat of the Rajputs of Chittor, 1527, under Babar's son Humayun, 1530 to 56. The Mughals were driven from India by Sher Shah, the Afghan ruler of Bengal, but they returned in 1556, and under Humayun's son Akbar, Bairam, the real commander, defeated the Afghans at Panipat, 1556. 1556 to 1605, Akbar the Great, whose reign is a long series of conquests. 1565, Battle of Talakat, destruction of the Hindu Empire of Vijayanagar by a union of the Mohammedan kingdoms of the Deccan. Conquests of Akbar, 1561 to 68, Rajputs of Jaipur, Jodhpur, Chittor, 1572 to 73, Gujarat, revolted 1581, reconquered 1593, 1586 to 92, Kashmir, 1592, Sindh, 1594, Kandahar. Akbar's empire now comprised all India north of the Vindhyar mountains. In the Deccan he was not successful. Akbar organized the administration, reformed the military and financial system, and conciliated the Hindus. Akbar was succeeded by his son Salim Jahangir, 1605-27. His reign was much troubled by rebellions, and his wars in the Deccan were without lasting success. Shah Jahan, 1628-1658. Kandahar, several times lost and recovered between the Mughals and the Persians, was finally lost by the Mughal Empire, 1653. Shah Jahan won some successes in the Deccan. Submission of Bijapur, Golconda, Ahmednagar. The empire was at the height of its power and magnificence, peacock throne. Shah Jahan, deposed by his son Aurangzeb and imprisoned, died 1666. From 1500 to 1600, the Portuguese had enjoyed a monopoly of the trade with India. With the close of the 16th century, the Dutch and English appeared as their rivals. The East India Company of London was incorporated in 1660, and various other similar companies were established at different times, but all were ultimately incorporated with the original company. The Governor and Company of Merchants of London, trading to the East Indies, 1600. Courtens Association, Asador Merchants, 1635 to 1650. Company of Merchant Adventurers, 1655 to 1657. General Society, trading to the East Indies, English Company, 1698 to 1709. united with the original company as the United Company of Merchants of England trading to the East Indies. The first 12 voyages were separate ventures. After 1612, voyages were made for the company. Opposition of the Portuguese, Battle of Swally, defeat of the Portuguese, establishment of an English factory at Surat, 1614, mission of Sir Thomas Roe to Jahangir, Great Mogul, 1615, treaty with the Dutch, 1619, without lasting effect, massacre of English on the island of Amboyna, 1623, followed by the withdrawal of the English from the Indian archipelago, 1624, presidency of Bantam, 1635, foundation of Madras, Fort St. George, 1639, Dutch East India Company, 1602, French East India Company, 1604, 1611, 1615, 1642, Richelieu's, China, 1506 to 1522, Qing Ti, rebellion of the Prince of Ning, suppressed after a severe war. About 1522, the Portuguese established themselves at Macau. 1542, Tatar invasion under Yen Ta in the reign of Qi Tsing, coast of China ravaged by a Japanese fleet. 1567 to 1573, Lung King. His reign was troubled by the Tatars. To relieve the country of whom he resorted to bribery. 1573 to 1620, Wan Li. The Tatars continuing their disturbances, the emperor gave Yenta lands in the province of Shensi. 1592, the Japanese invaded Korea, but were defeated and compelled to sue for peace. 1597, the Japanese renewed the attack and defeated a Chinese fleet and army, but suddenly evacuated the peninsula. 1603, Ricci, the Jesuit at the Chinese court. He preached Christianity in China, died 1610. 1604, Dutch in China, also the Spanish. 1616, invasion of China by Manchu, Tatars who defeated the Chinese, and returning in 1619, conquered and settled in the province of Liao Tung. 1620, Tin Ning, the Manchu ruler, threw off the pretense of allegiance to the Chinese and proclaimed his independence. He established his capital at Sanku. Wen Li was succeeded by Tao Chang, 1620, who was followed by Tin Qi, 1620 to 1627. In 1627, Sung Jing, the last sovereign of the Ming, 1368 to 1643 dynasty, ascended the throne. Rebellion of Li Xixing and Shang Kuhi. The emperor, being hard pressed, applied for aid to the Manchu Tatars. These allies defeated the rebels but refused to abandon the fruits of their victories. Seizing Peking, they raised to the throne of China a son of Tin Ning, the Manchu ruler, who, as the first of the Tatsing, 1644 to X, or Great Pure Dynasty, took the name of Shun Chi, 1644, capture of Nanking, period of confusion, wherein the lingering resistance of the Chinese was gradually crushed out, and the shaved head and pigtail signs of Tatar sovereignty became more and more common. Japan, the period of the Ashikaga shoguns, 1344 to 1573, contains few events of importance, especially after the end of the dual dynasties in 1391 by the act of the Southern Emperor, who resigned his power on the condition that the imperial office should henceforward alternate between the two lines. The violation of this agreement was the cause of much fighting. 1558 to 1588, Oki Maki Mikado. This reign saw the fall of the Ashikagas and the rise of three of the most renowned men of Japan, Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, Tokugawa, Ieyasu. Introduction of cannon. The development of feudalism had weakened the power of the shoguns as they had formerly destroyed that of the Mikado. Ota Nobunaga was a feudal lord who acquired fame in a war with the head of another powerful family, Yoshimoto, 1560. To him the Mikado entrusted the task of pacifying the unhappy country, while his aid was also sought by Yoshiaki, the rightful shogun who had been dispossessed by Yoshikage. By the Battle of Anagawa, 1570, where Tokugawa Ieyasu fought under Nobunaga, Yoshiaki was restored to power, but in 1573 he was deposed by Nobunaga, whom he had plotted to murder. 1573 to 1582, government of Nobunaga. Nobunaga appointed no successor but retained the power in his own hands. He was a determined opponent of the overpowerful Buddhist priests and took Christianity, the Jesuit Xavier, at Kyoto under his protection. Slaughter of the Buddhist priests and capture of their fortified temples. Death of Nobunaga in a revolt, 1582. 1582 to 1598, government of Hideyoshi. The rebel was suppressed by the general Hideyoshi, who after considerable fighting reduced the whole country to subjection. 1592. War with China, invasion of Korea. Hideyoshi was unfavorable to Christianity. 1588, publication of a decree ordering the expulsion of the Jesuits. This, however, was not obeyed. In 1593, 9 missionaries were burned at Nagasaki. Hideyoshi the Taiko. He was succeeded by an infant son under the regency of Tokugawa Ieyasu, whose government was popular but who was involved in political troubles that led to war. 1600, Battle of Sekigahara. Ieyasu defeated his enemies, and in 1603 was made Tai shogun, being the first of the Tokugawa shoguns, 1603 to 1868, some of whom subsequently took the title of Taikun, High Prince. The rule of Ieyasu was distinguished by the revival of learning and the growth of foreign intercourse, Dutch, English. Ieyasu resigned his office in 1605 to his son, but retained his power until his death. Ieyasu died 1616, leaving the legacy of Ieyasu a code of laws, redistribution of land. Those vassals of the crown who received a revenue of 10,000 measures of rice were called daimyos and numbered 245, 18 of whom were governors of provinces, kokushiyu. Next to the daimyos stood the samurai, to whom the daimyos leased their farms in return for military service. The shogun, who was the first of the daimyos, was surrounded by the hatamoto housecarls, from whom he selected his officials. They are said to have numbered 80,000. Below the hatamoto were the gokinin, also attached directly to the shogun as private soldiers, comprising the Tokugawa clan. Ieyasu removed the capital of the shogun from Kamakura to Yedo. The successor of Ieyasu, Hidetada, sent a messenger to Europe to study Christianity, but his report not being considered favorable, the shogun forbade the introduction of that religion. 1630 to 1643, Tu Fuku no In, daughter of the Mikado, Go Mino O, and the daughter of the shogun Hidetata, followed the former on the throne as Osho Tenno. Iemitsu, who succeeded to the shogunate in 1653, was an excellent ruler, but ordered the vigorous enforcement of laws against the Christians and closed Japan to all foreigners except the Chinese and the Dutch, who were allowed to trade at Nagasaki. 1637, revolt of the Christians at Shimabara, finally suppressed. Massacre of the survivors, persecution throughout the empire, extirpation of Christianity, death of Iemitsu, 1649. End of section 65.